is it going to be something where it's
Buried.
caged? So
Buried.
has 6 pearls. Though, seems like
56.
a
Diamond
4-eye
pick.
Parker. Oh my goodness, doesn't even
Yeah.
matter.
Back.
Out, back 0.
Hella
Not the
pearls. Plenty of
easiest.
food.
A tough 0
Looks like-
is going to have to eat here. Only going to be able to go to 90.
Gonna just commit to 90.
Has to block clutch perfectly. Does. Going to be able to get to 90. The blocks are weird. Should be fine. At 90,
Should just be no
a
problems.
pretty low
I
chance
was
of
honestly
the
thought for a
dragon
sec
flying
fine
here,
maybe would have bailed on this and just played for a perch.
and it doesn't.
Because like he knows he's got a big
Stays,
gap.
Plenty of beds.
Yeah.
2 great
But
beds
it's just,
there.
like, playing
One
really
more
safe,
rotation
Zero.
potentially.
Yeah.
Not
Let's just chill though.
enough
This
to
is just
fail
free.
off. Doesn't matter.
Wow.
And that's a
mean-
low 8 for Feinberg to start as Hax heads to Cords. Doesn't matter. And Feinberg takes a huge, cannot be understated, huge 1-0 lead on Hax here, the defending champion from Season 8. What a crazy first season.
That's got to be great for the mental. You know, huge confidence boost.
Yeah.
A solid.
It's definitely good for
time,
Fine's
8
mental.
minutes
802.
flat.
Like even
802
still,
on a
he knows
village
Hax
seed.
died, but
That
802
was
village
the
seed.
main-
Yeah,
that
it's
was
just
the main-
fast.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a wow. Hax made up 20 seconds on finding Stronghold there immediately just from the strays. That was absurd. But the thing there is, Hax plays
I wonder what the
so,
Ludwig
like,
A watch is looking like.
so quick, like so
Yeah.
unbelievably
Not
quick
good.
in the
It's not
sense of, like,
good.
what happened there for the death was
What they say? Literally,
got
who
caught up
cares,
by a
Alano? It's
sword
one game.
piglet,
Hi, bro.
tried
How's
to
it
block
going?
up twice, but the knockback from the pick, I think, made it so that
Yeah, his watch
God.
is not going well.
hit and then the blocked off his path, and then it's just you're just cooked. You're just cooked in that situation. So, I mean, that's an 802 for Feinberg. Hax can absolutely bounce back. I mean, we've seen him do it before, but not the situation you want to start with here. And you don't want Feinberg to get confidence. You do not want Feinberg to get confidence in this situation.
Yeah, Fine probably plays a little bit better when he's a little bit more confident.
have
in
so many
driver's
channel
seat.
points, bro. Oh my
Maybe
God.
I'm just making things up. But I like that Hax is running it back here.
Dude, people
He
like sometimes
got
when
the
I
same,
pull a Fine stream, they
you
say
know,
like, oh my gosh, you
hotel
have
that
like
Feinberg did just a little
300,000
bit
channel
later,
points.
and had
Like,
to do a
my God,
death
this is
reset
nothing
for that.
compared to like
But
everybody
I love
else.
seeing the
Yeah.
bed play, you know, to get that.
Bro, I've been
lots
watching
of
him for
fan
like
of creativity.
like
We'll see if we see
5
more of that in this
years.
coming
Like,
matches.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
makes
It's like it
Very
makes
sense.
funky
sense.
seed. Like
It
we've seen a
makes
lot of double
sense.
triple stables today. It's been cool to see the players routing that and handling that. And the villages have been kind of crazy too. And I'm just excited because
Hax
we
was
are
saying you'd
not
rather be down
going to
0-2
Ocean.
than winning 2-0.
I don't want to see either of these players in the Ocean. I
Nice.
want to see
He's
Ruin
so
Portal.
stupid.
I think $1 billion.
Bro, I just, like-
Portal here. There it is.
I feel
And
like
that
I
means
wasn't
the
thinking
gameplay
about
is
like the
guaranteed to
seeds
be
at all,
tempo,
like
which is
previously at
also
all, and I was
awesome.
just able to focus on
So
the next seed
Hax
each time.
really wants to win this Ruin
I
Portal, and we
I just
really
couldn't. I
want to
just
see a
couldn't
fast
win.
seed
It's
here.
so tough.
if
I feel like I had a
Hax
good
Yeah.
mental. I feel like I wasn't too nervous.
I
The
totally
only
agree.
problem
If
was
I'm
that
not
I couldn't
mistaken,
drag
I
very
think
well
Hax
than
is
normally
the fastest
what I
ever completion
like
in
normally what I can.
playoffs, and I think it was
And
Ruin
then my mechanics
Might
were a
be making
little
things up,
choppy
six. I
in
think
like
Hax is like a
the
628
bastions
or
and stuff like
something.
that. I just need to like grind
And
them
Hax
actually
has
like
also
1,000
had, like,
times and just
Hax has had
make
some
sure I'm
absurd Ruin
fully
Portal
like
aces
set on
in play
exactly
before.
what I'm
Like,
doing in
he's
every
been in the
scenario.
Stronghold like low 4, like
That's
just
fair.
some
That's fair.
like
Yeah.
And then-
absurd things that Hax. is
Yeah,
doing.
I don't know.
Excited
I
to
don't
see
know.
what's going on.
I got too
here
nervous on the
this
really
first field
fast
seed. But
pace one,
again,
and I just
like,
messed
you
up
don't
the
know if it's
triple
going to
stick.
be completable with even
That's
Obsidian.
fair,
It might
that's
be
fair,
a
that's fair.
bucket completion. It might be whatever. Like we don't
Because
know.
they gave you 2
but
plus 2, that would
that's
have been
definitely what
your
Hax is banking for.
like
Banking
rank
on the
PV.
linearity, banking on less
Dude,
decision
my-
Maybe it would
making,
have
more
been your
speed.
640.
Let me crank a time that Feinberg
like
can
my
get
head
battle
in my
on,
like
and we'll see what happens in this matchup.
head, I just have
But
to go
again,
for the triple
Feinberg with
sticks
an
are
802
entering in at the
gotta
same
feel good
time,
as well.
and like it's
I
just like
totally
the depth
agree. It's gonna be
perception.
the
It's
difference
just so
between
much harder
Feinberg's
into depth
Yeah.
perception when you're
cerebral
nervous.
decision making and
No, I
Hax's,
like the play.
raw
I
There's that
completely
word.
agree with the play. It's
Chat
2
loves that
seconds, so
word.
it is
Cerebral.
less than a
I know
rotation
you're a big
difference.
fan.
And
I'm
you're
a-
thinking
I-
like
listen,
you're probably
they
thinking like
bullied me out of
Skycraft's gonna
saying
go for 2 plus 2
cerebral.
because
I
he just
think
has
it's a
to.
great word.
Like, he's got to
I
make up
think it's
time
a great
somehow.
word, actually.
Yeah.
And you rather,
I
you know,
kinda
put the
low-key,
control
but
into
it's
his
like,
hands and
it's a
try
good
to
word. It's a
hope
great
on you
word.
make
Yeah.
bank
I
on you
think
making a
it
mistake.
really does
And
like,
he just made a
there's
mistake with
just
his
the
pearl,
different
so like he
play
had to
styles.
just
When
play
you're
it
in the
safe.
community, you see
Yeah.
it.
So like
You see
I think you made the
different
right
play
choice,
style to someone
right
like
play. It
Hax
just
or a Loki
yeah,
compared to
it
someone
just
like a
happens.
I
Feinberg
literally
or
am
a
just
Monkey.
it's just like a
It's
few
so
ticks
cool
off
to
of me
see
right clicking
when
and
they're
then getting
paired
the
up
bed
against
off
each
and
other
then
and seeing
Yeah,
how
yeah.
they handle the same
This could be
siege of
oh
different-
Feinberg,
and
I love
Feinberg,
it.
of course,
Oh my
knowing
gosh.
that the chat is going to be on the screen.
so
We can
hello.
blame Infume for that one.
Feinberg.
The references.
this
to
looks
pop
fast.
culture.
Well,
Why
he's
is he
not
losing
getting
6
it.
This
seconds
is
after
fast. I don't
0
know what our
seconds in
food
the seed?
situation is gonna be looking like. I think there's a
Mending
sheep off
axe?
in the No, 3 pigs. That's pretty
Oh my gosh, he's
solid.
pre-building
Feinberg going
portal.
off to the left.
I
though,
think it's
maybe not gonna
because
be getting
on a seed
the
of
food
2
in the
weeks ago or
same
so,
way. I think this is
he
just bad from Fine.
built
Maybe
portal late
losing
and he
a couple of
misplaced and had to
seconds,
reset and
which
lost.
could matter,
Really?
especially on such a fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is.
I like
only
Birdling
Takes them.
Portal early sometimes when it's
Fork
not like
from
too much of a
3
time
ping.
loss. Might as well.
Interesting to see that Hacks
Yeah.
didn't force anymore. Just deciding to stay with
I
the
just
fort
don't like it. I
or
think
port.
I think it's
guess
just
the other
always
picks
gonna
kinda wandered a
be
little bit
not always,
far,
but
so
like I think
I guess
most
makes
of the time
a little
it's
bit of
gonna be
sense
just a
here.
time loss.
Wants to try
I understand it for
play this as
consistency, but I
fast
just
as
don't
possible.
like it.
Has so much stuff, everything you
Only
need.
4
Entering
food.
at like
Hacks
the
just so
50
head
second
though.
mark.
Less
Gonna
less
depend on what this
blocks,
weather is,
but he's
though.
getting the
Not
gold,
sure what
so
Feinberg is gonna
potential
be
gold
able to
pick.
do
So if
here.
he needs the
Gonna be 10
blocks, he just
seconds
make
or so
gold pick, and it
behind.
just doesn't
Another
matter.
Dwarf Forest, and
Yeah.
not an immediate Bastion. So nothing too crazy yet.
I like that
Yeah, I
Van
don't think we're
grabs
gonna see a
the
ranked world
netherrack
record
there.
time, but I
I
mean, we
don't know
could have.
why
That
he
was
should
a
have
kept his
very,
other
very
blocks
fast
anyway.
enter. Fine, just literally 10, 15 seconds behind. I think just from that decision.
Oh,
to
I was
go
confused. Why are they
farther left
pre-crafting
and
gold
get
boosts
trees
for
that were more out of the
distraction?
way,
I should do that
having
more
to
often.
wrap
I think
around
I
back
make
to the
that
pigs.
mistake a
They have
lot.
the
I'm
same
trying to do
amount
better
of
with it
food,
recently, like
but I mean, this is
getting
something
gold that I
completely
might
different
need for
biomes here.
distraction on my bar
Really
earlier.
like this play from Hacks.
Mm.
But yeah, then
Immediately
yeah, like
crafting,
Hacks
noticing
just
that it's
makes
bridge,
gold pick.
taking
He
the
just
gold
doesn't
block
need
from
it.
the
It looks like
ruined portal,
Fine's gonna do the
and
same thing
immediately
though.
making
Yeah.
helmet gold pickaxe. Just immediately.
Wait, Fine's
no
more
second
flexibility.
thought,
Doesn't
no
need to.
hesitation.
Oh, I don't
Fiber
like this from
doing
Fine
something
doing it
a
early.
little bit similar
He's more
here
flexibility on pearls. I
with
think, or
the
on
same
blocks. I
gold,
think you could just like run.
helmet gold pick
Oh, never
craft.
mind.
But
I thought
Hacks
you
goes
could just
here
good mind
sizably
to
early.
this.
We're gonna see
Once
a
we can.
right side triple route from both runners, as that's the only triple that exists on this bastion. And
Also,
no
what do you do
fortress
here?
yet
Do
for either
you
runner.
do
So
like
we'll see
like
how that ends
the
up shaping out.
do you just use safe suit and just go
Pretty
through? Because
decent
I
looking
do like the
terrain,
hard
though,
toggle,
you
and I feel
know,
like I've been hating.
depending
I've
on
been
where
not
you need
liking
to go.
it
We should be able
as
to get
much
there
recently.
fine. Hoglins,
Yeah, just do.
not messing
Oh,
Hacks up.
oh, Hacks,
but
Hacks!
his jump messed
Oh
up.
no, the hogs are chill. Hogs are
He's
chill.
fine. He's safe.
But
He's
also
safe.
low health, Parker,
God,
down
he's
to
fucking-
4 hearts, not regenning right now. This could get
This
really scary. He gets
he might
hit
have to
twice,
try and
he's
overlap
dead.
with
Deciding not to break a gold
pig
block
or getting
yet, does
hog.
now.
Bruh.
Gets hit
'Cause only 4
immediately,
pork.
is one hit.
my
Yeah,
God.
this
gets
is
the
not
E
good for
off.
Hacks.
Not even going to auto funnel.
Yeah, why isn't he doing auto
Just
funnel?
barely
Auto funnel's so much
surviving
safer.
there.
I feel like
And Fine. So Fine makes up
yeah, I would just
time
do
here.
safe
Plays
suit
the route a
with auto
little bit
funnel,
more cleanly.
and then you hard
He might have
toggle
even
in the
played just like
pit.
regular right side DK. I
Oh, in the
wasn't
pit, okay.
watching entirely.
Yeah, 'cause
And
I
you
do
just
the
have
hard
some
toggle, like,
late
on the
pigs
Not
staircase.
usually,
wasting
but
time,
it's
Parker,
fine.
but
Yeah,
the
I don't know. I think I
food
should
is
probably
gonna
do like what
start
you
to
do is just
become
so I like I do the
really
safe
substantial.
suit, but then
Now,
do
we have
the
the
hard
two
toggle like
hoglins on
in
the
the when
bridge,
I'm in the
but it's
pit.
a
Because I
time
do it
to
like
get
when
them
I'm
if
like
we
on the
have to.
bridge or whatever,
Both
so I get
runners
like
have
some guys to
an
fall behind me, but I don't know if
insane
it's
amount
worth
of
it.
Piglins trading. So
It's just
it's
Because
not
it's
like
just
we
like
have a
slower to
lot
get
of
through
time
the
to
hole.
overlap in general.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is
Hacks
scary.
goes
I messed
down
it up
to
all.
2
I messed
compared to
I made
Feinberg's
I
3,
messed it up a
and
decent bit before.
A full pork chop lead is the difference between
it's just
hunger
weird.
resetting and not in the portal room. That could be a huge difference later on this seed.
Also, Fine's holding 27
100%.
gold, which is a
We got
little
double blaze
concerning.
that craft from Hacks here. Fine now, just learning where the
Pause
fortress
Z.
is. Looks like it's gonna be pause for both runners.
Why
Fine
does
checking his
Hacks, like,
trades, but Hacks
like,
has a
looking at
pearl
the-
Fine
hang.
needs
I
to
like his
split his
position a
string.
little bit
Oh, no, he's
better.
got his
Out
string
immediately.
split.
Wow, that was quick.
No, dude.
Yeah,
Hacks
Fine's
is
just waiting
freaking
for
Parker,
Fine.
this is
so
a
good.
3
Yeah, Fine's just out.
for Hacks.
Oh my gosh, this is a fast seed. I mean, this is what we were hoping for with a ruined portal, and Feinberg still just kind of bleeding time here, not having the pearl hang off.
Yeah, it's just like
shortening his
mechanics
inventory
stuff.
a little bit more than Hacks. Maybe just the mechanics coming into play there, not being able to.
Looks like his
deal with
pearls are
all
cleaner
of
though.
The things that
Yeah.
you need to do in a
Scouts are
bridge.
saying-
He can also
Okay,
play
Scouts are
more
getting
aggro
fired.
because he's got
Hacks
more
fell.
Hacks is
food.
20 obbies. So scouts are getting fired in the Feinberg chat.
Where
We're saying 60. I was like, oh my god, wait. This is a talking point. I need to say.
Also,
that.
I really
Hacks
like
says
the
60 obby. No, we have 20. So
the
nice
like
try.
inventory
That's okay.
overlay that they have. It's so
Hacks
good. I feel like they
in
need
the
to keep it up.
fort
more
now,
often.
at the
Yeah,
spawner.
I
Also,
like
I
that.
like what
Two
Fine's doing.
rods, I
They're
think, so
pearling
far.
to a
Feinberg
spawner. He's
not
playing
at
these
the
strays in
spawner
both
just yet.
spawners.
Double blaze
Trying to play a little more aggro because he's always
Hacks.
behind. So I like it.
Feinberg gonna do that soon, but I mean, this is a lightning fast seed. Hacks in the
Ooh.
position that he wanted to be when picking room portal.
They're
you
spawners,
almost
though.
need
They're
to
spawners
craft
playing.
an iron
The
axe or anything better because we got
business to
mending on our
drop 'cause
axe
it's
here.
gonna start
You
being
can
awkward.
kill blades is slightly
has 5, I
faster
He's got
with
like
the gold
5.
axe.
Yeah, I mean
We've got the
he
double blaze
he's got
bet
so
off
much doesn't
from
matter, but
both
he's
of
just
these players
he's got a
blinding
pre-craft
at
now.
430.
Parker, look at the player inventory. How does Feinberg have 5 rods compared to Hax's 3? He entered so much later. Absolutely crank
Wait,
straights.
Yeah,
I
this is
guess,
like this
that
is
we
what you're
completely
playing
missed.
for.
I mean, this is a 430 30 blind. This is sub 30 pace or sub 30
Sub
pace, I'd hope
30
so.
pace.
Sub 7 pace for the runners here. I mean, the
Yeah, he's gonna
pre-craft is
Insteel
off
Portal
from
here.
Vine.
Sub 30
Has
pace is
places to
crazy.
kill when he comes back.
I think they should.
It
might
looks like
all
it looks
drop
like it's
for
bad
Hax.
for both of them.
Spawner on the
Ooh,
side of
Mega
Feinberg,
Tiger.
and
That's
this
fine.
looks like
Is it?
a
If this one drops for
huge
Hax,
difference.
It looks like it's
Oh,
like it's
so
diagonal
fast,
does,
bro.
Hax doesn't
direction.
need to wait for another
630.
Hax is
spawn
out, though,
cycle,
yeah.
which is what
208,
Feinberg needed. Hax is out, so he
166.
saves up some time there.
For
Bridging
the
now, he's
space.
gonna be building his portal at mid 5 minutes. Sub
Mid-
5:30.
I mean, this is sub 630
he's just
pace.
cranking this.
If he nabs this quick enough, this could be a new fastest time in ranked. This is crazy.
Hax
In
has
the
fastest time.
stronghold Immediately.
What is fastest
No
time?
spike.
6:23.
Yet.
I think against
Something behind.
Oxy.
How do we get there?
Oh,
Immediately
Doesn't have
after
pre-crafts. He's gonna have to
Fiber
hunger reset,
already
so
has
it's
the
fine
pre-craft, but
though.
has to dig down with the gold
Fine might
picks.
fall in
Not
lava
as
though. You
clean
gotta
of
be
a line as
careful.
Hax
He'll lose a lot of
took, and
time.
this
You gotta
nav
be
looks
careful.
pretty straightforward. This is quick.
Yeah.
The portal room should be down here for Hax. It
Yeah,
is.
Hax just wins
Has the
this.
hunger reset. Weird spot. Getting hit by Swordfish down to 1, but is going to be able to get in the spot. Fine has to build up, but it doesn't matter because Hax has hunger reset. Building, or excuse me,
Yo, he's
putting in all the
he's
eyes
geeked.
now, has everything he needs. And Parker, he just has to hit the 0 to tie the set.
I guess
1 to
this
1.
is 100% just like a full mechanics
And
diff
it's
scene.
open. Back front dragon. This should be a free
Front sky
0. He
crab.
can push. He can
Or
push
whatever, I don't know.
99.
Yeah.
I think he has a good amount of explosives.
Oh, it's
It
not in the
should
circus
just be
going the
speed.
wrong
over here.
way.
This is a lightning fast seed, though.
It is sub 7. I don't know how many sub
Ooh,
7s.
arrow,
are
arrow,
and this
arrow.
is
Arrow
where
misses,
the
arrow
dragon gets
misses.
really weird.
Fine. He's
Now,
got some explosives,
Hax
doesn't
has
matter.
plenty of explosives and
He's
time.
waiting for 2. Oh, this is actually really bad. He should get a good double bet off
Well,
here.
he's,
but he
he's-
only has
oh my
2
God,
more
one
wait,
anchor.
wait,
He's fine.
this has to be a
This isn't gonna
crazy
do it.
anchor.
It'll kill.
Oh my God, and it is.
Oh my gosh.
The arrow going
That's
through
like
the
a tick
dragon is just
perfect
like why
anchor.
I hate
That
bow.
I
anchor
can't
did,
believe he
like,
killed the
no
dragon there.
damage.
Oh
Like
my
it's just
gosh.
such a bad strat. It's like actually
Oh
just
my
such a bad
goodness, that
strat.
is going to be a sub 7 for
you
Hax.
just
like
have
a
to go for it.
6:42
It's weird.
Wow.
I feel like
free
Arrows
baby.
could cross this
That
one
is
as
a
well.
crazy time.
Yeah.
Also, that's not a
No,
hack
no.
TB.
Look at
He's
the
It's not
very
hack TB.
excited.
No,
That's
I
what
hate
he
bow
does.
and
That's what he
crossbow.
does.
Like I
If
hate
Hax
just
is known for
double
running
betting the
blast,
dragon like
he
that. It's
loves
just
the
so
camera
it's
shake.
actually just so
What
annoying.
a back and forth. I mean, this.
Yeah.
I
Also,
really
I feel like
don't
I'm just a
think
hater.
that's
I feel like I'm
right.
just a hater.
Fine.
Like
He
this-
clawed his way back.
I don't know.
He
Like
closed a
the Curry
great
was
play,
hyping
the
up that like
fortune
anchor so much, but it's just like
great from
that's
the
like I feel
one
like to me it's
spot
like yeah,
Hax
it's gonna
playing
kill.
made it
Like
so
I
that
feel like to me
whatever
it's
Yeah.
obviously gonna
the
kill.
line made did not
I mean,
end
it's-
up
I mean,
it was.
and
I
then
mean, he had to
just,
do
like,
a lot
goes
of
the wrong
damage,
way
but
in the
like,
strong
yeah.
one, really
Yeah,
sealed
but
the
it's just
deal
like you
for
should
him.
be able to.
Allow
Everybody should
Hax
be able to hit that in playoffs
barely
easily.
get off that
Yeah.
zero and clutches out with a crazy time.
I don't know. I respect trying to
Yeah,
hype
for
it
a
up, but I just
second
feel
there,
like
I wasn't sure if Hax
don't
was
know.
gonna make it.
I think Curry and Parker are good commentators for the people that don't understand the game as much.
Down.
To hype up the moments, but like to me it's just like
analysis, the
I don't know. It's not
difference
that
in
hype. Like, yeah, this is like
spawners, and
no
then
shit.
just going
I
the
don't know.
wrong way in the stronghold.
I think I'm just an
Feinberg's
asshole.
not
That's fine.
out of the running yet. It's now tied up
I feel like
1-1.
Feinberg should have like
This is
not
what we
even
like to
placed
see as
it there, and he should
commentators.
just
A
insta started
close
his
match.
first.
No,
Being
he
Green
shouldn't
with
have. He
it.
shouldn't have because it was literally the first blaze he
Dude,
killed.
I don't know. Like
Drop the next one.
non-biased
He's
commentary
just wasting
here.
time with the
I
pearl
would
animation
really
and
love
like
to see Fine
recrafting and
take it.
stuff.
I'd really love to
Like
see
if
Fine
he's
take
he
gonna
it.
play
also
it like
knows-
that and all the
Hax-
blazes are gonna
listen,
drop,
you
like
won
he has
last
to play
season.
fast and he has to
Relax, okay,
assume
buddy,
that it's
like,
gonna drop
relax.
to save time on
Like,
Hax.
let's get some
Yeah,
other
yeah,
people
yeah.
in here.
Because like also he
Let's
should
spread
know.
it
I think he
around,
should
like,
know
come
that
on. But I mean,
Fine
I
like
just
does
wanna
so much with the
continue
organized
games like
inventory and
this.
like
These
just
two
like he
games
does
have been
extra than
crazy
others.
so
So like
far.
I
I
think
don't
he
wanna
needs
see
to
Hax die
try
again.
to be
I don't
more
wanna see Feinberg
aware
die
sometimes to like give
I wanna
himself
see
that
these
time to
players make
um,
crazy plays,
deal with everything.
push the pace.
Yeah.
Let's get a game 5. They got 2 game
Let's get a
5s
game
early.
five.
We can get 1 game 5.
Bro, I
Come
swear
on.
they're gonna like run some numbers on like the rod
It's just
rates
crazy.
in
It's just
playoffs,
crazy.
and
Anyway,
it's just like
before we get into this
gonna
match,
be like
we're gonna go to a game 3 eventually. Don't worry. But we wanna
like
show you some
way
Fulham analysis,
higher
just on some
than
things.
like
Not
50-50
yet,
or whatever,
actually.
and then
Actually,
it's
I'm
gonna be
lying.
like,
Well, we're gonna
You're
get a
lying a
Fulham
little bit.
analysis.
dude, I
but,
I wonder if they would do
give
that
us
for
a second,
playoffs to
okay?
like
It's
make it
tough to
more
tell
hype or
production
something
here,
like
so
that to like
we'll go
increase
Fulham
rod rates. Like they
in a
wouldn't,
second
but
here.
like.
But yeah, this has been a crazy
Bro,
matchup
it
so
feels
far
like they've
between
been
Feinberg and
so
Hax.
good. Like I
mean,
went like
we're
6
gonna
or 8
head
like
to
3 times
Temple.
today.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
there
there's
hasn't been many
anything
points I feel like
close
where
to a home
where
court,
people
Parker,
like
it's
waiting
Feinberg
for
on
rates.
Temple. What
I
do you
think
got
maybe
Hax to do
once
on
an
that
awkward
to kinda
match, but like it
even
wasn't that
the
long.
odds?
Like maybe one cycle.
I
It's
just
been
I don't think the home
it's
court
been
advantage
very
is that significant.
straightforward.
Maybe like a mental thing. I mean, both players are playing like a lot of ranked. I mean, I guess Hax hasn't been playing a ton of ranked, but I don't really know. What I am interested in is, has anybody won playoffs back to back?
No, never happened.
No, right? It's always been like
Duke has won
flip-flopping.
5 and 7, and Loki has won 2, 4, and 6.
Okay. So if Hax wins this, that would be the first time
First
back
time.
to back repeating. We'll see if he can do it. I mean, I
No,
think
we got a
last
ways
season-
to go. He's got to get past Mr. Berg first.
Yeah,
He's got
yeah.
a way to go. Got a ways to
Mr.
go. But anyway,
Berg, Mr.
Fulham is
Berg.
now ready. Got everything ready for us. Enjoy this Fulham analysis in this Feinberg and Hax matchup.
Well, I know Hax doesn't care about back to back, but you know, in order to get the 3P, you got to get back to
Let
back.
us look at those first 2 seeds from Feinberg versus Hax.
And I think the first seed was really summed up by just one simple moment. And that moment, of course, came in the very first few minutes of the seed, whereby Hacking Noises was running up the Bastion and unfortunately did take a very early death. You know,
Yeah.
Piglin right there, trying to block behind.
Yeah, I don't know why Haxton needs to go
unfortunately
up there.
not
I feel like going
able
up there
to
is just
get
way
past
better.
them while
Just way easier to move,
staying alive.
to maneuver
Takes
around
a
the
death
pigs,
just by the fact
you
there
just have
was
so much
two,
more like space.
angry sword pigs there and
Yeah.
decided not to go above here, which is something that I was kind of surprised to see. Rather than taking the top terrain after he had already blocked these guys off here. Taking the top
Yeah.
terrain, going around the bastion, and looting
Or
the
just even
chest
like not blocking
above.
them off and just like giving them space
Instead,
to
we
go,
decided
just
to
like
kind
run
of
further
double
back and
back
just run
after
around them.
regenning for just a second.
If you want to commit
And
to going
try and
down.
build up and through to get to our chest. This really ended up not being the best play, obviously taking the death to Sword Piglins, going to cause him to die. Now, one thing in that last seed, however, was I know that the commentators were very
He hadn't decided if he was doing double
perplexed
triple.
as to
Well, no,
how
that's
Feinberg
I
was able
know.
to make back
I know.
so much of the
So he
time
needs to loot the
in that
chest.
seed, obviously.
So it's
very
just
difficult for
safer
just two people
to not
be
run
looking
through
at
two pigs in such a
screens
cramped
at
area
once,
to
trying
just
take
go
in
up
all
and
that
maneuver around the
information.
pigs so
That's
you
what
can
I'm
go
here for,
down, do the chest, and play your
the
route,
British
and
guy
either
has to
do
do something
double
in the
triple or triple
commentary
gap,
for
whichever
every
one you
single
decide after
esport.
leaving the chest.
So, let me talk about exactly
Fine, just fully committed to
how
it. Hacks tried
Feinberg
to
was
loot the
able to
chest, but
make
he just
back
committed too
some of
hard to
that
trying to
time.
stay low.
Notice mostly on Feinberg's screen here, he hangs a pearl towards the spawner that he notices in this direction. And then as soon as that pearl is hung, he's heading towards the spawner over here. Luckily, runs into one extra stray, but by coming up to the spawner on his left here, he's able to force spawn
Surprised he didn't
the
pearl.
first cycle on this blaze spawner. Getting those two blazes allowed him to take the advantage from Hax, who was already on 3 blaze rods here, up to the point where when when Hax was blinding, Feinberg is already at 5. Now, that gave him a lot of comeback potential. However, given the fact that Hax had already done his measuring split, it did end up that Fine was in the end second, did make it to the stronghold behind Hax. And looking at Hax's 0, it was a little bit of a close one. This first
Like that's
explosion
just
here,
dumb.
as you can
Like
see,
that's just so
the
stupid.
I mean,
arrow
it's
did not in
I don't know.
fact hit the
Because
dragon.
it's
The
kind
arrow
of on
goes
him a
underneath the
little
dragon's
bit
hitboxes,
because like
goes pretty much
it's
straight
something.
through,
Isn't it? I think
does
it's something
not
about
hit
between the
the
head
dragon,
hitbox and
and
the
that
body
means
hitbox.
because it was
So it's
a
like I
late
always try
bed,
to aim like
the
to
dragon
lead
is
the head
gonna
or just
fly
like aim for the
very
body.
high here. Hax waits for a whole
like
2
weird.
rotations, detonates this
think it
one
has to
early
do
to
with
bring the
that.
dragon's height back down to
I don't
something
know. I mean,
that's
that's
more
what
manageable.
Loki said.
But the
Sent me
problem with that
like
comes
screenshot of that one
when
time,
he
and
has
I feel like
low
that's.
explosives
I feel like that's when I
remaining.
see it
And
miss
of
the
course,
most.
he is able to get there with that
I'm
amazing
pretty sure it's just
last 2 explosives, basically taking out half of the dragon's health with a really, really nice anchor. Of
it's just
course,
RNG.
had the arrows preparing to do the chase down,
Maybe
Because
but
I
Hax
asked
able to
Circuit
finish
and
out
they're
seed
like,
number 2,
yeah,
throwing
arrows
it
sometimes
into
just get
a
eaten by the dragon.
1-all situation.
I
We're going
trust
to
them
get at
then, okay.
least 4 seeds here. If we get 5, it'll be an amazing cinema moment. But either way, I'm going to send you guys back to Korean Rec Rap right now so that
Like
we
you could
can
definitely
see
miss
our
the dragon's
next seed.
hitbox with your shot, but I like Hack's shot. I'm just 99%
Thank you
sure
so
it
much,
didn't
Fulham.
miss.
I mean, this has
Okay.
been
Yeah,
quite the
that's
set so
okay.
far, as we've seen 1-1 Feinberg and
What
Hax,
is anchor
2
max damage?
proud
What is the max damage you
favorites
can do in
going
anchor
up
on
against
0?
each other.
Like
Parker,
65.
I'm putting you on the
probably?
spot.
Something like
I
that.
don't want
Okay.
to know who's just winning this next game. Who's winning
Oh.
this set right now? Who's winning this set
Who's winning this set
right
between
now?
Feinberg and Hax?
Between Feinberg and Hax.
I'll say Hax. I'll be a Hax fan.
Brave pick, really brave there. Going above and beyond for Hax. A low seed, but I think
I'm hoping for the upsets. That's what I've been
in
saying
my
all day.
bracket I picked Hax, but then I realized
did
like,
you?
wait, I kind
it's
of want Feinberg to
Feinberg.
win.
Curry
because
is
Okay, yeah, I thought
encouraging
you would
Feinberg
go
win.
Feinberg.
gambling.
I also want
There's no way
Hax to
Curry's
win. I
encouraging
do
gambling
like
because
both
he
of
put it
them.
on
I think
his
they're both
media
both
day
both. I'm gonna
slide,
pick
presentation
Hax.
slide
Game 5.
to
It's
not
gonna happen. We're
promote
going
gambling or
That's what
drinking.
I'm excited about. But before we get there, Feinberg has to win this seed 3 on his
That's
own.
why I'm
That's
gonna
really what
get
has
drunk.
to happen. It would be a crazy comeback if he loses this Desert Temple.
Wait, because did you
seed
get drunk for
and then wins
last
the next two. You could see what's
last day
going
last
on,
season?
But if Feinberg is
yeah.
gonna make a
Because somebody
run
paid
for
me
this,
$100,
he
so
really
like there's
has
no
to win
way.
this.
Like maybe if
Oh.
other people are down, then I'll do something
100%.
tonight.
I want to see him.
I mean,
wanna
it
see
is my
Fine take this,
birthday
and Hack take
tomorrow,
the next
so
And
Oh,
then our
okay,
game
okay.
5 is just going to be the most
mean, you gotta have some
cinema
fun,
aura
right?
craziest game of all time. Sorry, I kind of leaked the script there. I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't supposed to. Whoops.
Yeah, it'll be crazy. I mean, Desert Temple, again, a C-type, obviously Feinberg's familiar with, but Hax, you play these all the time in rank. Like, especially nowadays where every C-type is 20%. It's not like how it used to be where it was like, oh, Room Portal's 10, Desert's 5, or whatever it was. Like, these runners are all very comfortable playing these C-types. We're going to see that right now as we hop into this seed with both of them. Again, immediate things.
Wow, basically.
Ruined Portal as
on.
well.
Different
Did you see that?
fine.
No, I
Ruined
didn't,
Portal.
but I
Ruined
fully
Portal.
trust that there's one there.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a fast
Second
Desert
Room
Temple
Portal on a
seed. I mean,
couple
we're
seed.
spawning on it. I didn't see any lava or water, but if there's lava and water, this could be You know, potential for Desert Temple World Record seed. You know,
Hey, you never know. Another diamond pickaxe though.
No TNT,
This is-
10
wow,
less.
is that 5 in a row?
This is it's actually been crazy how many
Wait, Haxton did Haxton
Uh,
with the chest?
diamond pickaxes.
He left like 4 rotten
Looks like
flesh. He
heading
opened
up,
it and then just didn't need
Ruined
it.
portal to the left.
Oh, okay,
Hax
okay,
did
okay.
see it. Feinberg sees it as well. Looks like the lava pool is pretty close
Or
to that.
maybe
as
1 rotten
well.
flesh. But only has
Feinberg
50.
having to wait to get the pressure plate back. Well,
Completable.
3 obby, a
Hella
bunch
iron.
of
You can make
iron.
okay. You can make iron axe from that.
Like,
Kind
why
of
is he even blowing up
interesting,
trees?
what
Like, I
to
feel
do
like
with
I
all
would
the
definitely just
materials.
No,
quit
Hax is
Ruined
so
Portal
better here.
first.
It's just
Ruined
like
portal.
yeah,
Hax
you
on
just
to go
half check
for the
RP first because you could
double
just
tree here.
because he
And
has
then
to
make
I
force
really
the
like
based
Hax
on
playing so
the-
well compared to Feinberg. I think
he has to
it's
force the
much
pressure plate,
more
but you just do this, you
linear
make
of
F1 seal,
a
and it's just like so much
situation
cleaner
for
for
him.
Hax. Like
I
I don't
totally
know.
agree. Checking the ruined portal slightly faster.
Gold
and then
shovel.
blowing up
What?
TNT once as opposed to Feinberg's twice to get 2 different trees. He's got his water already.
Does Fein even know the
Feinberg
completion for
is
this?
at the ruined
I
portal.
don't know,
but doesn't
but-
have the water, so Hax is going to be
Whoa,
blowing
whoa!
up earlier.
Oh my god, that was
Careful.
crazy. That was crazy.
Careful.
Where's the
And
water?
Fein-
I
I
don't
guess
even-
Feinberg
He's
yeah,
just
is
Fein's
gonna
just
using
not
the
even
same
going for it.
water that Hax
Oh,
got.
ghost bucket.
Gets another
Yeah,
ghost,
ghost
bucket.
bucket.
So he's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
just don't know.
behind here
Yeah, Fein's
by
just
about
ordering on
10
this. This is really
seconds.
weird.
This is not what you want if you're Feinberg.
No, not
Maybe
at
he
all.
makes up some terrain on the
I
bastion.
legit
Takes
don't know
makes some
why.
different
Like, I feel like
decisions.
he's the type
It's
of person to
not
just
a
go to the
super
RP
linear seed.
first
We
and then
haven't
just
spawned
figure it
on the
out.
bastion.
Yeah, I
Hax
don't-
looking around. I think saw the
Yeah,
didn't
I
look
don't
for it yet.
know. I don't know.
For it. So, I mean, Crimson here is nice though because we're only playing off 13 rotten flesh. So we could see something where maybe one player goes for a hog.
Yeah,
or
low
maybe
food here.
it's
Hax are
just
taking a lot of
slugs in their
damage in the
path, and
bastion,
that could be
so
a big difference maker to see
he's
the
gotta
decisions that
tidy
they make
things
if
up.
that
Yeah,
situation is
it's,
presented to him.
especially on this
Hoglin for
seed.
Hax decides not to go for it.
I like
Only
this terrain
down
from
to
Fine,
9
though.
rotten flesh already for the rest of this entire seed. And this is not the most linear seed, Parker. Like, yeah, we saw the fort, but this treasure is far for Hax. Let's use pretty much all the blocks. Hoglin for Feinberg as well. Gonna decide to not go for it as well, but has
Oh
my
just a
gosh.
little
I like
bit
his
of
terrain
run.
though.
Sorry.
I know. Is
Yeah.
this better than Hax?
You
Or
know-
is it the
Sorry.
same?
It's like Hax is
I
like
remember
here.
Hax in
I
that
think
same
I
section
like how
did a
Fine
little bit of
got here
voting,
better.
But I think
but, like,
Feinberg
Hax
has
is in
been
the same
taking this
spot.
terrain a
Is it?
lot better. You know, we're talking about decision
He's
making
just been
versus
yeah, he's just
seed
actually
he's
making.
grinding
fort
it better.
too.
Feinberg was just a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
more
I think
direct
Hax.
with
He's
the
dead.
Oh my god.
No! Oh no!
Okay.
Yeah, just misses it bulk
Wait, pull up
clutch.
bloodstream. Pull up
that's
bloodstream. Pull up
disaster.
bloodstream.
Oh shit, oh
This
shit.
is the exact same
Oh,
thing
no?
that was pretty much
Oh,
reversed in game 1, right?
no.
Like pre Bastion, Bastion death,
Dang
Bastion,
it.
Bastion death
Yeah.
into
Wait, I want to see his reaction.
Feinberg was just a little bit more
Ah!
direct with
Oh my god! Yes!
Yes!
Oh no! Oh no! I mean, oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
Fucking
Yeah, we
asshole.
8 rotten flesh left. But I
Dude,
think
if
somebody
I
of
do something like
Hax's
that and he does that
caliber,
to
who
me,
in the
I'm
last
actually,
playoffs, I think,
like-
played an entire seed without getting any
No,
food in
like,
human
I'm-
grand
I- dude,
finals. You
I
know,
can't say that on
he can
Twitch.
handle the low food seeds.
Like I don't think my
Oh, did he
mental
lose a
could
gold
take
block
it.
there?
They lost a
Blood
gold block
Wig in
there.
front of
I mean,
20,000
it's
people
treasure,
screaming,
though, and with this
"Yes!"
lead,
in
like,
front of a
you just
death in
go
playoffs. I
on
don't think I could do
forever.
it.
Like that's
That's
just so
crazy.
tough for Fine. Not getting the block glitch off, not getting a boat off anywhere, and is now at a point where we kind of gotta find some play. I like the idea of like maybe the line is like I'm gonna spend time getting food and try and pearl really aggressively.
There's just like
and,
no line.
hope that Hax
Fine's
dies.
not even in the
Maybe that's
bastion.
line.
Hax gonna know it
Doesn't
really
seem
quick.
like that's what Fine's going for. It's hard to imagine what's going
This
through his head
overworld
in
is
this
so
moment,
fast.
but a ton
Yeah,
of obby on the
so
side
good.
of
Like,
Hax.
Fine just say
should be
Fine
heading
Fine
into the
play
fort
better on this
relatively
next time
soon, but
around.
again,
Yeah.
it's really gonna come down to can he make this work on 6 rotten?
Hax didn't see the fort. Oh no, he does.
Yeah, I remember Fine talking
Yeah,
the
I
other
was
day
just saying
about
because
potentially
Hax is early
spending
and before
a
even
one
Fine saw
eye
the,
or
like
a
the
two
bastion or
eye.
anything. They
There's-
said they saw
there's potential there to make up time, but
for
I
it,
don't
so.
think he was really liking that
It-
line.
it's-
so I
yeah,
don't
it's
think we're gonna
really
be
so
seeing any
close.
crazy plays from that. We're just gonna need
Fine did the
a
same
mistake
thing.
from
Like
Hax, I
four,
think, here.
4 line there.
Yeah, I mean maybe. Oh, this is a different fort.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
just
for
Was
Hax.
there
Maybe
any
the
deaths
one that's
between me and
closer.
Skycrab?
Very nice for him. Fine will probably
I
see
don't
this as
think
well.
Oh, I
so.
died once
Outside,
at
outside of
zero,
your
yeah.
0-1, but that was like,
we're on 6 hearts.
yeah. I mean,
I
yeah.
guess
I
that's
guess
no
so.
just
Hoglins.
that's just it.
in sight.
Also, Hax
gonna
is 3
be-
with 3 anchor.
It's gonna be
Should be
weird. It's gonna
fine,
be
but,
weird. I
like,
mean, obviously, again, like you said,
not
these runners are used to
ideal.
playing for low food, but if there is a line,
I think
for
I
Feinberg
don't
to get
think
back
Hax
in,
got the gold
that is it.
block
That's why I
from
keep
the
mentioning
RP,
it.
so
That
it
is
could be
pretty much the
could be a bit of a
only line for
difference.
Feinberg to get back is something happens with
For
Hax's
Fine
food
there. Like
situation.
that's like the only thing I think of.
yeah, it's gonna have to be something
back
grass
buried
because soon
side
here we're gonna
setup,
get Hacks
and
blinding,
Hax just doesn't have
keep him hungry
the
reset.
beds
Honestly, he
for
probably
it,
won't even hungry reset.
and
He's on
finds
he's
win
on
condition is
The
the
fishing
hat.
rod.
parts. Did he actually make a fishing rod?
He
Yes.
had made a fishing rod.
Yes. The
Fishing rod
last
in the
tech.
9 slot. Aura.
Oh yes.
Oh my god, fine.
This is
That's the
epic.
greatest. I've never made a fishing rod in a speed run, and I feel like I should. I remember Mongi doing it
Look
a
at
playoff
that!
2 ago. Oh my gosh! It's just the coolest thing.
Dude,
It's
he
like
did
a
that
little
so
weird. That
badly.
flung it into Blaze
He's just
so
being so
hard.
reckless with
I'd
it all.
like to imagine that Hax knows that he's ahead by like 3 minutes and was like, you know what? I'm pulling this out. Like,
You
it's
know
time-
what? Fishing rod play.
It's time to.
No,
it's time
it's
to
That's
just
look
I'm sure
at
that's
it.
good,
what it
Let's
is.
try
bro. It's
something
just
here.
good.
Yeah.
Let's see what we can do. I like that Hax.
I think I made a
Hax,
fishing
is
rod
one of the
recently,
best
like a couple days
runners.
ago. I think on
Feinberg
a
is good at this
for
as well, but
I was
really
watching
putting on a
you and
show when
Feinberg
they're
both
in the game. You know what I mean? Like, we'll get the mouse movements. We'll get some
made a fishing
F5
rod.
action. You know, why not throw a
That's
fishing rod in
awesome.
there? Why not?
I totally agree. Why not? You know, you can even do like a boat fishing rod combo.
9:27,
Fishing rod
close,
that lays
eye
into the
break,
boat. Be
need
extra
7 rounds.
fancy. Pretty solid pace here too. We're gonna see a pre-craft 3-bed, 4 anchor. Should be very chill. Oh, look at that! Look at that crafting. Sorry, 3 anchor.
Hacks should make a
Yeah,
4th
I mean,
anchor, but
has
yeah.
4 blazes here. Feinberg's still mining gold. The bridge out. Hax has so
Oh my God,
many
Hax has
blazes
so many
on his
strays
team.
up there.
4 strays on the 4-way. Can just head
This
to
is
that if
crazy.
he needs to. Heads
I
to
don't
it
know if
now.
I've ever
Gets the
seen
pearl hang.
Feinberg's mouse movements are
Yeah,
just
Fine's
so
got the
fast,
same amount of
though. I
explosives as
feel like
Hacks right now, but he's got
he
27 more
really
gold
wants
trade.
to make up time.
Like that's
here.
the
I
only
just-
in
I
win
don't
condition
know what the
I
line
would
is.
think of, but
You know,
like
we've seen some awful
Hack's just so far
strongholds
ahead.
before.
Like there's no way Hack's
You
gonna
can.
Fine's gonna gap Hacks on
Strongholds are
this
the
fort
thing
split here.
with the most variance at
Mhm.
top level play. It's a thing that
Bro, he just jumped
uh,
to throw the pearl and he got hit by the
give the
big
biggest
one.
upset, and we're gonna
Oh,
need that. But
dude, I was
Hack's
wondering
on
how he got
10
so
10
low.
eyes here. Needs one more.
Still waiting on one
Offhand
more.
fishing rod. Yo, look at him
Yeah,
go.
no, he's got.
No, this is
fishing
crazy.
rod
Yeah,
is
okay, no,
never
Fine
farming.
did
You're
Fine
good.
did get an
Farming the
extra 2
chat.
bets
This
from
is
that.
Crazy.
From the extra 1 gold block.
Gets the rod.
Interesting.
Leaving. Where are we going?
I'm definitely just coping though.
Hopefully
Like
he
I'm
doesn't
just
split farm
coping on
too
like potential
much.
win
I
cons.
remember
did
in
Fine
the
do that?
last season, he tried to go for like a 1 rotation 0 or like a 2 rotation, messed it up and almost like lost LCQ or something.
Yes, that was an LCQ. I remember that. That was pretty crazy.
But Feinberg,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just like,
low health here, scary.
Like Hacks have to
He
choke
hasn't
0
died
and then
again,
he just like it's just like there's just no way.
but he's
There's no
playing
way.
Like-
so aggressive. Like
No,
not
has to be
even
bottom right.
eating
This is
here,
definitely
on
bottom
2
right.
hearts.
Knows he has to if he's gonna
Nope,
have any
okay.
chance in this game. But that's the portal room for Hacks.
It just look bottom right
Is
look
this
better.
fast enough where you're not gonna go for 0? It doesn't really.
Dude,
seem
I looked
like
at Fine for a
Hax's
second. I saw the
MO.
death skin on Hacks.
I
I was
I
like, oh fuck.
did that
Not
too,
doing
dude.
that.
I did that. I was
This
like, I was
isn't
gonna say anything because I
remotely
was like, bro, he's
hard. I
aggravated.
think
And
it's
it's
too
so,
low for it.
it's
It'd have to
like,
be a
but
ridiculous
dude,
game.
I
it's like,
literally
it's
did
just so
that.
interesting.
I think
Gonna
you're
build
right.
up.
But he did play really
here.
safe with that lava
Overhang
placement.
back?
You know, he didn't even jump into
Yeah, he's not
the
even
lava
going for it, not
and
even
double
going
And
for
is he
stack.
gonna go for it?
Doesn't
So
even
It's
if
go.
we're gonna
oh,
say the door is open,
The fuck?
Why do
Yo,
you,
what is
why
he
do you
doing?
like that?
He's mining an anchor because he
That's
misplaced it and he
charged.
charged it. So he's down to glowstone, but it doesn't really
I mean,
matter.
this is the
weird, though.
line, but like I just don't
and
even know
he's
if it's
not
enough
gonna be able to get a great
time.
half bow off
It's like a
because of
mid
this.
7
Could get
end
a
enter,
weird
so
perch.
it's
And,
just
like,
so. It's
I
just
mean,
I don't think it's
maybe
enough time.
maybe this is the
So
door
impossible.
or the crack in the door. How does the phrase go? The opening.
no, like the
that
door's
Feinberg
open. The
needs.
door's open.
The door is
yeah.
cracked open.
Like,
I don't know.
The
I
crack
mean, Feinberg only has
in the door.
6 eyes though. You're gonna need a max perch from Hacks here and find to hit a 0. I think it was overhang, back,
It was like that. You'd have to
94,
do, like,
97
a
or something.
universal side setup with like 5x, like
Yeah, it's just an easy
6
universal side setup.
explosives
It shouldn't be a
maybe,
problem.
but that
That's
could
just
be
a
a
perch
turn
Hacks.
for
This
Hacks.
looks
That
like
doesn't
Dragon was
matter.
pretty
It
good,
just doesn't matter.
and that's the perch. So unless Hacks has forgotten how to do the most
Mess up
essential
1 signals, he
strategy in
can't see
Minecraft
through the
speedrunning,
breath.
It looks like Feinberg is going to be down 2-1 here.
Yeah.
Clean explosives. And that'll
Right,
do
so-
it. Hacks winning on the Desert Temple
Boom.
seed and is now 1 game away from knocking out Feinberg and moving on to the semifinals.
No way, he's you little. I thought I was gonna get away with that. I was staring at
I wasn't
that
even
anchor the whole time. I
watching.
was like,
I didn't
finally,
see.
he's too nervous. He's not gonna place the anchor because it's so close, and then he freaking kills him. I can't, Curry. I actually can't.
He really likes doing that. He really does. I genuinely think it might be his favorite thing to do in ranked play. He does that every time you're commentating. It's so funny.
Oh, man.
I mean, yeah,
it's
not
like a
much to look at
full.
with these last
Yeah, I think you probably
splits.
reset the minute and they see
13
like 3
seconds
minutes
behind,
or
you lose
something,
2
so it's
plus
just
minutes
like
in the Bastion.
impossible.
And even with Feinberg trying to crank it as fast as he possibly could on the way back, still loses 30 more seconds by the time he's finding
Yeah.
That is tough.
It's tough, you know. I believe in the Feinberg mental though. I think there's still a chance he can win this next seed. It's not over. You know, it almost felt like that
It's
last
not
match
over.
could have been it. But if Feinberg wins the next 2, he could beat Hacks. You know, that's why we come here to
I think
watch,
if
you
Fiber
know?
wins next
Even
year,
if,
he does
even if
beat
somebody's
Hacks.
ahead, even if
just
somebody's
could.
totally the favorite, it can always swing the other way. That's why we watch these things, because it's not
I don't know why
fully
you
decided.
let people named Hacks get to the
100%
top
I
wall
saw
without
that.
seeing
We've
if they're
seen way
cheating
crazier
lol.
upsets than
We will
Fiber
look
winning
I
into
saw that.
this.
We've seen, I mean, last season, #1 seed out immediately. Like, there's so many things that can happen. That's the beauty of ranked. Like, all of these players have pretty similar win rates to each
Smoking
other.
gun,
It's very
ugh.
rare where there's like a very lopsided thing at a top level. So I definitely do not think Feinberg is out of it at all. It's just path's a lot harder now than it was 15 minutes ago, Parker. It's gonna be tough.
Yes. Yeah, obviously not ideal, but I think we got a lot of Feinberg fans in chat. I think people are hoping for the comeback.
No, I know they are. I know there's a lot of people hoping for it, and we're gonna see what seed that's gonna be on. Feinberg taking us to
Raj.
another village. It's the seed he won. I very much understand why he doesn't want to go Ocean. This makes sense.
Yep.
So I like the village pick. Get Desert Temple out of there. We don't even care. He's not the AA player anymore. It doesn't matter. Let's go to village.
Yeah.
Let's go for this. Let's look for the
Let's
blacksmith.
see game 5.
And we'll see what happens with this pick.
Yeah, I think out of all the overworlds so far, he played I think the village is the only overworld that he played better than Hacks. I think he had slightly better routing. He did some like I don't know how he made up time.
Fine's
on-
routing
on
was
the
better
gravel
on
pick,
the
but I
village
remember on
seed,
the
but
two other
it
seeds,
was
he
poor.
lost
It was
time
bad
with the
execution.
water,
So
he lost time with
Hacks ended up
animals.
ending making portal
Village
first, but then
seems
Hacks
nice
messed up
and
his portal.
comfy. He's won it before. Let's see him win it again.
100%. Excited. Feinberg needs to win this to go to a game 5. I know from talking with Feinberg how much he wants to do good this season. How
They're
much
like,
he
I
wants
won't
to show
slip
that he
this
is
time.
still a top player, and this would be quite the way to
River
do
behind
that.
you.
Taking Hacks to a game 5, potentially winning, but Hacks wants
Double-
to repeat.
double
See
blacksmith.
what happens. Blacksmith on the screen, bolt punching. Another diamond
pick,
pick, Steve
pick.
Parker.
Yeah,
Oh my
Fine sees it.
gosh. We're the you know, sometimes maybe it's just like
Hacks doesn't,
all in
though.
my head, but I feel like
You
we
just
get
need more iron from
streaks
this
with
for
like seeds. I remember the last time I
Iron
played
Axe
ranked, I think I got
shears.
5 or 6 Desert Temple seeds in a row. We got like I think this is our 6th diamond pick in a row. That's
It's
kind of
crazy.
crazy. no?
Ooh, that's
It's
okay. No,
crazy.
Yeah,
Fine.
Sean
Hack's gonna
Hacks-
see that though. Hack's
We
gonna
didn't
see that.
this originally. Now
He's gonna play
I
for
don't
it.
know if this means like.
But this
do
is
not
good
think
for
this
Fine.
means
It's really
that
good for Fine.
We're gonna play.
Yeah.
for,
He's
like,
already in the lead
the
because
lava and
just
the
Iron Axe.
blacksmiths to complete the portal.
Hack
with
still
the
makes shears,
Zabi.
but
That would
it's
be
just
pretty crazy, but
little
maybe we
late.
do.
You
I
know
haven't
what's
still gonna
seen
crazy
be
though?
good for
We
him.
can
yet.
make 2 buckets. You could drop the
Wait.
iron shovel. You could drop shears. You could drop the axe.
What
There's a lot of
is
things you could
Parker
drop.
saying?
And if there's
Overcooking.
no like lava pool, double buckets honestly might have been the play. I don't think Hacks is opting for it.
No, no,
He has the
no,
floor.
Parker.
He can make it though. No, he's not going for it. And there's a lava pool there. Sorry.
I
was
don't
just-
like
I was
Fine
just
doing
throwing-
this.
That
Runs
was
to
a
the swamp for
creative- I
gravel.
appreciated the line. I appreciated the line. I respected a lot. But Feinberg
Is there even gravel
really
there?
taking
Yeah,
control.
massively in
this
the lead.
overworld.
Oh, there's
This is
gravel
really.
there.
I mean,
wow.
this is really good. This is what we want to see for
It's
a
like the
game
only.
5.
It's just like such
Gonna
a
be
small
10
little
seconds
area
ahead
that
here.
could have gravel, and then it just
Maybe
does.
even more.
That's
Yeah, this
crazy.
is huge. We
'Cause also
know that the
another,
gravel is gonna be a
um,
little bit awkward here
There's
for
another
Hacks
like
going
lava
into
pool
it.
that's like
Feinberg
but
already
more in the
mined it,
center.
but
I
doesn't
feel
have
like
the
it's just
flint
makes
just yet.
much more sense
Smith
to just
positioned himself
go to the
to
river
make sure
behind
he
you for the
doesn't lose the
guaranteed
flint and the
gravel
lava.
do that, but
Get
it
the
works
lava
out better.
bucket,
They
and he's
both
in
do it.
early. But is it enough? Can we keep the lead?
Good
It's
E-Ray.
an open nether.
Definitely
You see
good
the
Very
forwards,
forwards.
clean, very quick.
100%.
Train seems very straightforward. See the forts.
And this terrain looks kind of
Did Fine get?
awkward.
How many
Do you
does it
wrap
Fine get?
all the way around
it's like at
left
least
here? No, you
one.
go up. I think Hacks is probably going to do this as well. We saw the fortress. We kind of can envision in our head where these players are going to be purling, staying on top
is
of the
Fine going
terrain
up
here, maybe
here?
dropping. Oh, and this looks like beautiful terrain for
I
Feinberg.
really like this line from Fine.
like
Hacks
housing.
not too far behind. This looks like a that should
Housing?
be a
Yeah, it's
actually.
housing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the way that the netherrack is cut off, it's a housing. We know where the fort is. We have 10 obby already.
Loki,
thanks to
I would I
Blacksmith.
could see Hacks just drop it and doing a
And
manhunt on
looks-
this.
Again, I mean, Feinberg, I think.
Oh, no,
made
it's
up
actually
even
no, it's
more
way more
time
closed
heading
off than I
into
thought.
This Bastion, Parker.
I think you might be right, and there's not going to be any crazy difference in decisions leaving the Bastion as well. I think it's pretty open, especially towards the bottom and the back, where I think would be the optimal way to go. So I don't think Hacks can really make up much time here.
It's gonna be
But we'll
hard
see.
to. It's
I
gonna be really
remember
hard to.
Fine
Hacks
talked
didn't
about
see the
losing 10 or 15
fort
seconds
unless he's
to
trying to
housing, and he doesn't know why. So
count
maybe there's a line
chunks
where Hacks'
for the
mechanical
spawner.
pre-crafting
I don't know
and
how you would
purling
miss
gives
that,
him
but
an
I guess it's
advantage here.
possible.
But Feinberg's looking in a really nice spot right now, especially
looks
with his
locked
back
in.
against the wall, his life on the line. He needs.
I mean, there
this
was no
win.
point of him doing it
Yeah,
there because
this is where
he didn't
Feinberg's
let the
gonna be at
pigs
his
in.
best. The
But
pressure situations. He's used to
on
the
double
20 nerfs,
triple,
he
yeah,
knows
it's
what
just
he's
better in
dealing
my
with.
opinion
He knows
to
what he has to do.
toggle
which
to
is the
normal.
most important thing.
instead of placing the
Inventory's looking a
block
little bit
because it
rough right
also
now.
helps
We're
the other
cracking our
piglins
second
get
bed.
down.
We have
It's just
everything
better.
Double placement
need,
by a
ready.
lot.
Pretty
Finds
much
is
leaves
looking
soon.
so
We just
good
need
here.
5 more obby, a little more explosives, and the pearl trades. But these piglins will be done pretty quick. No pearl hangout, and Hax is out. How is Hax out?
Why is-
I looked.
No,
for
he's
his
just
pearl
pearl
hanging. No,
Just
he's
pearl
just
hanging.
pearl hanging. Oh my
Great.
god, he just
But it's a
went
good pearl
really
hang.
far, like really far for
Oh,
this pearl
fuck.
hang.
Why is the Feinberg exiting?
And
like
Feinberg's
that?
actually out.
Yeah, that was so weird.
Actually out. Had to
That's
mine a
chill, though.
little bit to get through that Blackstone. Maybe Hack saves a second or two, but I think finding a slightly better spot. But Fine is just in the fortress.
I think Hax will probably save
Hax
time
is
though with the
unpearl
pearl hangs
hanging.
and
Pearl
whatnot.
hang. Yeah, he missed the terrain. I don't think this was that good, Parker. I think Feinberg's in
Oh,
a great
damn.
spot.
Nope,
But no,
and
Hax
No,
did
Hax
Hax
it.
is just
All
it's
of a
just an
sudden.
extra spot
neck and
now.
neck.
Okay.
Yeah, Hax actually did
I
make
don't
it.
Oh my
really
gosh,
know
are they
why
the same
Feinberg curled
intersection?
up like
It's gonna
that. Maybe
depend
just
on
for
where
like
the spawner
Oh
is.
my
Is that the spawner
god.
combined with 3
So many
skeletons where the fort is?
skeletons.
Or the spawner? Was
I
that the
sure
spawner?
hope not.
Feinberg
I
is
don't-
just
Wait.
not pie turning
I
at
didn't
all.
see it, but
Yeah,
it
I don't
could
know.
have
Oh, I
been
see it.
that
I see it on
really
the
bad.
screen.
Fine running into a lot of strays, but he sees a
second.
spawner
Hax
here.
looks like it
so he's
doesn't.
gonna be able to
If
build.
it is a
bad
double
spot.
spot,
Hax,
it
meanwhile,
looks so good.
still looking, still
Hax is a
searching,
spike. This is so good
scanning,
for him.
trying to use his
I think
pie
it's,
chart
like,
to find the
down
fortress,
this way and then to
maybe
the
getting
right,
a
maybe,
spike
but-
there.
It's
running as fast
it's
as
a
he can, but
weird
Feinberg gets
direction.
two
strays.
spawners.
Hax getting strays though. It'll
mean, that
help.
could be
Every
important.
If he-
second that,
he needs to find it
that
quick,
Hax
though.
does not find the spawner is such an advantage for Feinberg. It cannot be understated
Yeah, it's just left here.
how
You see
much
it, yeah.
this gives Feinberg an edge. But now Hax has found it. He's here. He also got 2 strays.
I mean,
along
Hax
the
got
way.
some
It's a
some
pretty good
strays,
first place
so
cycle, but something
like
to note,
they're
Parker, is
like
that there's a
either
lot
on the
more
same
mobs from
blazes
outside of, like, this little
or
section where
Hax is like
Jax
ahead by a
is,
blaze
and
or
that could
two.
cause problems leaving compared to
Mm.
Feinberg.
But yeah, Hax is 2 rods now.
I think
It's
yes.
just so
Like,
far behind on the
100%.
cycles.
We'll see if that changes.
Also,
the
opening this
Yeah.
here, he's getting shot by a skeleton. Has to waste a little bit of
Oh
time here
my
while
gosh.
the fire's clearing, and there's a big magma cube.
Yeah,
No,
not
not a
only
big
do you have to
magma
kill
Fucking
the
annoying
magma
ass
cube, but
skeleton,
you gotta
dude.
kill all the little guys that it splits into. Can be really
Fine
frustrating.
can also
to
make
deal
2
with.
gaps. and still
Feinberg on
have
4 rods. I mean,
2
Hax on
gold
2.
picks.
It's still
Oh my
fairly
God,
close. Is Hax
fine.
gonna be on 4 now after this? So they're both on
Or-
4
Yeah,
rods. Wait,
Fine's
no, Fine
gone.
is on 6
Hax
now.
is gonna
Fine on
save
6.
time
Fine
here
on
just
6.
because I think
Getting the pre-crafts down. I don't know if Hax. I don't think Hax has done that yet. Builds a portal.
Hax's
is gonna
mechs
blind,
thing are
doesn't
just
have the
gonna be
pre-craft.
better,
This is an
so
aggressive play from
Oh my
Hax.
gosh.
but
It's
it
just
forces the
everything's so
pressure.
fast, so you
Feinberg
have
has
to have
no
you have to go
idea that
hard.
Hax hasn't pre-crafted yet. Might be thinking like, hey, how did I lose all this time? I was ahead, but actually Feinberg still is ahead. Has to be confident in his own
2K.
playstyle here. Gets the eye. Has to measure.
I like Fine. Hax has got bread though. Fine's got
This is
two
really-
Oh
two
my
gold
gosh,
picks,
this
2
is
gaps.
really close. And if you're Hax right now, you
Hax is
might
gonna be
even
out so
save the
quick, but,
pre-crafting.
like,
I
Fine needs
know
to-
there's
Fine
clips
needs to
of
crank
people
this.
pre-crafting
Good
entirely.
turn.
In the end, you can
Yeah,
do that.
I mean,
if
this
it's
is- oh my
really,
God.
really close, and you really
a
want to
gamble,
push the
though.
pace, which
We're
Hax
okay.
needs
Yeah.
to do because
Oh,
he's
what?
purling
Such a
here.
bad
He's
play.
gonna
Ah,
be
that's
pre-crafting in
brutal.
between his pearls. Fine is out. Hax is catching up though.
He has to
A
go
blind
far.
lava
Oh,
pool.
what? It's like,
Fine
what are
taking
they-
some fall damage.
are they
Trying
both
to
in
navigate
lava?
around this basalt delta. Where are the
Yeah,
coordinates?
all the
How
way deep
close
into
is he?
this.
Feinberg throwing
And
another
just
long
to his
pearl
left
here.
a little bit.
Great
Stronghold is
pearl
really
from
far.
Fine there.
Hax finally getting the pre-craft off now. Gets a gapple. I mean, this
Go
is
to
a far
150.
stronghold. Like Fine
Yeah.
and Hax have been going forever on this. Finally finds a spot to build. Again, it seems like Feinberg
he
has kinda
cranked that
held this
portal, holy
10,
fuck.
15
Yeah, that was
second
really
lead.
awesome.
We'll see.
The portal.
He's in the stronghold at 6:45. We'll see what the time is for Hax, but we're not seeing an immediate good spike.
Oh, there you go.
That
and
looks
the
good
pierce spike
now.
as well.
Had to look the other way. A 4-way into a door, into the
feel
staircase.
like
Is
I-
this it for
It's
Feinberg?
over here.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
I don't.
Yes,
oh,
it
okay,
is.
nice. I
Curry.
thought it was
think
more
there's
right
about a
earlier.
15
I would've
second
checked the
lead. Hax
light
in
for
stronghold at
sure.
7:02. He has a lot
Full
of
pick?
room here. Does not have to hit a
57.
crazy zero. Has enough time. But Hax is beelining
Back.
to this portal.
can
Side
four
setup.
pearl.
Is the zero gonna
Should
be
be
hittable?
free
It's
95.
far and it's back.
Plenty
and
of
it's weird
beds.
with
No
how many
anchors, I
pearls
don't
we have to
think.
throw. This is a tough zero.
He's gonna go
Feinberg has
90.
to hit this universal
my gosh.
side 90
Is he?
setup.
Oh, no, he's
maybe.
not.
Yeah,
Pushing to
good.
95.
Is he pushing
This is gonna be
90?
close,
Wait,
Parker.
what high is he at? Oh my
barely
gosh.
gets gets
24.
there.
I respect that. It's
Good
really
work
good
from
from
Feinberg.
Feinberg.
R0.
Great damage there. He has
Beautiful,
plenty of bets. He
beautiful.
should. Oh, wait. Are these his last two? Oh no.
Oh, has
It's-
one more, has
Did he
one
kill
more.
He's
it?
fine. He's fine.
Oh my
Parker, he's
gosh!
fine. Really good
Nice.
defense from Fine
Beautiful
there.
Feinberg.
zero
Holy
from
shit.
Fine.
Really,
Way
really
to pull
clean.
that off. Oh
Wow.
Spoke
my
down
gosh,
like
that
an
was so
Beautiful.
close.
I know
Oh,
that the
Hax
joke is like,
just-
oh,
oh.
Feinberg 0, ha ha ha.
Oh my god,
That is
Hax's
an
bets are doing no
insanely hard
damage.
zero that Feinberg hit. The offset.
That was really clean. That
the
was really clean
explosives,
from Fine.
the
Really,
way
really
that he
clean.
set it
Yeah.
up, that is not easy.
Oh my god, I
And
thought Fine's about a
Feinberg
lava.
is
He's
going to
Fine's such a
sit away
troll.
us
Punched the
to
top.
a
Oh my
game
God.
5 punching the freaking egg along the
Did
way.
you see
Why
that?
not, Feinberg?
Like he literally lost time to that.
He still has
Does he
to make
not
that. Still
have
submitted that.
PTSD from killing
That'd
the
be gold
dragon
seed.
first last season and still losing to Hacks? I just
That was
don't
really clean, though. That
understand
was
these
really clean all
players
around.
winning celebrations, doing
Lost
things
time in
that puts
Bastion,
their
made
lives
time
on the
back up in
line,
the
and the
fort,
times
and
are
right now.
sorry, I gotta calm down. Great match. Good work, Feinberg.
Really
Good
clean,
work,
really clean.
Feinberg. Listen, he knew he had 15 seconds. He was okay. He was okay.
I expect.
But,
I mean,
enter difference.
probably just
From
another
enter
RPC from
nether to
Hacks, I
enter
imagine, because
end,
he just want to
Parker.
go on a
1
less decision-based
second.
seed and just
From
more
enter
mechanical
to
stuff.
Wow.
end.
You know, it's a
He
really
was
gap the
all
hardest.
that overworld. Feinberg
Yeah, for sure.
beelining the freaking second blacksmith first. Yes, they found stronghold, or they were finding stronghold at the same time, but Feinberg had those 2 extra rods, had the pre-crafts already at that point, and Hacks just not able to capitalize in any area. And we finally, for the first time for us in 2 seasons, get a game of 5, Parker. I'm
Yes.
amped. This is gonna be
Yes.
awesome.
Come on, fine. Come on, fine.
You know, if there's one game I want to see go to a game 5, it's this one. I want to see the rematch between Hacks and Feinberg. We had lots of people in this tournament say that was one of their favorite and most memorable moments is the
Yeah.
close games between Hacks and Feinberg. Are we going to see it again? I mean, we're kind of building up to that storyline here, Curry. This is it.
This is it.
I don't even know who to root for because it's like I want both of them to win, and
I
then
know.
like one of them's gonna lose and one of them's gonna go home, and it's gonna be like really sad and like
One of
I don't
them's
know.
gonna
I just
lose and
don't
one of
even
them's gonna
care
go
'cause
home.
It's such a close game.
Hmm.
I'm
It's a
beyond
phenomenal
excited.
game. The 2 storylines really are just, does Feinberg still have it? Does he have it in the tank? Does he have like the Lightning McQueen Cars 3? Can he do it? Can he do it? Can Hacks repeat is the other storyline? Can
Yeah.
he come in, do the only be the only person to ever repeat? Like there is a lot in just this like round of 16 match that is going to be played out for the rest of this tournament. So I'm very excited to see. I don't want to ice the runners. I don't want to do anything. What is this seed type going to be? Ruin
Yeah.
Portal.
Just had to be RP.
Ooh,
I kind of forgot the Hacks can just do that, Loki.
I
I'm
kind of forgot too. This definitely favors Hacks. I think Hacks on Ruin Portals, low key, kind of deadly. That guy, a little bit fast. I don't know if anybody knows. Breaking news: hacking noises is really fast.
I low-key forgot
so
that
seven last
Hacks could
RP
just
seed.
pick Ruin Portal, and I legit
Yeah.
think that Hacks' Ruin Portal average in ranked playoffs, like legit, might be sub 7. I'm not even kidding. Like it actually.
Really?
it
I mean, he's
actually
got
might
2
be sub 7
sub-7s
in ranked playoffs. Like,
in
it is
playoffs.
Just
Yeah, you might
disgusting
be
some of the times
right.
that he gets on here. I mean, listen, if Feinberg wants to prove that he deserves this, this is the great way to do it. This is a great way to do it. Beat Hacks on his own
Yes,
turf.
100%.
Also,
come
it's a
back from
beautiful, beautiful
2-1,
match.
lose
No
Desert
ocean
Temple
seeds.
and win the next 2.
No ocean seeds.
What a
It's beautiful.
storyline! What a YouTube video it could be. But Hacks.
That's true. That's
Have a
true.
great
I guess
seed.
if Fine wins this, we might
Hacks
get
is
a
just
we might get a
not- doesn't
YouTube
even have
video out of it.
channel.
I'm a
Look at this
YouTube
Parker.
guy.
It's a
Or maybe
lava
he does,
pool.
he's just
They're
not responding.
No, he
finished
does, he
yet,
does, he just-
unless
he
there's
said good
second
luck
in
and
this
then-
chest. Nope.
Ooh.
no
Some
food
carrots.
necessary.
Oh my gosh, just so
I mean, a
much
good
of
amount of
everything.
iron.
Just need water.
Fine going to a
Where's the
actually no, it's not
water,
a bad
though,
tree
is the
because
big
he's
question.
he's need more
Closer
wood.
water,
So
closer water
here.
too.
Look, I guess Fine is
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
a different tree, maybe slightly more logs.
Does Fine
but
have
it
the
doesn't
cleats for
matter
this portal?
the whole time.
Surely.
Sure, right?
You did. That could be huge.
Actually,
Some water for
I
Fine.
kind of do like the
Hacks
decision
gets
better
the
more for
grabs
Fine
on.
to go to this further one.
Thinking
It
on
feels
immediately, I
more
mean,
wrong.
Hacks has to feel great about
But it's just like I think
situation. This is
Hacks is
such
going
a
for
fast
stone though. I feel like
even
the
with
thing about
the lava pool.
if you stay the
makes
closer
it
one,
really
you
important
could
because of
potentially
the
just
6
have
golden carrots. That's
go back to the
huge.
RP,
Not
get a
having to
gold
worry
block,
about
make
food at all
make
here
gold
is gonna be
axe. That's
great.
the only thing I can think of, and then you go to
Finishes
this
the
tree.
crafting the boat is gonna be.
You just
heading
have to go to
pretty
this
much straight here.
one.
Maybe gonna. Where's he going? Oh, has to get the water.
Oh,
So has
here's
to get
the water.
Feinberg
He
a
just
little bit
commit. He's
closer,
just
and also
committing to
grabbing
it. I
a
okay.
lot more wood.
I don't mind this. I
compared
don't
to
mind
what
this
Hacks did
from
because he went
Hacks
to
right
the
now.
farther tree. But
It's
Hacks is gonna be entering
scary.
earlier. We're gonna see some cool ruined portal completion. To be honest with you, Parker, I don't know how up to date Fine is on something like this. So this could be different.
this is
a big
old.
difference here, and could be a huge advantage for.
He should know this.
Uh,
Oh, he doesn't.
Actually, it is.
Okay.
Feinberg going for the
It's
old
such a
one.
fast
Whatever.
completion
This is a
though.
huge
He's
advantage for
he's
Hacks
so
here.
chopped, man.
And on top of that, Fine
Well,
getting all
ah.
the extra wood. It's
Hacks-
ends up just.
I mean,
being a
Hacks
time
should still be
loss because
fine.
The seed is so
Double
linear.
triple.
You're
Basket
basically
right here.
Yeah,
on the
he knows.
bastion.
He
You've
knows.
seen the fortress already.
Fine's gonna go for double triple.
This
The
is
The double
fast,
triple
Parker. This
also
is
with the
fast.
RP.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes I
This
just
also
forget
just
about
is
the
a
speed because
crimson.
they're so close. But you're entirely right. If this double triple hits, you could
Oh.
be in the
Oh.
fortress.
And
low
Okay,
three.
he doesn't see double triple.
Triple yet because he didn't enter from like the same way that Hacks
Oh.
didn't check as much at the top. So
No, he's
might
gonna
be
go up
even
and
going
check.
for triple the gap here without even
Ooh.
checking.
No, he's
wasting
not.
time checking these chests where the piglins could be
Not
trading.
mine,
If you're a Feinberg believer, you
oh,
gotta be
yeah.
Oh
sweating
no.
right now.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, he's
Feinberg
just playing double
getting this
triple.
set up for the double triple.
he didn't even let the pigs in.
Hacks is in such a great
Yeah, I didn't
spot
do
right
the
now, Parker. Like, in
staircase. Oh,
such a
God.
great spot.
Yeah, you're entirely
Yeah.
right. The only thing that
Fine,
could
just in
go
a really bad spot right
majorly
now.
wrong is he doesn't get 20 obsidian. He has to go trade
Letting
more
those
block.
picks in.
I
He's
guess
Oh.
not letting those picks
that
in.
really
is
probably
that was the
wouldn't
middle
matter
triple?
either, though, because Feinberg
What the fuck?
is also doing double to triple.
Wait, really?
Really good pearling from
So
Hax.
he's not
though.
going to have an
Oh, yeah,
advantage
wow.
on
Yeah, this is the
gold
middle
block.
triple.
He's really
this
trying
pearl
to
hang
push the
from Hax
pace.
is phenomenal. Like actually, like
Wow,
it was a
really is.
phenomenal textbook pearl hang from Hax in the
This
driver's
is what I
seat.
meant that he
Just
didn't
needs to
open
make
up.
sure we get enough obsidian.
Oh,
9
oh,
from
okay.
that,
I think. Oh,
more
yeah. I thought you were
finishing
talking about the
goal,
ones
up
like
to
from the other
15.
triple.
And Parker, this could be a sub 3 fortress for Hax here.
Yeah.
This was a bucket completion ruin portal. Gonna trade this last gold block to get one more pearl trade. We have everything else. A ton of
Yeah, it's just
explosives.
it's
Feinberg
so
up
good for
to it, so a
Hax that
pretty
it's
nice pearl hang
Crimson.
here, but it just doesn't really
He's
matter
got
because
no
Hax is
wood.
such a
Pearls.
lead right now.
Wow, sub 3 fort and really good materials. You have the 20 obby. He had like nearly 2 stacks of string, 2 stacks of
you see,
pearls.
there's,
I
like,
think he has
pigs
a decent
stuck
No,
for
amount
no,
of
we're
fine.
low on
fireworks.
pearls, I think, Parker. I think we're low on pearls.
It's okay.
He
He
got-
has
only have
everything.
one
I thought he got
stack.
an extra trade and he has 2
Oh,
stacks.
hella
We'll
pearls,
see.
hella
We'll see
pearls.
next time he opens the
Such
video.
Such a good
Oh,
Fine,
point.
you're
look at
so
Feinberg,
right.
right?
He has 2
And Feinberg's
stacks.
in the fort, and
Fine's
is in the good
pearling's
part of the
just
fort.
better.
But has to traverse to the spawner, not on either runner screen yet. But Hax does
Bring
get the
some
first
strays.
one.
I like this
Also
from
has to
Fine a
waste time getting
lot.
wood with Hoglins on him. Feinberg
And
also
Feinberg
killing
Yeah, I
getting
saw
Feinberg
one guy below
strays.
him.
They're
And
called
Two.
Feinberg
actual
strays for a
Feinberg
reason.
strays, Parker. Actual Feinberg strays.
Actual Feinberg
I
strays.
don't know, though. Hax just
Here's
hit the
more.
What's
spawner.
happening? Hax has found the spawner. Double beds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Hax is in the lead here. It's just
Such
so
a bad
powerful being
spot.
at a spawner. Unless it's like 6 for 6 raids,
Yeah.
you really can't rely
You
on
just, like, can't play
strays that
for
much.
strays on
Fine's
this.
still looking for that spawner. Just now finds
Wow,
it,
he
but it's
finds it
going to be
quick
Finds
though.
it. Doesn't have
far
it
behind
pre-crafted
in terms
though.
of pace. His inventory
So many
a lot more
explosives though,
cluttered than
man.
Hax, and Hax with his mechanics. Look at his pre-crafting right now.
I mean, just unreal. Has to grab more wood again, though.
The
This is
better the
third
rates,
Fine's
the
up
worse
on
for Feinberg.
blazes.
But Feinberg messing up the place.
Fine's got 3, Hax has
is
2.
frustrating. The nerves.
So there's
on
still.
display.
Oh, he
Wait,
gets a
wait,
one
wait.
spawn though.
Fuck
That's
it up.
so
This
bad.
is tough. Everything's on
Just
the
the
line
no
here.
pre-crafts.
The portal for Hax
He
coming
went for a really
through.
good
We
pearl
only have
hang and he just
2
didn't have
rods
a
so far.
pre-craft and he
Feinberg
got
up to
lucky.
4. I
Yeah.
think this is. I mean, maybe Hax is ahead by maybe 5 seconds.
I mean,
Parker. Like,
well,
maybe
Hax
I'd
will probably
say
need
Hax
one
is ahead
more
by 5
cycle
seconds.
unless
This
these
is
all
a very close
drop.
match, and they're both at the
So
same spawner,
Fine
right? So
could
it should be
save
same,
time
similar
from the
decisions
strays
getting
if
to
Hax
second
has to wait for
ports.
another cycle. Because Hax also,
Fine.
like, if
But
he's
Hax-
behind on a
my
cycle,
God,
he's not going
No,
to
he
go
didn't mess it
for.
up, but the pearl does land. I thought the pearl missed the portal. That was taking
Wow.
so
He's not gonna.
long
He's not
to
gonna
land.
try
The
to send it 2 or
Fine from
anything.
Feinberg coming through.
It's only
Again,
3 as well
ahead
here.
on 2 rods right
I mean,
now.
I just.
but Hax
It's hard.
has
It's
the
hard to
blazes
see
kill
how
right,
Hax
and both of these will
loses
probably drop up to 5
enough
rods,
time
so
on
still has to
this.
wait for one
Well,
more
he's waiting
completion
for one
cycle.
cycle.
Fine's line to stay in this game, Parker, is does he
Ah,
have to wait
shit,
an
yeah.
extra cycle, or were the strays enough to keep him in this?
I think this is
That's what
good
it
for
comes down
Feinberg.
to.
I think this is actually good.
Yeah,
It
we
is,
saw
it
in,
is.
I think the other ruin portal seed.
Just how long does it take to
He did.
kill these
It didn't
guys?
have
He just
Feinberg
might be
leave off,
out.
This is the play. Can he
Oh my
leave off
gosh,
this?
can he?
No,
Can
no.
he? I don't think so. I
Neither
think both of
dropped.
them not dropped.
But
No.
definitely
Hax
next
can
cycle.
One
Hax
drop.
lead- can Hax
I
even lead
look.
off
Did
this?
he send him
Yes.
2 eye?
The strays were not enough for
Mm.
Feinberg. Has to wait one more cycle, and it's a doozy.
Is
Has
it
to wait like
slow?
15 seconds here. While all this time,
That
doesn't look
Dude,
good.
it was just that one that if he was pre-crafted, which I don't even know how he
Yes,
does,
yeah,
but
yeah.
he would have been out on that cycle.
Yeah. All the
Do
fire
anything.
just
Oh my
fucked him
gosh,
up.
look at him shifting. That's
There
gotta
it
be
is.
so frustrating.
there's the
having to
rod.
wait.
Yeah, it's just so rough. I think he's got gold
And we're
picks
gonna
though,
need-
or unless he pre-crafted
my
a
gosh.
bow.
He pre-crafted a bow.
maybe he can
Hax-
Oh,
find
no,
a
okay.
better terrain line than Hax did, but it looks like they're.
I
going
mean,
for a
Fine's really good
very
at finding terrain,
similar
man.
play
If
here.
there's anybody that's
Actually,
gonna
no,
gap
Feinberg
on
cutting
this, it's
left.
gonna be him.
Hax
But
didn't do this, and Hax has to dig to cords.
Hax is
Feinberg
at
still
Y37
not
though.
digging.
Hax
This
at
is the line.
Fine's
He's
at
got an
Y80.
Endermite?
No, down to a boat.
Yeah,
And
Hax is on
will get
Yeah.
cords.
obsidian.
He needed some miracle
74 to
terrain
58, yeah,
there
Heinz-
to
Fine's
catch
still just
up.
20
What we're
off.
hoping for now is
It's just like so
the
hard.
stronghold
It's just like
split to
yeah,
even
it's
out.
just he
Hax is
can't.
totally in the driver's
Ooh.
split. But
Hax
He
misses.
missed.
Above.
But is this
36.
a
This
full
is
miss or
above.
is this just below? It's got to be just below. There's no way.
It's same
Hax
chords. It's
misses
same
in
chords.
this high
No, they
caliber
have
of a
the same
match.
chords. They have the same chords. They have
Okay.
the same chords. So they
But
have
if
to
Fine
hit.
goes lower,
It was like a
maybe no, he's not going
Y90.
lower. He wants to push the pace.
Yeah.
I think
But I
Fine
mean,
is
that
going
has
to
this will
to.
save him a little bit of time, but I don't
Hack
think it's
seems
up. I
confident in
think
the
Hax is
spike.
really in a good spot here, but it's
Mine
mine shaft,
shaft.
Parker. This is the first mine shaft we've
Wow.
seen. Same miss that
Mhm.
Hax had,
It's kinda
Fine has
messing
now.
up.
But where's the portal room? What spike are we getting?
Wait, why
It
was
comes
Fiber
down
so
to
fast
on that?
potentially
It's just
this.
here.
It is.
It's good.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
quick as well. And Hax is going to be entering the end ahead by a lot.
Buried?
Does not have to do anything
57.
crazy. It's
Buried
057.
57.
Feinberg just entering the stronghold now. Hax Pearl clip
Front,
good.
that's fine.
It's a front 0. All Hax has to do
Play
is
safe.
hit a
Yeah,
pretty
play safe.
standard
Goes for
0.
side setup.
Side setup.
Kind of low.
On
He's
one
on
heart.
1 heart, Curry. One
He's
and a half
fine, he's
hearts.
fine.
Doing side setup. 95 after buried. He's gonna have to push this. I think he can hit this, but I think he only has like 5 explosives.
Oh my
Great
god, I thought it
damage.
was gonna break.
That-
You know
I
how
thought it was
that
gonna break
happens
bed. I
a
thought it
lot?
was gonna-
Rotation to get
It
lots of
happens
damage
on
on it.
Really
94
rare.
sometimes.
Never mind.
It
Never
happens-
mind.
it's
He
happened-
just
yeah,
kind of
it happened,
died.
dude. It happened to both of us
Wow.
in NRI
And
before.
I remember
will
that,
take
yeah.
it in a crazy best of 5 set
Oh, it's
against
97.
Feinberg.
I remember
Feinberg
pushing
ending up trying to
97.
push top, having to lower. It's not going to matter. Trying to
No,
go for
I
a
I
crazy
respect it
setup
though. It's
there.
like you're playing for the win
Hacks,
condition of
Wow.
just
knowing that he
like
had the time,
that.
ends
And
up
he also
hitting
saw
the
fine
0,
saw for the
and
end, so it's just
that
like
will
whatever.
be
Yeah.
this set done.
Oh,
What
damn.
a crazy set,
was
and what an
insane.
incredibly well played final seed there from Hacks.
That was it. That was a cinema match.
Oh,
I was so scared.
It
when
was a
Hacks won with
2-0.
1 heart
It's
there, pushing that
Damn.
setup. Oh my gosh. G.
yeah, because I think if I'm
Jeez.
fine there, I really
Nah,
do
that was
strongly
crazy.
consider
You
sending
could
it to. I just
20
like
seconds.
I mean you're behind by
plus,
20
or, like,
seconds. You know that.
20-second lead for Hacks
It's just
entering
like,
the
ugh,
Nether.
so hard.
Again, only 3 seconds separating these runners from enter to enter Nether to enter end. That is absolutely crazy on this side. And Hacks
Oh,
deciding so smartly to go for the lower 0 setup
I'm
to not have to push it
so hungry,
because he's
bro.
ahead and hits
Mhm.
some
My stomach
crazy
hurts.
beds to clutch it out.
Oh
and
my
win
god,
with
I feel
another ridiculous
awful.
time.
'Cause I got
It's
like
absurd.
I got no sleep last night.
Yes,
I just I
beautifully
feel
played.
awful.
I think it really the biggest decision difference there
That
was
sucks.
really
I
just
mean,
the
it's over
overload.
now,
I think
so-
just
Wait, there's
picking
no-
to
yeah,
go
there's
to
no
those
more.
different trees. That was potentially the entire seed.
Yeah.
Absolute cinema.
Yeah, absolute cinema indeed. And of course, we will be having an interview shortly with Hacks. I mean, that was just so crazy from both of these runners, and I know that both of them played incredibly well. And that's just this is only day 1, chat. Remember, this is only day 1. We got another day to monitor this. We got a whole other weekend of this next weekend. But I mean, wow, what a great performance from Feinberg and Hacks there. Hacks taking the win in game 5, and I'm super excited to talk to him and see what he has to say about it. Hacks, congratulations. You know, you went to a game 5, you come out victorious. How are you feeling?
That felt good. That got the heart rate going. I can't lie. I was worried going into this playoffs. I already won. What if it's like boring, you know? But it's like I got the adrenaline going. The heart rate was up. Like, oh my god,
Yeah.
I feel something. That was awesome. That was so much fun.
Oh my God. I mean, talk a little bit about obviously you won last season of playoffs. Going into the season, do you have like a different mindset? Do you feel like the monkey's off your back? Do you feel like the pressure to repeat? What was kind of going through your head throughout this seed or throughout this match?
No, I just thought it was funny that I died on the first seed. Like I've been doing this bit,
Funny.
this bit where it's like, no, I've been rage baiting my chat, and what I've been saying is it's like it's good to go.
He did
down,
that
like
grand final
2-2
seed
or
1.
like 1-2 in playoffs because it's like it's good for like the adrenaline, you know. It's like
Oh, okay,
it's
yeah,
like normally
sure.
when you play ranked queue, it's like kind of boring. It's like it's another game, one game after another. But it's like when you're in playoffs, it's like there's nothing quite like having to be in like that clutch and kick situation, and it's like I've been rage baiting my chat with that, and I just thought it was funny that it's like Loki that first death, like
He died.
Somebody in my chat
I was
said
thinking about it, and that
Hacks
was
said he'd
actually
rather
like
be
an
down
NPC
0-2 than
death.
up
Like
2-0.
that was like a Ludwig level death. I can't lie.
Whoa. Don't stoop yourself that low. That's crazy. You're not that
I wanna
bad.
see
That's
that.
really bad.
Yeah, I wasn't even Lud saying.
Totally
I'm
joking.
sorry, Ludwig. I didn't mean it.
Totally joking.
I'm sorry, Ludwig. I didn't mean it.
What do you mean you're sorry?
What do you got?
You just said it.
What do I got? How are you feeling with your potential matchup between EDCR and Steez? What are you thinking about that match? Are you
It's funny as fuck, man. Let me just listen.
confident going
Hopefully,
into
well,
it
hopefully
general?
Ludwig has a new person to hate watch
Yeah.
playoffs.
I'm expecting EDCR. I wouldn't be surprised if I got Steez, but I am expecting EDCR. I don't know. I just hope it'll be a fun match. Me and EDCR, I was expecting to play him last time in quarters, so I didn't get to.
That's right.
But I didn't get to play him last time. So
Media
I
training did
hope-
not work. Well, they didn't say anything
if it
about
makes it through, I
Ludwig,
hope we
so.
have a good match.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Me too.
I mean, dude, talk a little bit about your preparation for this season. I mean, obviously you didn't play too much. You ended up getting rank 1 at the end of the season to not have to go through LCQ. I'm sure that was like a major relief to not have to do that at the last minute, but like talk a little
Yeah,
bit
I
about, like,
know
just your
Ludwig's
mindset
fine
going
actually.
into
It's
this
just hopefully he takes a
playoffs
little bit of
and
the
kind
focus
what
off
you're
of
hoping to
me.
get out of it, if anything.
I can't lie, like, I don't know, just like, I hope it's fun. I was really glad I got through LCQ, because it's so bad, I have exams, like, after this weekend. So I'm so glad I got LCQ, because otherwise I would have to, like, I would have had to prep for LCQ and then overlap studying with my exams, and I'm so glad I only had to do like one.
I haven't been in school in 10 years.
But I don't know. For this season, it's like
Unk.
I don't know. I just want more deep runs. Having more deep runs is really fun. I just want to try my best. Have some fun games. We'll see though. I don't know.
I have 2 degrees, bro.
Great. Parker, you got anything else?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for playing. Oh, the freaking anchor death, like in the fountain, just every single time. Every time he gets it. I thought for sure this match. I was like, okay, he's like got the 2 anchors here. Oh wait, he has 1 extra. Surely he doesn't use it.
Yeah,
Surely
mine's got
he's like
10K,
too
holy
stressed out.
shit.
He's like boxing stuff up. It's
That's it,
fine.
yeah.
And then he blows himself up anyways. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Max,
No,
what do you
it's
think was
fine.
the more impressive victory for you? Was it this Game 5 thriller, or was it beating him in the Bastion vegetable masterclass? That we watched?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. The Bastion vegetable thing was really embarrassing because I'm pretty sure I lost in the vegetables. Like I only won because
Also, let the record show, Hacks, that I fucking tied with you in the vegetable bastion quiz, and, you know, I'm cool 3, so.
we're in coal 2, and I'm like coal 1 and he's coal 3. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, listen, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll have plenty more to show of you next weekend. Enjoy your rest for until then. Thanks for always putting on a show, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You guys want to see some fucked up shit? If you go to Feinberg's chat and you type Ludwig, which is my name, it doesn't come up with the text that is my name. Instead, an emote appears that shows the screen you see when you get a rank up to the lowest rank in MCSR ranked, Cole 1.
And everybody's
I'm a
spamming it
huge
now.
Aquacord guy. I'm a huge Skycrab
So.
guy.
Anyway, chat, if we look at our pick'ems today, I did a pretty good job. We went 3 out of 4 correct guesses. The only one I got incorrect was Silver Runs, who was defeated by
Luck.
Snow Crab, which very close match. Probably the closest match we saw today, because Silver Runs had the lead in game 4 up 2-1 against Snow Crab. But you know, credit where credit's due.
Fucking rage bait.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Rage
Playoff
bait.
veteran versus someone who's playing for the very
He
first
always
time.
says
The battle
no
of the seas.
grab.
That'll be very exciting. Parker, any of those matches that you personally are super excited
Oh, like I just don't know
You
what to
know,
do
as a
after I
fellow
lose. You know what I
Steve
mean?
student,
Like
know
I
you
just
have
don't know what to
exactly the
do
same
anymore.
stream I
It just
have,
feels
like,
like so
old school
shitty.
Steve.
I get
I'm
it, man.
rooting
I
for the
get it.
Nahan versus Low-Key match. I want to see some cinema
I
there.
still really
I'm a
wanted you
big
to win,
fan
'cause
of
I knew it'd
Blazemind.
be
I
just, like,
remember one of
weird in
his
your
runs
mental
coming onto my feed
Yeah.
With recent life experience.
I just wish
This
like
guy
I
popping off. I'm
had
a fan of
and
Skycrab.
I just if I just
Seeing
made
him
it to
come
next
over
week,
from
like I would be
RSC is
so much happier
exciting.
than now. It's just
Yeah,
like
Those
so
are like a
tough.
couple of my favorite matches.
Yeah, I get you. I get
Yeah,
you.
I mean it's been a great day. We're
Oh,
gonna have
finally
a bunch of
Nerdy
great
joins ZC,
matches
man.
again
Jesus.
tomorrow.
Hey, guys.
Last thing,
Yeah.
cannot do this production alone. There's so many people working.
guys gonna
behind the
hate
scenes to
watch
do some
Ludwig?
like all the incredible stuff.
Is he
Oliver
playing after this?
heading over with everything.
Yeah, he said he's
us
gonna
doing
play
the
one game.
commentary, Nerdy and Feinberg.
Oh
carrying the
fuck! I'll
morning
hate watch
shift
one
today.
game. I'll hate watch one
all
game.
the editors, TJ,
I need to
Bendo,
get sleep. I need to
War,
eat, but like fuck it, bro.
Lucky,
Fuck it.
Beetle, like so many incredible people
I'll do one
doing
game.
all the work. The refs today, we had
LCQ, bro. These games are way too scary.
doing all the work. The refs today, we had
The eye
Lauren
and portal
Alvin
animation?
Rain. Thank you
So,
so much
Infime,
to
what'd you
both of
think of the
them.
games today? What's your
Awesome
analysis?
repping. Just a bunch of incredible people.
They were good.
Put together an incredible show for you guys to watch.
Better
and
content
we're so
than
grateful for you. So,
last
thank you so
season.
much, chat. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this. We will see you all tomorrow.
That is
It's
true, bro.
probably
There-
better,
last season was
right?
annoying, man. Like, why we get so many 3-0s?
Cause I'm the goat.
Something
So I
that
didn't-
lets
I only
you
threw a
fall
lucky.
down, or you could dig into terrain.
What
that lets you go
happened
forward. It's just
in
one
the
game.
grand finals?
Bye bye.
I got
just
unlucky.
I just
No,
don't
it's further,
remember.
though.
Oh,
I
okay.
got unlucky. My game lagged.
That is unfortunate. It's always unlucky when that happens.
Because you could dig straight
Yeah,
down.
I had a
and then
3-second
hit
lag
terrain that
spike
lets you
on the
go
last seed. I
towards
should have won
forwards,
it,
which
but
is what
like
happened. Or you could dig
everything
forward
froze. I couldn't do anything.
and like
true.
hit a fucking thing that lets you go down. It's just random. I don't know. It's chill.
Okay, let's
Wait,
in
Ludwig's
queue.
playing
Pull it
right
up.
now.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Okay,
Sure,
other
pull it
than
up.
dying, I played fine. Like whatever.
Okay.
Wait, Silver. Is Silver screen share? Oh,
Yeah.
All right, we are in it. It's my first game in a couple of days.
let's see.
No real
Ludwig.
warm up.
Dribble to gap. Is this an alt? Is this a Smurf? Hope we get some stables.
Hope we get some stables. I hope you're. Okay.
The
Whoa.
wig in Ludwig stands for W, guys. That's what I think.
No, the wig. No, sorry. The
Ruined portal
W
over
and
there?
Ludwig stands for what the fuck is he doing?
And I think that's a lava pool as well.
No. Come on, let's be nice. I know. No, you guys.
got our
Infium,
blacksmith?
we're a good combo here because I'm a Ludwig love watcher. Okay, when I watch Ludwig, I'm rooting for the best. I want to see improvement. I want to see skill. I want to see him. I want to see him learn. Okay, that's what I want. Okay,
Yeah,
and you
no,
all you
yeah.
want is failure. That's all
no,
you want to see
no,
others.
no.
Five?
It's good to see him improve and get better at the
so I'm gonna
game.
have
It's
to
it's
kill
good.
the golem.
It's just
Okay.
like more fun to see him fail.
Okay, so you do want him to fail. That's what you're.
No,
that's
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying.
no. No, I said no. I did not say the word fun at any point in any of those statements.
Ah.
It's okay to hate people.
Yes, exactly. Fyro knows.
Last time I watched Blood,
Okay.
why the fuck is he getting
What
so
is he
much?
doing?
Okay, what are we doing? Okay, god damn it. I think I see the problem. Okay, no, it's a smart play. You guys just don't understand. Watch what he's gonna craft. Watch this.
He's
Dude,
gonna
I
he's gonna try to make
actually
a
remember,
hoe as
like,
well.
in-
but-
Oh. And he has 3
Yeah,
extra.
Three extra
in case he need,
for-
in case he needs another axe. It's always possible. Okay, he's doing like 2020,
You couldn't- you
early
couldn't
2020 strats.
The
Dude,
only thing
that's
I would
literally
understand saying
remember,
just
Okay,
build
I'm
like
gonna
a
kill
you
the
golem.
always get 9 cobblestone to make like either 2
then we
stone
can dip.
pickaxes or 2 stone axes because
Yeah,
one of them
man,
will always
yeah.
break.
Oh my god!
Ow.
Why did he hit it so close?
We just need this for our buckets.
Literally
Love you.
watching playoffs
Okay.
was so funny. Did you see his reaction when Feinberg died?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
That's good.
It was so good.
Fuck, I shouldn't have done that.
I've never seen him so happy.
Oh my god.
Okay, we're gonna head over to the fortress. Or not the fortress, the portal.
Dude. So why is he looking? Just there's a river right behind you. Like to your right. Yes. No. Ugh. He's just not even going. Oh my god, there's a room portal. What the fuck?
I'm assuming there's gonna be
Okay.
something in
Okay.
the chest to light this.
So lucky.
You just leave a gold pickaxe. All right.
Okay, how do I do this shit?
It's so
First off, I
funny
need
because
some.
he's like hate watching like the best players ever, and then like we get to watch it.
Like what is he doing? Why is he getting? I mean, he doesn't have wood. He has no wood.
Oh yeah, why didn't he get wood?
No, this
He's
is
like-
2027 playoffs player we're watching. That's what I believe. I believe in him. Okay.
What the fuck happened that he's in
Actually-
2027 playoffs? Like
I'm saying he's
A bomb get
practicing
dropped?
No, I'm saying
Oh.
that he. Infium, see, this is why you're a hate watcher. That's your nature, okay? I am an optimist. I believe in people. I believe in practice makes perfect.
Dude, I'm
Ludwig's
just-
gameplay
I-
will be perfect ever since practice.
I just call it how I see it, man. I call it how I
like
see it.
like if you're like you're a hate watcher, but like we been know, you know, like we knew that, you know.
My god, ugly, ugly,
That's
ugly.
not a bad thing.
Jesus Christ.
No, I actually wonder, like, what do you guys think, like, Ludwig's highest elo in ranked ever will be? Like, be honest.
Ever?
Yeah.
Realistically, if I had to put a bet on it, I think he could
I
get
got
to like
Feinberg portal, bro. This is
gold,
ugly.
maybe emerald, maybe like low
I
emerald.
think he could get,
What the
I
hell?
think he could legit get, like 1300.
Okay, it depends if he like. It depends. It's just like how much time is he gonna put into it thing. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Like it's
Like, if he actually like started grinding, I think he could get
Yeah.
like mid diamond. If he like really like genuinely
Diamond?
like that's all he did. Yeah, I'm saying like if he quit streaming, just like fully committed to speedrunning.
okay. Well, if anybody, yeah, anybody could like
Yeah.
they quit
Yeah, that's what I'm
streaming
saying.
full grind,
Realistically, he's
yeah.
gonna be like a content creator for the majority.
That's what I'm
of it.
saying.
Like,
So
given
so
like what-
Too
realistic.
soon? Is that too soon?
So I'm saying realistically, I think yeah, that's where my prediction of like low emerald, high gold is where I
Credit
could
love
see
to
him if he like keeps going for a while.
I think like okay, no, like I think like he could hit 1300, but like the reason why I don't think he can go any higher is probably because like, and like I don't think people need to know this, but I don't think he's ever gonna zero cycle in his life. Is that bad to say?
No, like no. He can barely one cycle as is.
He's okay for a Cole player. He's not that bad at one cycle. Like most Cole players just can't even like they get to the end and then like that's just where the run ends.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I haven't watched him much recently.
Bit
I know his last
slow
stream was better, but like
in terms of my entry.
the
Yeah,
majority of
we're
the
gonna
things
have
I've watched him
a
do,
bit.
it's like it
Hi,
takes
guys.
him like
What's
3
going on
purges
here?
to kill a dragon.
I hate watching Ludwig. Oh no,
I love
love.
watching,
I'm
I love
love
watching.
watching.
We're-
I'm rooting for him. I'm
we-
rooting
Why
for
did
him.
he put
We
on
all
helmet? We
love
put on
Pants, it's fine.
pants.
Dude, I love Ludwig.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Okay, dude.
Him.
Oh, he's going. Wait, he's going against triple to gap.
Triple
Yeah.
tap.
You just now realize that?
Sorry,
just
I'm
now
sorry,
see their
Infume.
name?
People were
If
saying
you-
he's a
Lock in,
smurf.
bro. Lock in.
Infume.
Oh my god, he almost.
I'm listening.
Can I get you guys' opinion on something? Like, what do you think about people who choose a username after
41.
entering MCSR based on like an MCSR tactic?
Horror.
What do you think about that?
Weird.
Absolute horror.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I've queued this guy called Hacking Potato twice this week, and I lost both times, and it really annoyed me because it's like it's not even real hacks, and I still can't win. Like I'm that bad. I'm losing to a guy who only named himself after hacking noises. Like
Yeah,
that
to be
was
fair, Hacking Noises started playing in 2020. He just didn't get good until 2023.
Have you guys seen Dan Denny Man?
So he's still not entering.
Yeah,
I saw that
Danny
tweet. I
Man.
saw that tweet. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
No, that
yeah,
one's so good.
Dude, whenever I go into fucking Infume's chat and I type at
Seems so far
IN,
from
I get
Bastion.
at Infumi.
You know, I'm
That's only
watching these
since
Netherite
Ludwig
bourgeoisie
started
playing
playing
the playoffs, the
Minecraft.
Bastions are right
Yeah.
fucking next to them. I play the game
Triple
of
Gap
Bastions
in the
800
last
blocks away. What's up with that?
23 matches has not gone below 500 and above
Treasure Bastion, I don't see a
544
fortress
either.
nearby, which is
He has been between 23 matches, no more than a 2 win or loss streak.
Okay.
He's already plateaued at
How did
500.
Triple to
It's
Gap get
over.
crying obby and hasn't entered the basket yet?
This Ludwig clip is fucking crazy. Watching Find Eye.
Yeah. it's
Yeah.
okay.
Any obby for
The
Pop?
full celebration.
He's so upset.
Did anybody believe in Feinberg for a minute there watching that match? I had a vision, bro. Him
No,
winning
I
playoff.
fully thought he could do it.
I thought he was gonna win. Like I figured, well not thought, like I thought Hack was gonna win, but like my gut was telling me like Fine was gonna win.
He was playing like pretty well, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked. But I had this vision.
Oh my god.
Oh! That's unfortunate.
He's got a boat out. He's got a boat out. He's got a boat out. No, that's not your boat.
Wait, he has Fire
He's got a
Pro, I
box
think.
up.
Oh my god, wait.
No, there's no way. He's just,
Oh. The Iron Pick's
Is
still
this
there, I think.
Pickler? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think
Pickler.
he's. Go back, Ludwig. I believe.
Oh my god, man.
I misclicked my block.
No, he placed the
Didn't,
block
like,
fine. He just
misclicked the
jumped
block.
off.
I
Yeah,
meant
he just
to
ju-
put a boat down and sit in my boat, and
Didn't
I
he
put a
exit?
Oh
wooden
yeah, yeah.
block
Okay, he
on
meant to build the
myself.
boat down. Yeah, that's what I thought. He's okay. He misclicked his
Fuck.
boat.
And then I couldn't.
But like Triple
block
Gap is
off.
literally doing classic.
Triple
I think
Gap
I-
was
is
not
it-
into the match.
Yeah, no, they're crying obby. So. So I think so I feel like this could be a gimmick account, or it's just like the only Bastion they
Not
do
in
is
their
Triple
other
Gap. And
matches.
oh really?
Oh, the only no. Oh, Stables Bastion.
Yeah, like do they? Maybe they only play
No,
Stables.
they played
and there's
Treasure
no-
Bastion. No, they played Treasure Bastion before.
Oh okay.
That's a funny gimmick. They just refuse
was
to
it again?
enter any bastion that's not stables.
Blood's opponent is an 18-minute finish
That
without
would
a
be
Bastion
good.
split. Wait, what?
I feel like if you're gonna choose
What?
a
Yeah, I'm assuming
bastion,
my
Did-
to
did you
all
clap?
enter-
died
This feels
just
like
based off Nether entry speed.
yeah,
gonna
they just
choose
full did
Bastion.
Well,
classic.
they-
This feels like a gimmick account.
Yeah,
Wait, no,
they
that was
did
the
that
Stables.
once,
Wait, no,
but
that was the
not
Stables. They
every
didn't
week.
enter the Bastion. What?
Yeah. But like other matches, they did enter the Bastion and stuff. Like it's
Yeah,
just
like,
that
there's-
one seed.
So a
Like
classic.
if they just don't
holy
see it,
shit show.
maybe they are playing no F3 or something.
So what do I absolutely need?
Like, don't. I'm pretty sure I
But
recognize
then
this.
also they have
um,
the
to
most
be
recent
safe.
match. They have 6 deaths.
Ideally, my food is saved. That would be
Yeah,
a
they're just
problem
like
if I didn't
trying to
have
be
any
a bad
food.
local tortilla, bro.
Maybe.
Local
fine.
Taco Bell.
The local tortilla of coal.
Yeah.
Oh, Tash.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So my food,
And play the Summoning Song music. Beautiful.
my iron pick, ideally again.
You even make it to the bastion with this amount of blocks.
Nah, no chance.
I don't really
Well, I guess
train.
if we're
feel like
punching,
you
Can
can.
even be able to build up here? Why are
No,
there
no,
so
you-
many?
No, you just run the. Oh, he
okay, you
doesn't.
can go through the hole, but he won't know. Right?
No, he's not gonna go through the
It's,
hole.
I
He
think
has
he
to
needs
stay
to
low
take
here.
it
He's stay
here.
low here. He's a build up. Just build up. It's literally perfect. It's literally perfect.
Oh, he's so lucky.
Well, his items are just gonna be burned.
Surely the
First
fire
off, what
didn't
did I
catch
leave in
the
this chest?
Oh my god.
surely
yeah,
the
wait.
fire didn't catch the leaves, right?
I mean, the leaves
my
are
God,
not there.
I didn't see the
The
leaves.
leaves are not there, but it's just like whether or not his items also got burned.
Oh, they're all gone.
Oh
my
my
stuff
god.
is gone. All of it burned.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Literally all of it burned
That's actually crazy.
because I put grass blocks.
That's gonna be a beautiful
and the grass
replay.
blocks
Oh,
burned
can you
my
load?
shit.
You can't load the nether in the
No.
replay, can you?
That is bad.
Well, you can look. You can maybe look at the block. Watch the blocks disappear.
That
You
is
can't see the
pretty
fire. I don't
bad.
think.
Oh,
Nice jump.
He has to reset the seed. He just has to reset the seed.
be mental.
Oh
Meditation.
god.
Oh
It's been,
my
oh my god.
God! This is what happens when you watch runners like Feinberg, bro. You hop into a fucking game, and whatever hacks in
Like
Feinberg
Feinberg?
fucked up in their game, you fuck up in your game.
Yeah, because Fine died on the way to a treasure.
Dude.
True, true, true.
W reference, W reference.
W reference. This is
I
why
think actually made it to the
Minecraft.
Bastion though.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, Ludwig is better than
speedrunning
Feinberg.
Truly, for the real gamers only. Like, imagine having to explain
lock
this
in
to
here.
like someone who only plays Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, your items burned for the leaves. Tough shit.
Excuse what?
How do we have to go all the way here to mine stone?
How do I mine the same?
No idea.
Are we gonna get? Are we gonna get
Yeah, we-
9
Gets
cobble
9,
again?
right? I don't
Like,
understand
for
why.
what reason?
Maybe he thinks he's making a pickaxe. Leave him alone.
He's. This is why it's so hard to watch Ludwig, man.
See, he wanted to make a pickaxe.
That's just because he's stupid.
How do I-
Hey, you were
I-
really
I don't
nice on
wanna
that
watch
commentary video. Let's not start getting
Yeah,
all...
I know, but like it hurts, man. I need to like I lash out when I feel pain. I lash out.
Oh, he doesn't have blocks.
Okay.
Dude,
Oh, maybe the 3
no.
cobble is to build up.
Why he must do extra?
For Golem. Wait, this is Taz.
Oh wait, he's tasked. Hey,
Game 4.
Jim's
My
talking
cousin
about-
crafts faster on the iPad Pro. Pick up the pace. He's never getting shears again now. He's too scared of leaves.
the way Imfume talks about watching Ludwig, it's like the biggest struggle in the world. There's like nothing worse.
It hurts.
Physically
That
feeling
ghosted.
pain.
No, it
That-
hurts, man.
I'm gonna shear these sheep while I'm
Oh,
here.
shearing the sheep. W variance play.
Whoa.
Yeah, don't get the beds from the village. Shear the sheep for 4 wool.
Okay.
Like,
It's good. It's good.
And
It's good.
then-
because the colors are weird in the in the
oh
village.
yeah, I forgot what colorblind. Oh.
Grab some
So
building
he can
blocks.
middle click.
I know, bro. It's just stupid.
My opponent still hasn't entered a bastion,
I think
so
he
they
picked up
are,
a piece of tall
I
grass.
think, stubbornly not
whatever.
resetting the world. If I had to guess.
Wait,
Same.
over under. When's it thrown out?
No, he'll throw it out soon. Dude, what is the top pickaxe? Oh, efficiency too. Thank you.
Efficiency.
Okay.
Why does he
Yeah,
just
it's when
have
you
no
break
wood
blocks
ever?
fast.
16 planks.
Yeah.
This.
Well, hey, last time when he was building, what the? Oh my god.
Do we even
He
have
knows
enough
where the-
lava to finish this now?
I saw another lava pool. It's to the left of it. It's like right nearby. Just I don't know if he's gonna remember.
No,
I
I
wonder
really
if,
hope he
This
tries
is
to make a photo
Taz.
here and realizes he doesn't have enough.
Okay. And now I found a better lava pool.
I wonder
Yup,
if
yeah,
Lud-
right here. Yeah.
Ludwig
Uh,
would do some content for like playoffs. Just like one of the intermission things.
This
Gotta
is
be
really-
funny.
Somebody
Really
could think of
sees his
something
lava pool,
funny.
right? I love what he's doing here though.
Nice.
He's moving around, picking up the leaves while he's breaking.
Okay,
the
I don't feel
logs.
too
It's
bad because
beautiful.
again, my opponent still hasn't entered a bastion unless the game is somehow glitched.
Well, the
Game's
gap
not glitched.
is runs through Nether.
He doesn't realize.
Dude, coal matches are truly
not real.
unique.
So
They're
entertaining. It's
doing
just
like
like
classic, bro. I mean, they haven't gotten Obby yet, though. I haven't seen the Obby advancement. Or maybe I missed it.
Bro, they're running in the overworld. They're playing Corbano strats.
Well, no, I saw they got Crying Obsidian. They got whatever it is.
Who's cutting onions?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say who's crying now.
Who's crying now?
Wait, so is this a gimmick
Yeah,
account?
that'd be a better name for it, bro. I think. You should be the advancement name.
They should give
get
it to
me-
Infume.
I'm gonna contact Anthony in Minecraft. Then he's gonna get me in, bro.
After you retire from speedrunning, you can just work for Mojang. It's just an easy
What? He's going to the
career
Yeah,
path.
he's definitely just.
You think it was glitched and he was in the Bastion that whole time and I'm just getting fucking
It
hugged?
didn't glitch.
He's gonna see the replay. He's gonna actually
Oliver!
crash.
Right?
He's gonna see the replay. He's gonna crash out.
Entered fort.
Fortress
Happy
first is
table.
what chat's saying.
He did no Bastion?
Do you guys think this guy's actually like a
kinda sick fuck
competent
does no
classic
Bastion?
runner though, or
In
it's like
Cold
They have an
or it's
18-minute. They have 18-minute classic time. Like,
okay, that's
there's
pretty
definitely-
What does
Yeah.
competent classic runner entail?
What kind of
Well,
sick
I
fuck
just
is
mean
doing
like,
no Bastion
are they
in
like
Cold
a gold player smurfing, like a gold one
No.
player smurfing, or
Is that
like
not insane?
a diamond player
We're
smurfing?
just gonna gloss over a guy
Not
doing
a diamond player.
no Bastion?
Smurfing.
oh my god, that boat felt so scary.
The problem with gold players is like none of them are actually like gold players. It's like
Oh my
either
God.
they're, like the best player ever.
No
that forfeits all the
Bastion!
time, or
I'm
they're, like
actually
the worst player
flabbergasted.
ever that just gets like really lucky with like other people forfeiting.
Yeah.
Also,
the
this
dude-
does not feel like where he went for the Bastion.
I'm genuinely
I feel like he's just
flabbergasted.
going.
I think
in
this
the
is
red
right.
direction.
Is it not right? I thought this was right.
I don't remember, and maybe it is.
This
I
is
just don't
right, this is
remember.
right.
I didn't watch the original, so.
Oh no, okay, no, it is. I just
Oh.
didn't. I didn't realize it opened. I
Yeah,
didn't realize it was,
yeah.
like,
No, it's
closed
okay,
open.
Infume. It's okay. I mean, once you get to my
Yeah.
understanding of speedrunning, you'll learn. You can just rely on me.
Yeah, when I start sniffing Sharpies, I'll get to you.
Okay, yo, wait, come on.
sorry.
No.
He's just
You need
farming.
something
He's just
way
farming the in-game
stronger.
achievements. In his last 3 wins, he's got Wither, One Shot, and Bastionless.
What the fuck?
So the
I think this is
17-minute
his
one
video I
was
recommended as well.
Bastionless. The 41-minute is One Shot, and then the 31-minute from 14 hours ago was Wither.
Oh my god.
14 hours ago, wrong category, summoned the wrong boss. Yeah, he's actually playing for like, what other achievements are there?
Ludwig, you got this, bro.
Bro.
He's so close.
Oh, in the fucking hole.
He only watched this 5 different
That's
times.
half. That was. Yeah, he only watched. 8 different runners do this route correctly today. It's chill though. You got it.
We never get clips of like people getting flung out of pigment holes anymore. What happened?
Dude, I know Silver had one.
People just.
Tiny had one. That was a while. That was a push months ago. So.
Yeah, that was
Wait,
back
what if
when
that's
you.
like tech for one shot? You just get like a bunch of Endermen in a hole and then you like run yourself and shoot an arrow. With it really fast.
Yeah, you make a whole
And
Enderman
speed round.
farm. Yeah, make a whole Enderman farm. Get Endermite. And then you get them
Yeah.
all in the right spot. Oh
Kinda
my god,
like-
he didn't pick up the gold block. Like, okay.
Yeah. He doesn't
How-
need it. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need the goal. He's playing
He
for
has
Hyrule.
more pigs on this side.
That's so.
I love that he figured this out himself.
He only has 9
One bad
XP.
foul.
He figured it out. He figured it out. He
Yeah.
figured it out himself,
He's not gonna know
man.
what to do.
Yeah.
No, but he
Okay,
might have
okay.
been, 'cause,
Go
like,
clutch up. Go clutch up.
Lava.
Gravel.
Oh, he just can.
If he
boat.
pearls,
Leaf.
he'll get flung. If he pearls, he'll get flung.
Pieces gravel.
Oh my god, pearl,
Yeah,
pearl.
you got the boat.
Oh.
You got the boat.
Yes!
Nice.
Yes! W
Good.
Ludwig. W Chadwig. He's not Chadwig anymore. He's evolved.
Hello?
No, he is not. No, he is not.
Yeah, no, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
That was not.
That was Tass. That was legit Tass.
Did not pass.
Dude, you guys even checked his frames.
The grass finally is gone. The 4 tall grass.
Obsidian. I have 8
Wheat seed's
obsidian.
still there though.
I gotta loot the fucking
What is he waiting
chests.
for?
I'll be 8.
This says 15 pearls.
Oh, I thought like I thought there was no more gold. Just move it.
Opponent said can't find a stables anywhere.
42
Aw.
obsidian.
Dude, I was thinking at this elo, like shipwreck
What am I
seeds should have like
missing?
way
I'm
more
missing-
food
I have
when they're filtered for.
like, nothing.
Because like, if you get a shipwreck seed with like
Here,
5
here's one
bread
gold
at
block.
this elo, you're just so fucked. You just can't live in the nether at all.
Honestly, at low
Is that
elo,
my
we should
stuff from
just
earlier?
give every
that's the
runner
stuff
a
I
notch
just
apple
Yeah, it's
to
64.
use at some
Give
point
them
during the
Don't
seed.
get these gold blocks. So we're not getting 6. We're not getting 30% obby trades, bro.
He might.
Hidden lava, yes!
Oh no!
Oh, fire res.
Yes!
Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
Okay, I should feel bad about
Annoying
that
that he
one.
grabbed the block, bro. It's so fucking
Dude,
annoying.
if he
I
didn't
thought
want
he
us
was gonna
to
boat
watch-
again. I thought he was
That
gonna
shit
boat
is
again.
So
Bro, he does not
fucking
have the ability to
annoying,
figure
bro.
it
I
out.
cannot.
Wait, triple the gap
It's
into the
so
fortress.
fucking unbelievable.
Those.
That
Yeah, a
he
little bit ago.
wraps around to grab that
Oh.
block. That is
Oh.
That's okay,
genuinely
that's okay.
unbelievable.
We are not running back.
That is so
20 minutes in, we
tilting.
reset the world a second time.
If he just doesn't grab the fucking block,
He's not
No.
reset it yet.
Ludwig died,
No, he did, he
like,
did,
I'm
he
fine.
Oh, did he?
I just
Okay, I'm
roll up
sorry.
top and I move on my day. Instead, he wraps around like a fucking
I don't think
snake,
I've ever seen him
and he
use
grabs my
important stuff
only
whenever he's died in
fucking
lava.
hope.
What?
Nah,
what
triple
what
the gap
achievement is
definitely
triple
the
gap
type of guy
going
that's
for?
gonna wait.
So,
What achievement are they going for? Oh, it better not take long, but like, what are like some crazy?
Maybe they're going for
like, wild
Wither?
achievements?
Could it be
They
something?
already, no, they already
done
got
that.
Wither.
They
They
did
already
that
got Wither.
14 hours ago.
That was their last win. Their last completion was Wither.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm just
saying maybe they're
confused,
going
like-
for it again.
if they
No,
have,
because they've gone Bastionless, they're just going Bastionless again. Like that's the only relevant achievement for them to not go to a Bastion.
Yeah, but they've already had the achievement though.
I know, it's weird.
Have they gotten spooky, scary skeletons?
No.
Well. Oh, in this match, I was gonna say if they ever gotten it. Like, dude, they spawned
Yeah,
the Wither.
I know.
Of course, they've gotten it before.
No, I'm saying this match because I could see them like wanting to go for it against Ludwig.
No, I haven't seen that advancement.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
like
other,
a
like-
good 9G video. I summoned a Wither against Ludwig.
W9G, W9G.
there's no like,
You only got 7 stone this time instead of 9.
oh wow, he's learning. Can he grab more dirt this time?
Yeah, with his fist.
Pull that in.
Doesn't even have his shovel. No, no, I don't.
Oh, okay, never mind. I won't call it improvement. My bad. My bad.
Oh, Tim!
W Tim.
I don't know
Tim.
why he just didn't boat. He boated, he tried to boat last time, but then it just pearls like.
Well, it took him a while to think of a boat last time. Like, I don't think
Yeah, he
it's-
also
he was
just
paused,
pulled
he was
up.
it's not the
paused.
reflex.
Do you think if we DM Tim, he'll do this for our streams too?
all right.
It's the same.
My opponent is clearly
No, I would feel
also
so bad.
struggling to some degree.
You, yeah? They play clown music after you die.
Okay, now I'm chill on my.
Dude, that
pearl
music
trades.
plays regularly in my stream because it's just like on my playlist and it often times well with my gameplay. Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't take much, right?
Yeah.
You could be playing at literally any point in the stream.
Yeah. Okay.
Love
It's
from
a
Canada.
stupid question, but like, are Wither skill rates like actually buffed and ranked? I feel like they are.
They might be. I don't know. People talked about that. I have no idea though.
I don't think they are. I'm pretty sure they're.
Safe to say this won't be a PB. You know, on a good day, I beat the game by now.
I remember looking at everything that is increased, but maybe they've changed it.
The issue is when you watch bad
think I've,
runners,
like,
it like
so many
actually
extra
just makes you
balls.
worse at the game. And I was forced to
Infium,
watch
the
Hacksaw
pressure's
Red,
on,
so
man.
it is
He's
what
gonna
it is.
roast. He's gonna roast you if you don't clutch up tomorrow. I'm just warning you.
There's actually high
He's
pressure.
been. It's high pressure, man. Oh, he's deafened. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
Go to a wall.
It's alright, man.
He's
Jake until
actually
you make
being
it,
pretty
you know what
chill
they say.
towards Infium. He was really hating on Feinberg until Hacks didn't go for back 94.
Yeah, like, was it
overhang.
just like impossible?
Yeah, it wasn't impossible, but it was like
It's been really offset and weird.
It was like 3 bed, 3 anchor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Had to be like an offset.
Silver
So
wing.
so I don't even know.
Not in his position, but I could have done that 0. Yeah, it's not like that hard.
In his position, you wouldn't go for it though. I mean,
No, you're
okay.
winning by 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm actually
Wide.
gonna collapse, bro.
The-
This is like, why has it been 25 minutes and we're not even in the nether?
I was
That'd be
watching the
fun.
like that Feinberg 0,
Big size
and then
portal.
Curry, you were like, "Oh my god, that 0 was so hard! I can't believe he hit it." But then, if it was that hard, how come Hacks made it look so easy on the other screen? Think about that.
Well, well, we don't need to talk about that. That's fine.
I feel sad.
I mean,
for
Feinberg made it hard on himself.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
There's gravel in the cave. Gravel in the cave to the left of him. Gravel in the cave to the left of him.
That's a new
Yeah, there's
one.
gravel here. It's gravel in there. Gravel in there.
Dude,
Keep going.
You
Oh,
know,
that
I'm
was
learning a lot of
really
life
funny.
lessons here.
Oh my god.
W
What
learning.
did happened to
low-key
you,
W
Nerdy, huh?
learning.
Oh
But
man,
that's
There's
also,
I would laugh
there's
at
also
that.
just
No, I
like
would laugh at that.
river
That's just
behind
funny.
him.
Apparently, really important to not
Dude.
rush.
If they didn't want us to hate watch,
portal
why would they make it
process.
so easy? Think about that.
I want this to be over. Like, why couldn't
If
you
you-
just have not been a fucking
Oh,
idiot
you know what?
and died
If you-
twice, 10 minutes in on each run?
I think you need a nap, bro. I'm gonna be real with you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
but-
not cranky. you're
Wood
cranky.
lighting, yes.
Let's see it.
I
Let's see it,
got
Ludwig.
more than enough sleep last night. I'm okay.
You slept
Sounds
1
wide-
hour.
You sound wide awake.
Yeah, more than enough.
Why do people do this? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you stupid?
Dude, you're asking the wrong questions, Curry. It's an obvious yes.
Okay, just making sure. Making sure we're on the same page.
This is
No,
good.
okay,
I
but-
think this might
He's
be
gonna be like
optimal.
70.
Scientist asked Ludwig to find the worst fucking way to woodlight, and here's what he came up with.
Dude, remember when he
Brock, how
placed
do I
one
woodlight the
leaf
nether
and it
portal?
actually works?
Dude, I've seen him get back. I've seen him get like 2 insta woodlights and like 2x1.
Yes.
Like,
Yes!
like his stuff is
W
so
Ludwig.
stupid. It's so stupid. It's so bad, but it works every time.
This is hard to watch.
No, but Curry, wait.
What do
This is why
I
you're
give
not
a
in playoffs, because Infume didn't sleep last night.
I
to
don't do
guarantee
it
good
because
sleep
it's
tonight.
easy.
Oh, was that the tag?
About that.
No, that was not
you
intentional, bro.
wanna
I
watch
laid in bed
something
for 6
easy,
hours and I couldn't do anything.
Check out Bluey.
What did you do? Did you have your eyes closed or were you watching YouTube?
Yes, I tried to like, dude. I like have my eyes closed for like
If
an
you
hour,
wanna
and
see
it's
the
just like I
indomitable
just
spirit of
gave up.
man
I just gave
attempt to
up.
be crushed by the overwhelming almighty earth, with the spirit
Dude, I
never
He's gonna get
breaking
it
regardless of
today.
circumstance.
Like someone's gonna tell him like.
Then you watch
not
Ludwig
playing
fight in
Minecraft,
Cold
He's just
3.
gonna get Alan and just start hate watching again.
That's too much for you.
It's a cranky old man.
The X button's in the top right corner. Goodbye.
Okay,
Ludwig,
what
in
is
this
Triple Gap doing?
situation-
What is Triple Gap
Infume-
doing? Would you guys have any thoughts? Any
It's
more
just
analysis?
Emerald
Bro,
said
they're
it's just
also
their
cold, they're
gimmick.
fucking,
No, their
hello?
gimmick is just winning only with like the fucking
hard
ranked
achievements?
achievements. Yeah.
But it's just like, what achievement are they going for?
They've already-
No,
they've already
their
got all of
their
the
gimmick
achievements.
is
Blind.
winning with them only. No. It's you get to pick whichever one you want, and you just win with that one. That's the gimmick. No. So they
Yeah,
they
maybe.
chose
Okay.
classic.
I mean, it's probably just
20
Bastion.
minutes
It just
long
has to be
and I'm
Bastionless.
stressed out.
That's the one they chose for this match.
Dude, Curry, my chat is like, people in my chat are low-key like freaking out from me swearing.
Dude,
Is he
yeah.
swear?
This happens all. This is the first time I
Wow,
heard
nice
Curry
try.
swear.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, nice
Bro,
shot.
Curry swears so
No one
nonchalantly, it's
cares
crazy.
about family friendly and MCSR besides me.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Nobody, we don't care about the 10-year-olds.
Hey,
Yeah,
dude, you can't be
low-key,
on Twitch if you can.
some of my chatters have kids and are like, I never let my kids watch you. I only let them watch Curry Way. I'm like, damn, that's
Well,
That's a-
you
it's an
promote
untapped
gambling and
market.
alcoholism. I
What
feel
the
like that's
fuck is he
understandable.
doing?
No,
No,
I
really tell me what he's
don't. I don't promote it. That's like saying you promote being #1 in MCSR ranked. Doesn't mean you're promoting it. You just are.
What is
You
that?
know what I mean? I'm not
Yeah, but
trying
you
to,
always
I'm not
talk
trying
about
to
how
say,
much-
oh, everyone else should do this too. Just because
What
I'm an
the fuck is
alcoholic and a
that
gambling
analogy?
addict doesn't mean that I'm telling everyone else
Yeah,
to do
but
it
you
too.
talk about how awesome,
You
like, oh my god,
literally
I'm gonna
made
gamble,
a
oh my god, I
fucking
love to drink,
parlay
I
that's
need to
like,
drink my
guys,
hand.
do my
Like,
parlay,
you're
and
giving
if
it
you
positive
win, you win a
connotations.
poster.
No, I'm not. I'm not giving anything positive connotations.
Uh-huh.
Gambling bad. Okay, gambling bad. Nobody gamble. But
This is like Trainwreck's TV when he
We're
says
adding
this.
this to media training part two.
do not gamble. Do
What-
not start. Gambling is for entertainment and entertainment only. You won't win.
He says that he does the most of anybody in the world to stop people from gambling.
That's awesome. That's actually awesome.
But it's
Wait,
like
that's kinda
it's like
tough,
in a
no?
way it's like kind of inspiring, but because it's like you could end up like me.
Yeah.
It's not like backwards in a way, but it works.
No, I get it. It's like Infu motivates me to go outside because he doesn't at all. So he's actually the best at like getting people to fucking get out and touch the grass.
Hey,
I
I'm
understand.
gonna be touching some grass Monday. I think I have a class Monday.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
I have to check my
GR.
schedule.
Congrats, man. Proud of you.
No, it's not
Infu's
happy
gonna-
times. It's not
Infume, spawning in a plains village does not count as touching grass. That does not count, bro.
What?
What are the
Since
blocks
when?
you're walking on, huh? The blocks you're walking
That's
on.
If
not-
I touch my monitor
not
and it's
count.
grass, it's fucking counts.
I'm gonna make Infume a custom keyboard with grass keycaps, and then he can just touch grass all day. It's gonna be so great. It'll
Never
feel
played
just
the
so
game.
nice.
I can never play the game again.
Yeah.
Why is this the
It'd make you
worst
quit and
10
then actually go
obvious-
outside.
Yeah.
I think we should make AI generated grass.
'Cause I don't
Hack
think
freeway?
it's
No.
obvious.
No
Yeah,
AI.
we could sell it. We could sell it as an NFT. Hold on.
Dude, it's
We should
such a
sell
shame that.
The ranked
AI.
best moments is NFTs.
Oh, dude, imagine AI and NFTs were at peaks at the exact same time. Think about it.
Dude, I would spend a lot of money for a Danny Boy axe.
Dan
And
Danny
Danny
Boy and on the blockchain though.
On the blockchain. And on the
So,
blockchain
I
means
don't
that
know what blockchain means.
your.
I don't know
I still don't understand NFTs. And I've seen so many videos describing them.
One fire plot.
None of us get it, but it's
How much?
it's funny. I think.
Why is he leaving? He didn't even check his. No, whatever. I don't care.
In a non-visible fortress.
Watching
It's
Tom
so loud.
Cruise now,
Something else,
like,
I swear.
you kind of understand the route. Like, it's very obvious because everybody does the same things. Like, you craft 2 beds before you leave the bastion, and then you hang a pearl, and then you check your trades, and then you leave. But I don't think he's there yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean he's seen it what 18 times today.
Perfect throw.
Yeah.
Okay, that pearl's actually disgusting. Wait, no, no.
Yeah, that was a good
Oh wait, it
throw.
went through the hole. Oh my god, it went through that little 3-block hole. Oh, that's cool.
That was Tass. Okay, now he has to.
I'm excited for this. He still doesn't have fire res on.
Oh, he's got it locked and loaded.
Ray, really?
Have you found a fort yet?
I'm down.
Triple to gap.
This guy's
good
such a
range, man.
troll.
I can't wait to see like the splits on this run. It's gonna be like what, like 7-minute enter bastion, and then like 34-minute enter fortress. Or
Death reset. Death reset. Fucking,
Dude,
ugh.
Why
stupid.
is he fucking doing this?
Nice shot,
He's
bro.
not even good.
NA aim, bro.
Oh! Wait, that's actually
More.
gross.
He needs one more though. See how long it takes.
Nice.
Damn, that was actually impressive. I'm not gonna lie. That shot was
Wait, he's
impressive.
fast.
I would not have hit that. I mean, you know, first off, I'm not gonna shoot that
Well-
shot in the first place. But
He took
Yeah,
20
you've just gone to the fort by now.
bro,
You finished the scene
34
5
minutes?
times.
Finish the
34
seed
sorry.
minutes.
six
Like,
times.
Sorry.
I'm on my
Thanks for the
4th match,
dinos.
bro.
Could we make like matches artificially longer? Because I do feel like they're getting a little short.
19.
Just like
These are filtered.
Bro, if you
all
wanna
of
make
No,
them
like we were talking about like a data pack that changes like iCrafts, and you need so
What
much
the
more
fuck
stuff
is
to
going
make one.
on?
No.
yeah.
What's actually
I
going
just
on?
prefer if
Like
we
a
made
fun, like event game.
For ranked,
all
no.
the fortresses.
No, like an event game. You know, like you do,
Oh,
like
okay, okay.
40% or like
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
yeah, yeah.
What if we
17.
made all the fortresses minimum 32 chunks away? That's about that.
That'd be awesome.
Dude, that'd be so fucking
Shocker,
sweet.
How
Great
about
Great way would be
stop
rank
filtering
1.
the seeds?
That'd be so
Yeah.
hype.
Dude, we should make it so you have to dig through 500 blocks of netherrack each time.
Yes.
Just like
it's so
whenever
much
you
fun.
generate a fortress, you just like slash fill like 500 radius of netherrack around it.
Yeah, the first 4 spawners you get always in your pirate are all treasure. How many pros
It's
does he
actually
have?
impressive how Ludwig watched ranked players for 7 hours and learned nothing. Like, it's actually really impressive.
It's
Ho
too
in the
fast for
offhand.
their hand, like-
35 minutes in.
It's just
Stone
fucking,
Ho in the
like,
offhand.
God.
Like genuinely, what the fuck is Triple the Gap doing? This is like, this is. Oh my god.
Draw vote coming in.
my God,
Actually, that's
block
fucking
buttons.
beautiful,
Bang.
I would say.
Hey, we're
Still
so bad.
hasn't fire res. This is quite impressive.
Yeah.
Does he realize he
No,
hasn't fire res?
he's honestly
No,
good at
of
realizing
course not.
Spires. No, he's actually
nice.
good at it. He's actually good at it.
Wow.
Oh, wow, he's fast.
Yeah,
Pass.
he's like, I'm not even gonna lie. He's at times where he's better than me. Where like I'm realizing what the pop fire is. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
NA,
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Oh, he's
okay,
so
so
dead.
He's dead. He's dead.
So
He's
why
dead.
did we?
lost a
I saw
1v1.
2.
What
I didn't
was
see the third.
that, man?
There was only 2.
Like, what was that? What was that?
Oh my
Dude, all
god.
this is gonna happen, and then his opponent's gonna forfeit.
Surrender.
You gotta give it to him. At least he keeps playing, man.
And
My
here's the
mental
deal,
is
That'd be
shot.
mental.
and I'm not trying to be like rude or all at all. Like, you know, I don't mind if you guys have fun in this chat. If you guys type surrender in my chat, I'm perma banning you. Your weak,
Type what?
pathetic mindset
Wait,
is
type
not
what?
something that I enjoy reading.
What?
It just, frankly, and
Dude,
I'm not
The
again. I'm
new
not trying to
boom
be
in
rude.
MCSR is
Oh,
As a
bringing
sir.
back.
human,
Like surrender.
I
assume.
disagree with your very
Oh,
fundamental beliefs.
Like,
No,
I
that's
find
valid. That's
disgusting.
valid.
yeah, no, that's
I
base.
don't
That's
care
base
if
as
I'm
well.
bad at something.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
should
care
do, I
if
think
you're
you should
bad
do
at
no
something.
reset. I think you'd really enjoy
But if
it.
you
I
are
think you'd have
bad
a
and
blast.
unwilling to
He'd have
try,
so much fun.
as a
think you'd love
human,
it.
I just
I think
fundamentally
you
think
hard
you are
play
lacking
that.
what makes us human.
With the
So when
hardcore,
you
he
say
kinda
GG,
did
when you
that,
say give up, when you
and
say
it was
FF,
so fun.
you're
looking.
I don't like reading your mentality.
Dude, all of the
I don't like reading it.
the
it
new
literally
MCSR boom has
disgusts
caused
me
a bunch of people to
because I
come
find
back,
you pathetic.
and they're just
You are
like a
not
couple
willing to be
years
bad.
outdated
You are not willing
on their
to suck.
information.
You are not willing
Like
to
people
improve.
were saying
and you
that
are
you're
not willing
really
to be
smart
human.
with numbers, Fulham, and
So don't come in my chat and say that
Ludwig's
shit.
chat because you just
Not
started
because I'm
fucking advanced
a
math
little
major
scared of being insulted, not
masters.
because
I was
oh,
like, dude,
you
he
can't
finished the
wrestle.
masters
because
like
I
a year ago.
find that mindset a plague, and I don't want
What
to
do
be
you mean you just
infected by
started?
whatever you have. That is it. So say I suck.
What did I even say that was
Type
good
the
with
Cole
numbers?
One emo
What did I even say with
whenever you
numbers?
want.
I
But
don't
your give
know,
ups,
man.
you can
Oh,
go
well.
fuck yourself with.
I circled 5
You-
and 3
Keep
one
your
time.
loser mentality to yourself.
You
I
said
wish
something.
good luck
Yeah,
in
maybe
life.
that was it.
Never type to me
You're
again.
pretty good
Advanced maths degree, GG.
Advanced math degree.
You should do a playoffs intermission segment.
I
hosted
can
by
still
Ludwig,
win!
Where the 2 runners
And
are
if
given
I
the start
can't,
of a Ludwig
I can
clip
learn
and
for
have
the
to
next
guess how he
time.
dies.
That'd be so good.
What happens next?
The music is so funny. How is he like double bridging?
Stone
man.
pickaxe.
Let's fucking go.
See the fortress.
You hit this,
Oh my god.
son. Sorry.
Oh.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
When
Does that jump that hard to make?
when a top runner says one more, when Infume says run one more, the stream is ending in 10 minutes. When Ludwig says just one match, we get 2 hours of content. Think about that.
Item despawn? I don't think it despawns
The
because
gift
I'm
that
not in
keeps
another
on
game,
giving.
So my 5 minutes.
Every
is
time
running.
Ludwig says one more, infused depression it just comes back instantly.
Hats, it's
Well,
okay,
it's like
flavor.
I'm like
It's
I
okay.
feel Yeah, no, that's so
Okay, I
funny.
don't have a lot of rules. I also don't like being
Statistically
fucking
sick.
patted. I'm third. You don't pat a
Oh, they
thing.
added Pats. Tim added Pats. I remember
Oh,
Lud was talking about
no.
that earlier.
Not the Pats meta. Ah.
No,
We
no,
actually
because
have Pats,
Ludwig was
bro.
saying Feinberg was throwing in his matches yesterday, and chat was patsing him, and he was like, "Dude, if I'm throwing, my chat isn't patsing me. It's because they're still Minecrafters after all." And I was like, "Yeah, that is true. At the end of the day, we are Minecraft, so we're kind of nice and sweet." And then anyway, he said, "Okay, let's add pats."
It'd be so fucking funny if like Triple Gap was like, I don't think they did get with her. Like, it'd be so funny just to see like in the end, bring home the beacon. It'd be so funny.
God damn it, bro. I just want my fucking boat.
Yeah, Beaconator would be heat.
You just gotta leave the boat.
You
It's just
cut
like
me
it's
off.
just you gotta leave
You
the
cut
boat.
me off! Great routing! Great routing!
Leave the boat. Leave the boat. You can make a new one.
He's
We
dash.
Double
Jesus
you drag.
Christ,
You
the
drag.
boat is made of
You
iron!
dragged.
Wrong way.
Aren't both on Bedrock like
Fucking
so
way as well.
tanky?
Dude, he's gonna die to this one hoglin.
I don't know why because that's he was literally going the right direction. Then he turned around. Oh no, wait, he's going to the forest. Sorry.
Oh, shit.
Opponents in the end. Jesus. How did I not even realize that?
They didn't enter Stronghold, right? Am I
Oh, they
crazy?
did, they did.
They did. You're crazy.
Oh, okay. I thought they were doing like the thing where you don't get the advancement.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't think it's even possible.
No, it is.
You can enter the end without I Spy.
Yeah, without I Spy, it's definitely
It's like
possible.
It's like there's like an advancement clock, I guess. It's like whenever it ticks.
Wait, they just hit a zero. What the fuck?
Day zero.
What the fuck?
What?
Should still be there.
Dude,
Maybe it is a Smurf.
that's crazy.
I guess
No,
it
that's
is
not
probably
base
like
Smurf.
a gimmick account then.
Okay, but when it's a
Gimmick
Smurf
account, you just
and
hit a
you lose
village on the
that,
way or whatever.
It's a 42-minute
42,
match.
30.
Like,
yeah, like you
42
can't be like, dude, these Smurfs
Yeah,
are ruining my
Bastionless,
game.
though. But no,
Like,
you're
it's
right,
still a
yeah.
slow game, but Ozir is insane.
How do you
I
do
wanna
the
see the
end
replay.
so quick?
I wanted to see his
Here we go,
reaction to
W
this.
red
I want to
red
see this
red.
guy. Yeah, I want to
Zero?
see him fucking open up the zero.
Watch the replay.
Pause.
He's gonna get him banned.
No Bastion. It's so cool to
Did he
not
just
see
do
a split
zero?
there.
Yeah, it definitely was.
That
yeah,
was
just
a
has
ve-
to
I
be
mean,
zero.
maybe it was an insta perch.
That was not
So he
an
died a
instant
few
play.
times.
5 deaths. Oh wait, no.
That's him. That's
That's him.
like,
I'm
that's
stupid.
you.
I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Ludwig is as well. It's fine.
He did not die once.
Opponent didn't die.
Yeah, because he just did Bastionless. He's just a classic.
Wait, this is awesome.
But
I
got
care way more
stone
about the replay
pickaxe
than
during that.
watching
I thought they
the
died at least once.
No, we got
He
stone pick at the
completely
end.
ignored the Bastion that was directly in
is
front
tough.
of him, and he traded gold with stray pigs.
Who is this?
Just did not enter the Bastion once,
This is
Was
actually
staring
what
at the Bastion, mind
it
you.
looked like in 2020.
but never
They had
entered.
We
You
legit
wrote
did this. Yeah, we legit did
You-
this.
the Bastion was within 5 chunks, and you did this. That's fucking awesome.
The only time you didn't do this was bridge.
Yup. Thank you, Bridge.
Which took him
Dude, holy
About
fuck, he's just sitting here trading so long.
28 minutes. Or no, he went to the fortress at some point, didn't he?
Wait, W
Yeah, he
overlap.
went to the fortress.
Yeah.
I wonder if this person would play Monument.
And just did his thing.
No way. I feel like it'd be like too good.
How'd you lose to this? Well,
Yeah.
I died.
5 times.
Okay, then he goes to the
I feel like you can
overworld.
pretty consistently get a sub 30 on an Ocean Seed with Monument.
I don't know
Yeah.
what he's doing. He's making a fucking.
Oh shit.
I
sheep.
thought
what he's
Korea.
doing.
Wasn't the video
Makes
sub
sense.
20? Consistent sub 20?
He's shearing sheep.
Monument stress?
Monument?
Is he
Like,
even shear-
I
what
would
was
say,
he
like,
doing? He's shearing
Ooh,
sheep.
'cause he
can't,
does a
like-
video?
yeah, I would say, like, it just
Building a
depends on,
farm.
like, with ranked, it's a little
How's
bit, I mean, like, it's
farming
probably still fine, honestly.
For
I don't know,
flints?
like, you're not guaranteed Crimson in ranked.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
What I mean,
is
wait,
that
can
gonna
I
do?
tell you something?
Yeah.
I think that
Okay, then he goes
you
back
need
in the
to stop
Bastion.
telling young up and coming runners to ever do shipwreck. Shipwreck is the most advanced strategy.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Caved.
Because you don't have food, and in BT you have food. Think about that.
Okay. You know what? I'm
That's-
really
that's
curious
chat.
how this dragon fight goes.
He's gonna
There we
lose
go.
his mind on this 0, bro.
The 0 is it's like a 2
Also
plus 2 or
back.
something.
He's
Oh,
dead
it's
ass to zero
back.
cycling.
Oh,
Wait, the zero is
no.
fucking crazy.
I mean, it's not. It's like
It's like
back
91. Yeah, 91.
dead ass
It's
zero
going off to
I'm in
94.
hole 3. And he's 0.
It's not even double the regular zero. It's zero.
Oh my fucking
Double
God.
bow?
Yeah, because you gotta take aim. You gotta
Fucking
take aim to
bad.
free the end.
Yeah.
What? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? I'm in hole 3, and my guy's 0 cycling on me.
This is. I wonder whose alt this is.
Every lower elo
It's
player
a
has
gimmick account
experienced
that
this, where
does
you just like
bastion
play
this.
against somebody and they have like an 8-minute end enter and then they 0, and you're like, well, I
Why?
was never winning that.
Why?
Yeah, then you look at their fucking like match page and it's awful.
Oliver!
Yeah, it's like 74%.
I'm gonna need you to drone
forfeit.
strike this man's house. I'm gonna need you to drone strike this man's house.
You had 42 minutes, man. You probably could have just won like normal.
I need
If
the
you
whole
didn't
thing
die
wiped
5
out.
times, reset the world twice, you know.
It's legal. Actually, it's illegal to have a Smurf account.
It's not a Smurf. It was
But it's not a
42
Smurf account.
Just per the rules. Sorry.
You trying to get his elo back?
Enforce them.
Yeah.
Feinberg has it. Ah, the
He just-
exception to the rule proves
He
that
knows
its
they don't
existence
refund
isn't
elo,
true.
though.
Fool. Feinberg has a carved out rule from the devs. Is he special? Yes. Do I think that's wrong? Yes. I've been saying it for years.
Fiverr's not the only one with
Doesn't-
an alt account,
doesn't-
bro.
Doesn't change the fact that you cannot have. You cannot have. They're saying I should get my points back.
No
They're
one's
saying I should
saying
get my
that.
points
God.
back. Someone get Oliver on the line.
He literally had
What-
someone that was
when he had no
smurfing. He
points
literally had someone that was smurfing, like Slenderman, smurf and beat him, and he didn't get his elo back. Like they got Slender got banned,
They're
bro.
saying in the chat that I should get my points back. How many matches does he have?
Who's
Can I check his
they?
account? Triple TO gap.
Triple TO gap.
I want to see his achievement. I want to see his achievements.
He has 31 matches played, 16 won, 12 lost.
17 on a shipwreck. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Dude, the
Bastion-
17 is
Bastion
Bastionless
is-
as well. It's so
He
sick.
did a 17-minute run.
No Bastion. Yes. W replay watch.
It's just gonna be his opponent like boating around to find the magma ravine or something.
Does he play the
His opponent
does he
is
play
just in the
Bastion if it's
overworld.
stables?
The entire time. The entire
Or does
run.
he always do no?
Unfortunate.
Wait, this is classic too. He just got insanely lucky.
God, what a terrorist of a
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
What a terrorist of a man. It's not smurfing since he's handicapping himself. That's not
Why do we
true.
stop playing classic,
That's-
man? Like,
It's still
why do
smurfing.
why do you need to do like 2-minute bastion rounds when we just throw 2 gold ingots?
It's absolutely still smurfing.
True.
Literally by
Very true,
definition.
Barrow.
Now,
ban
what you're
Feinberg, bro.
arguing is that the smurfing is fine because he's handicapped himself to a degree that makes his times comparable to people of his range. It's still smurfing.
Ban Feinberg, bro.
Do not miss
Genuinely.
your chance to blow. You only get one shot. He one shot.
One shot is
He
crazy.
summoned a wither skeleton.
Summoned a
Summoned
wither
a wither
skeleton.
I personally think all
Summoned a
Smurfs are
blaze.
lame across the board universally. It doesn't matter
Yes,
if you're like a
Ludwig,
gimmick
agreed.
account that says find my 8 pages,
Yes.
or you don't trade in the
On my
bastion.
8 pages.
The idea that you are unable to progress your own level of skill
Shout out
to
Slenderman,
play
man.
people your rank, so what you do is you stunt on people who are learning or shitters is lame. And I think it's lame in all games, all categories across the board. I think it's loser behavior. If you're playing League of Legends, but you are doing a
Yes, bro.
I don't hit enemies peaceful, Tryndamere build top,
Yeah.
it's still lame.
don't know what any of that meant.
I personally think it's lame.
Hello.
Saying words.
Now, that was 42-minute run. You could have
Hello.
beat it. Sure, that's
Oliver,
fine.
Hi,
I just
Pounded.
think
You mean
the
to
guy's
walk away?
lame.
Yeah, you sound exploding.
I still think he's lame. I still think he's a loser. I'm allowed to think this. If you go to CS2 and somebody only plays games using
Hello?
the
Hi.
like the fucking
that better?
zapper or whatever,
Yeah.
what are you ultimately doing?
Okay. Hi. Sorry, I'm
You
in the
are
bath. I have
trying to
hypothermia.
Why
Well,
are you in the
basically
bath? Why are
embarrass,
you in the bath?
humiliate your
Wait,
opponent
come on,
by
proof?
proving that with two arms
No, why
arms
are
tied
you-
behind your
you
back,
know he's
you
gonna
can still
fucking
win.
do it. You know he's gonna
You have such a skill gap
Oh, is it Impune?
over
Impune,
them
you
that with
fucking
two
removed
arms tied
that
behind your back, you can
boyfriend
still win.
command, bro.
He's muted. He
And
said,
and
"Fuck
that
you,"
and
I
that
guess.
ultimately is the power
delicious.
fantasy of the Smurfer.
How was I watched some of the
And
last two
for
matches, but
the person who's
I
just
think
trying
they
to
had like
learn,
cell jammers
just
or
trying to get
something
into the
out
game,
there, so I
what is
couldn't
their
watch all of it.
experience? Well,
It was bad. It was.
they have a lose-lose.
It
Either
sucked.
they beat a
It was
match that they
boring.
should have won because he
Let's
had so
cancel
many
pl-
handicaps against himself, or
Silver.
they lose to someone who nerfed themselves in such
Okay.
an impossible way that
Silver,
it's
you might have
embarrassing.
lost and that sucks,
So,
but I think what's
as a
worse
whole,
is that
I think
you
it's
ruined
loser
my
behavior.
pick'ems because I had you win the
Eat shit and die. I hope we never meet again until we both perish.
Sorry.
To
Okay, I
have a
forgive
different
you.
opinion, here's the idea. The only reason it's cool is because it's a novelty factor in they beat me in an embarrassing way and I'm your streamer and it's funny to watch me lose. They're going to go off to terrorize a bunch of Cole 3, Cole 2, Cole 1, whatever players.
No,
We're
but they're
just trying
gonna
to learn
get
this
more
game
elo
and get
though.
into
Like
a new
that's the whole
speedrun that they
point.
just
At a
That's
point,
the
it becomes
reality.
possible to get
Is
more
that
elo.
he's just
even
going to
though, like,
terrorize 25
like, in a
people and then they're just
defensive
going to have to
defensive
realize
elo
they get one
system.
shot and
Handicap
maybe even
themselves so
goes
that
as
they're
far as to demoralize
there.
one person enough that they quit. Now, I think if you were to go that far, you'd be a loser for quitting. But regardless, that's why I think across the board, smurfing sucks. Across the board.
Okay.
I stand by that.
I get it.
What about smurfing to play with your friends in Valorant?
Huh.
Boot up a casual. Why are you playing ranked? There's no reason to play ranked. I don't like every time Squeaks boots up his Smurf in CS2. I think
Was
it's
that fine death on
I'm
C4
like,
or
play your main. He goes,
C5?
if they play my main, they're gonna be too
It
hard.
was like seed 3.
Then don't
Three,
fucking play
yeah.
with me.
Okay.
You smurf in Valo? I do not smurf. What? What have I ever smurf? First off, I'm flattered. Never once in my life. And if you find footage, it was AI.
Camboard.
What was peak CCV if we include Ludwig?
60,000.
60,
Go ski button? No, I said one game. That's it for today. We're done. Guys, I'm ending the stream.
What the fuck is this?
Danny boy.
Danny boy.
Oh, Danny boy.
I liked when Apple said, like, oh man, I
Oh,
hope we
dude.
can hit 50K for grand finals. So, like, dude,
when
we were
did
already
Infinite
there.
Infinite
And then we
50K
hit
is fucking
50K like 3 seconds
January
later.
Even
second.
without Ludwig, we peaked like
Here.
20, 27, or 2023, I think.
Yeah.
It's like double last year, which is absurd.
I mean, it's weird because it's like there's like Ludwig crossover. I'm sure that we're
It's
watching
only
like
day one,
Feinberg,
I
but
remember. Yeah.
it's sick. And yeah, Stan was like DMing me throughout it, for some of it too. He was like talking about it, which is sick.
That's really
It's
cool.
cool to see people are like genuinely interested in it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Maybe we can get rid of some of the people who are just using us for clout, like Curryway and stuff.
Oh, yeah, you know me. I'm always so tired after playoffs, man. I got so much shit to do. People liked your bit. It was a good bit.
It
Which
was
one,
a
the
good
veggie
bit.
one?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad. I'll probably go back and watch it. I need to ask Oliver to send me the video.
I was
Dirty.
hoping that you would have had like a bunch of really obscure fruits and vegetables in that one, and then just like pretended that they were normal knowledge to them, just to like gaslight them.
That's fair. I mean,
That's a
I was
banana.
proud of them. Turnip and rat, like or not
Beetroot was kind of
beetroot. Yeah, the beetroot. That one was good.
because that one was sliced, so you could instantly tell. Like if you've ever seen beetroot on any dish ever.
Yeah. I thought it would be obvious, and then when I play tested it with Curry, he made the same mistake. It's like, oh, I guess no one's ever seen beetroot before.
I'm fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Can we make it a rule that you have to say goodbye to leave the call?
Why? Who left?
Yeah, where did everyone go?
Lewis.
Oh, what the
everyone-
fuck?
Yeah.
I just reopened Discord. That's tough. That's a tough day.
I need to finish up my bath. And
I
then
actually
come
need.
back.
I should like do something productive. I need to work on my mid-offs video, so I'm gonna dip.
Fair.
Bye
I need to start
bye.
with my
Good
main
day.
challenge.
See you guys
Bye.
tomorrow.
Bye bye.
I wonder how Mungie took losing. Because we were the 2 higher seeds that lost today. Or, like, I guess Feinberg did too, but. Doesn't count. No, I'm just like, I'm really sad, honestly. It's like fine. I just feel like I could have done so much better. Yeah, I just don't know what to do to close the gap. I feel like my mental was pretty good, honestly. All things considered, my mental was pretty good. Like, the only thing I could have done better was, like, I mean, I just choked the 2+2, and it's like, that's a bit of nerves management. Like, maybe I should have, like, kind of take deep breaths and stuff. I just knew it was fast paced, and I think maybe that got in my head, like, a little bit, too. And I obviously knew I had to hit the 2+2. And so, I just was not expecting it to break. I'm not gonna lie, I felt like I was playing so good all day. But then in that just one moment, it was just the nerves, and I just was like, couldn't focus. I was like thinking so hard about how I had to hit the 2+2, I wasn't thinking about anything else. Tunnel visioned or something. But like I'm also just entering slower on every overworld, which is just so bad. Like I just have so much to improve on. I mean, I don't know, like maybe I checked the first, it's just like my position, like I think it was just absolutely impossible for me to do double triple. Like I entered faster, right? So I took better terrain and entered faster into the bastion. But from my angle, I'm entering at the side of the triple, and then I'm gonna go in, and like usually what you would do, I guess, is like I would loot the first chest and then like go up and check above. But the problem is that I messed up like how I dealt with the piglins. So I couldn't check if it was triple from above, and I needed to insta send the triple the gap because I just couldn't check like that. I just couldn't because the piglins were just fucking me. But like I think if I see that it's double triple, I do it. But it's just like it just sucks. Like the triple to gap is supposed to hit, not the double triple, but the double triple hit and the triple to gap didn't, which is just kind of diabolical. Just because I was missing obby. Man, I don't know. Every single Bastion had so many pigs, and I feel like I just didn't know like what to do in terms of like I wanted to get my pre-crafts off. Like it was literally just I was losing time in Bastions because I was pre-crafting, and then he was losing time in forts because I was purling to the forts better, and then I was already pre-crafted.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
I'm live still, by the way.
I know. NT Silver. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Danny.
It was a good run.
I just like should have hit the 2+2. It's just like there's nothing else I can even think about. It's just like that specific moment. Like obviously there's all like I could look at the other seeds that I lost and whatever, but especially the last seed, I don't really think I did anything too wrong on the last seed. I really need to lock my overworlds down. Like I'm just so bad.
I skimmed through it, but I'm gonna probably VOD review all the playoffs matches and like I don't know. I think like this game is hard in terms of like as soon as you like if your opponent commits to something and it works well, and they don't make a mistake, you can't really get the time back. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
kind of like after the overworld, it can just be GG.
Oh, so early. Yeah, I just yeah, you're right, but like I don't know, it's just like you have to play, I feel like you just have to play like every split is like you need to play it as fast as you possibly can play it because you don't know what's going to happen in the rest of the seed, and like at any moment like you could just have a nav diff or like a end diff or whatever, and then it's just like that's the time back.
Yeah. Man, I can't believe Silver and Moggy are out, man. And Fiber. Actually, but I thought Fiber was gonna get out. I think Hax was definitely like
You
probably
watched
gonna Hax.
the clip of Fiber dying?
The favorite.
I haven't watched it yet.
I mean, he just messed up. I guess I can watch the Sky Crab interview.
That Blazemine end fight.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of a Blazemine fan now.
So let's see what Skygrab has to say. Sorry about the yapping there, and then we'll get right into the game.
Oh,
So first off, introduce yourself. How do you
I was watching
get into
Blazemine
speedrunning
at like
and all that
4
good
AM or
stuff?
something. Get rank 1. It was awesome.
So,
mechanics are
I
like
got into MCSR
so satisfying to
by
watch.
my good buddy Soroxy. I've always been interested in speedrunning in general before that.
Nice. When you say
Yeah, I like
watching
watching
speedrunning
Blazemine.
before, do you mean like speedrunning other games, or you were like kind of watching speedrunning Minecraft, or?
I kind of did Super Mario 64 speedruns.
Oh,
right
okay.
before.
How many stars?
16 star.
W. What's your PB right now?
1639 in no LBLJ.
Oh my god.
Category.
Kind of sad. I didn't get to watch your game
Sick. How do you
because
feel about playing
I
against Silver?
woke up and had like a really bad headache, so I just went back to bed and then just completely missed yours.
It's okay.
I feel like
That's W. Yeah, that's sick. How do you feel about playing against Silver, someone who's won playoffs in the past?
I feel intimidated. I don't know what to expect. I feel like I'm not gonna do that well. I think I don't know. I just
Why
don't
not?
have the
You did
ranked
great in
experience.
LCQ.
I got lucky. There was easy zeros.
Is there anything you're more confident in? Because when we were watching for LCQ, we were like, oh, Ocean Seed, like Skycrab's got this. Like, is that something you're feeling confident about against Silver? Anything you're feeling good about?
I think I'm pretty confident in Ocean Seeds because after a lot of RSG playing, I feel very confident in my ravines spotting and stuff, and like the lines.
Do you think there's something that playing RSG besides just the overworlds that could help you maybe worse terrain, anything like that you think could also give you an edge?
Spotting Fortress at the treasure maybe. I really try to like force a Fortress with white macro.
What are your thoughts on like
I
comparing?
think there's some like mental
play a
factor
lot of
to
RSG, someone like
RSG
yourself,
players
someone like
versus ranked
Jason.
players when
Do
it
you
comes to
feel like you're
bastions
one of
because
the
it's
best
like
players in the world? Do you feel like
you
you
get
stack up
less
and go
bastions days,
play a
so
lot of
like
ranked? Like, how
when
do
you
kind of
do
view
get
yourself
one,
in
it's
that
like
way?
I guess
now you
can
have to really
compare
lock
the
in.
stats, even though I don't
I don't know.
play against them. 'Cause
I just
do
played the
have, like,
Bastions
pretty
for
good
a little.
like splits, averages and stuff.
Have you ever wanted to play in a playoffs before? Like, how did this kind of happen? I know people were saying like you have a
See if I
channel
can
point reward
watch
for
it.
Q rank games. Did you literally only get this from those channel point rewards?
Street, are you gonna
Yeah.
review your game right now?
If I lost
Or
like twice in a
Maybe,
row,
yeah,
I
I
might
don't
have
know.
like queued one more, so I don't.
Probably.
feel bad when going into RSG.
What is
if you
playing
are,
in
then I can
playoffs
just
mean to
watch
you?
it.
Is it something that you
Sure.
really wanted to go
Mhm.
for? Like, what does it kind of mean now that you're actually in the 16-person bracket to you?
It's really fun to like actually be participating in this. I didn't expect it to like actually get in.
I do have a lot of people rooting for you. You've always been a huge name. Like, what does it kind of mean to have so many people rooting for you in a matchup against Alex, who's also like a very well-known, prominent community member? Like, what does that mean to you?
I don't know. It feels. So
Dude, why do I
weird.
look so chunky
It's
there?
like- it means like I have achieved something really big, and I'm like.
You
really
look fucking
grateful for it.
awesome.
Last thing that I can kind of think of off the top of my head, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming Season 6 was one of the last times you played LCQ because of the, like, hand injuries that you were dealing with. What does it mean to, you know, not only come back from that,
Because I'm
but
wearing, like,
be
2
playing at
shirts.
what it sounds like
And
to
the
you seems
LFI
to be even at,
jersey
like,
was
a
really
higher
tight.
level after everything that you had to go through with that.
I try to use my time more.
How tall are you?
efficiently to not worsen the hand.
Like
play.
6'2",
So I really try to
6'3",
practice
something like that.
more than to spam runs, which is probably the reason why I got.
You look like way taller than Fulham in
Final
that.
thoughts on your match against Silver. How are you going to win this matchup?
He's even got the
your
hair
key to
buff and
victory
everything.
against
He used to
Silver
look
here?
I
taller.
can reach a really like great top speed. I just gotta not let my nerves get to me. Or
Bro,
all the
looks
stuff
like he
that's,
goes
which is,
gem.
like, really bad.
He has a great top speed, but I was faster on the fast seeds.
Well, Skycrab can hit that top speed if he locks in, so I'm excited to see that. Thank you, Bendo, for editing that interview, W interview, and again, thank you, Curryway, for hosting that interview. I don't know if he hosted all of them. I think Oliver hosted a couple of them during our media day that all the chatters and no one loved from last weekend. So beautiful stuff, though. Got those interviews for us. W Skycrab. Know a lot of people are excited. Let's throw over the player stats, Nerdy, and see. One notable thing, I guess. Skycrab was saying we can look at the stats even though he hasn't played that much. There's 70 games there from Silver's almost 700. They haven't played each other, but Nerdy, Skycrab hasn't played anybody in playoffs.
Yep.
Ever.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, if he
no,
qualified
see,
through
yeah.
LCQ, it's crazy, but it kind of makes sense.
Drunk off's the winner.
Basically, any match we
Wait,
get with
that's
Skycrab
Aura.
in it is going to be fresh. It's going to be new. It's going to be exciting. The win
Mid
rate's
offs
difference
too
here.
as
I mean, I
well.
feel like
I was
if you
so
look at the
confused
difference,
about
it's a
that. I
little
was
weird
like,
'cause
wait, how are you
obviously,
mid offs? But I remember
Silver
just
played
like
at
you're the
a high
coach.
level, so that win rate's going to drop a little bit at some point.
I don't know why it
Whereas
says
the
that in
peak elo for
America.
Skycrab was only 2161. But
Oh,
in
yeah.
either case, very impressive stats on both ends
I didn't
here.
even notice.
Both sub 10 averages, both very good rank times, and also very solid RSG times. So I think this is going to be very exciting no matter what happens. I'm rooting for. I want to root for both of them. I don't know. It's like it's so hard. We never get Skycrab in it playoffs, but at the same time, Silver, you know, the OG playoffs winner. It's really hard for me to pick a side here.
Yeah, I like the stats for Silver ranked wise look better just because I mean not the win rate, but Skycrab doesn't have enough games for me to really put a ton of weight into that, and I guess I shouldn't put a ton of weight into the ranked average either.
Playoff seeds are so good. Like,
one other
it's
funny
low-key
thing,
kind
as
of
we send
boring.
it over to the seed type stats, but again, I
Yeah.
don't think we're gonna get much from this just because of low sample size. Skycrab might be the
I think
only
like the
person in
worst
last
seed we
few
saw was
seasons
when
to have a
Feinberg
better
was traveling to the
RSG
Bastion.
PB than ranked PB.
Like that's pretty much the
That's
worst
part
thing that
we've
happened.
lost. Considering I think there's 60 people that have a sub 7 in ranked, and there's one person
Also, I feel like I saw like
She has
a
sub 7.
billion
Obviously,
double
Loki has, like,
triples today.
620 in ranked, so that's not him. Skylar might be the
Yeah.
first person in multiple seasons to have a better RSG PB.
Yeah.
By 5 seconds, I guess, than his rank PB, but he does.
Notable thing,
I
look
looked
that
at some
Silver on a
stats.
49.6% win rate. Is
that
that a little
is
weird?
not
That's a
good.
little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 200 as well.
But the
What's going
shipwrecks
on
at
there?
56, right? Like, I don't know. They're both the lowest too, but BT being so much lower.
I think it's just random.
Is it the
So interesting.
ravine spotting, right? And Skycrab, again, obviously low sample size, and considering he hasn't played a single playoffs player ever in those 70 games, right? Like,
Yeah.
obviously
There's no
Skycrab
reason a
plays 70
BT should
games
be any
against
different than Shipwreck.
Infume
I think it just
versus
got like
70 games against your average Diamond 1 player. That the win rate's going to look different, right?
Right.
So can we take these numbers and say like, oh, Skycrab's 10% better than Silver at every seed type? Not exactly. But we can't look at Silver's. He's got that sample size, and that BT is shocking. So let's look at the seed pick bans. Let's see, is Silver going to ban BT like we think he is? And it's a good overlap, right? Because not only are you banning BT because you're bad at BT, but you're banning BT because you're playing Skycrab, right? And Skycrab's banning Desert Temple because it's the only seed type that you really don't ever play, right? Like his 617, that was a Village Rune Portal. He's playing BTs and Shipwrecks all the time, just off the wall. But you know, you see a Blacksmith, you'll tab in. You see a Rune Portal, you'll tab in. Desert Temple, the only seed type, I don't need
Gonna be
a lot better. We
I
can
think
do
we
better.
can do a bit better. I want at least completable. That's all I'm asking, and then I'm
Well,
gonna.
this is completable. You got that.
That's a good start. That's a
There's
great
some pigs
start.
here. Is there an axe? There is an axe.
Okay.
19
Okay. I like this. I'll take this. I'll take this. This is.
This is
acceptable.
honestly bare minimum.
These pigs like actually pissed me off so
I mean,
much.
that's it. I'm. It could be worse. It could be worse. There could be no pigs.
Is it mending though?
Jesus Christ.
No, it's just. I feel like it's unbreaking. Like, look at the gold axe. I feel like there's no.
How is that-
balance.
oh.
Silver got raw mutton there instead of cooked mutton. This food
I
situation.
just don't
I was gonna say,
think
how is that
that-
shit not in
this
the
lake
water?
right here. But Silver got 6 pork chops, so that's all right.
I just should have.
I
I
think
should
this has
have.
to be unbreaking. So maybe a little bit better than bare minimum. Not
I
close
think
to
it's
Princess
6 pork
Treatment at
chops
all
is
by
just
any means.
enough
No
for the
looting
whole
sword, no
run,
food in the room
right?
portal. Kind of just
Probably,
the
yeah.
hobby and the iron and the axe. But there's an axe. Could be worse. That's chill.
Silver now entering the nether.
Pretty
a little
far
bit
ahead as
sooner.
well. I mean, he hasn't crafted stuff. Skycrab gonna front load a wood pick and a boat.
Skycrab has
Wood
got
pick
way
is
worse food.
interesting
Not like more mutton instead of pork chop.
because a lot of times you don't need it, right? And it's just it's an unnecessary front loaded craft.
Yep.
Like Silver hasn't even made his crafting table 6 yet. That's something you obviously always have to do, but he hasn't even started that situation. But the wood pick and wood shovel, especially, maybe not the best overlap of time.
You see
for
the fortress
Skycrab.
here to the left. I'd like to point out. Skycrab gonna have that
Yeah.
boat able to clutch down here, so a little bit nice in that sense. Gonna get the boat clutch off
What
again
is this
there.
bastion? Is this double, triple housing? I
Bro, I
want
was
to say.
tweaking.
You just slam these chests with the axe. You try to figure it out. Maybe put on some armor.
This bastion was so
You have the
bad
gold
for
axe. It
me.
has unbreaking. Maybe you do it on just this right triple. Silver's got 11 obby already, but no iron yet. Never mind. He's got 2 nuggets or 2 ingots. I'm stupid.
It's okay. It's
We're gonna
okay,
shred
Feinberg.
these chests. I was just looking at the nuggets in the hopper, and he sold 19 an hour.
I was like thinking, like when I was at, like I it actually overwhelmed me
Skycrab,
so much. Like the
similar
fact that I
situation,
didn't
he's
grab the
gonna block off
backups.
the
Like
pigs here to make the
I was like,
pickaxe,
huh,
but then
that
they
felt
have
really fast. Why
those
did that
pigs
feel
in
so
the middle.
fast? Did
That's
I forget
good.
to grab the
I died
backups?
here a couple weeks ago. That's actually a really good save. I'm
And
gonna
then-
take note of that for later because
damn.
you do want to
It just
let in
did.
those left
I don't
triple
know
pigs
why
with
I did that.
a pickaxe, right? You have to break 2 blocks there. So it was a good
And then
save.
do you just get, like,
Block
bad
off those pigs,
trades?
Give himself the time to craft the pickaxe.
No, not really. It was fine.
I tried some goofy and it didn't work. So
It's okay.
great
It's
save from
okay. We all-
Skycrab. I mean, it could be the fact that he's been in low iron situations a lot, right? Like maybe you know you're not guaranteed iron when you play Archie, right? Like the BT doesn't have 8 iron guaranteed. The shipwreck doesn't have 8 iron guaranteed. You're not guaranteed an iron pick on.
What are they
basically every
saying?
seed.
Like
So,
potential entity cram for? Was it you got a lot of pigs or
possible
was it
he's just been in
Skycrab?
that situation many
I
times.
don't know. I had a
So
lot
it's pretty
though.
close here overall. I'd say slightly different ways of approaching the seed, but
So then what was
still
wrong with this
are
bastion?
Neck and neck. Now,
Just like
Silver's got
I
39
just should have
on
did
a
it that
stack
bottom
of
chest
string,
probably.
7 explosives.
And then right
from
here
the
I should just
trades.
leave, but I just was sort of
Obviously, with
crafting because
2
I
blaze
didn't
beds,
want
that
to
gets
have
down to 5.
the iron axe or
He's got
the
8
gold
explosive
axe,
Skycrab's
and
got
then
9.
also I didn't make a boat yet. That was actually the main thing. It's like I didn't
Leaving.
make a boat yet, and holy fuck, this is so annoying.
I don't know. But 46 obby from Silver. Skycrab's just out though.
Lots of beds.
Faster, leaving on the trades, maybe more pigs from the route. I don't know, but this is way faster. And obviously, we saw the fort off spawn.
Shit.
So Silver first to the Bastion by a considerable margin, but Skycrab very ahead here, albeit a bit low on health. 1 heart.
Below
Any
health, and
weird
also,
stray here?
Like Silver has so much food here with those
5
pork chops, now
and the
4,
pork
but
chop, it is better than mutton.
yeah.
But Skycrab seems to be in a safe spot of the fort. It is kind of
Around
open
here.
here, but not, enclosed, right? It's better to fight Wither Skellies and stuff with the range. You don't want to get trapped in a corner, so to speak. But Silver, on the other hand, doesn't go through the bad part at all. He's at the spawner at the same time Skycrab is.
Yeah, just able to save some time on that, I guess, like fortress nav, and now is building.
Yeah, obviously there's way
before
just
Skycrab
way
can even
closer than we think. Yeah, he's got the blaze bat off first. Skycrab's messed with some strays here, so maybe he can save a spawner cycle at the end. It's going to be very unclear here which runner specifically is ahead, because Skycrab has 4 rods and Silver has 1. But Silver might be able to get to the 4 from this wave. Yes, he does.
There we go.
No, he's on 3. Oh, no, he's on 4.
So this is a very close match to start this off. I mean, I feel like the runners have been playing like decently differently.
Skycrab measuring issue, though.
I wonder if it's like viable to get like a couple extra logs and make like like 3 crafting tables, because then it's like you're never gonna have to worry about like something going in your inventory whenever you pick up your crafting table. It's just like already gonna be there. It's like a permanent crafting table in your inventory.
Misinput on Nimba? Was it not set up correctly? I don't
just shouldn't
know.
have
It's
placed my
impossible to
crafting
tell, but
table
that's
there, though.
a lot of time on a very innocuous split. And Silver's got this full blaze bedded spawner, fully cleared out, open as well. Skycrab's on a enclosed spawner. This blaze is
It's also
going
good
on
for like I
right
don't
now
know
for
like
Skycrab. So now the
like
situation looks
TNT
great for
bridge or
Silver. He's
whatever.
out to cords. And Skycrab, this is maybe the
Sometimes
fifth
like
rod.
the
Is that
gold
sixth
block
rod? I
goes
think he's
in
leaving as well. Okay.
a different slot in the crafting
Closer than we
table,
think,
and like vice
but
versa.
Silver completely swung the game in his favor just off this fortress split.
Now purling over to the
Yeah, it's
stronghold
just such
forts
an
here,
edge
he should be
case.
pretty close.
And Skycrab doesn't even have anything
Punch out
crafted.
a little bit. Yeah,
He has no
good point.
pre-crafts. He has 15 pearls.
Oh no!
You win
What
this
happened
game.
there? I don't know.
Yeah.
He can't even pearl crawl through the wall. Silver found great terrain to cords. Is it different stronghold?
No, it's
I
the
don't-
same stronghold. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's the same
What
stronghold.
is going on?
I swear
It feels like Skycrab's
What
just
the hell happened
falling
here?
apart
Is
in
it
the
not?
back half of the seed.
Maybe it was
Instant app for
different.
Silver.
Yeah, no. Here's a little thing that Silver built on, and that could be the game here if Silver can hit the 0.
He doesn't have a bow. Maybe because of no arrows. I think he doesn't have a bow.
It should be a hittable 0 though.
Yeah, I mean, 8 explosives
99.
and that front 99. You don't need the bow here at all. I don't think he has one. But it's not going to matter. I mean, what happened to Skycrab?
It just maybe took worse terrain. It looks like to me. Was that a different spawner? So I guess that could explain it there. But in either case, Silver takes game 1 here with almost a sub 7, but is able to get a low 7 instead.
Oh yeah, this was fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't even notice how
We'll
fast
see.
that was.
I was not looking at the timer at all. I don't know. And Skycrab's
And
dead off to
Skycrab's dead.
0 anyways. But it wouldn't have mattered.
That happens so many times. It's like someone
mean,
beats the game, and then
not
the
even
opponent
just
like
the
still tries to
terrain
go
now,
for
I
the
feel like
0, but they
everything
always
past-
die.
Like, as soon as Skycrab hit the 4, I feel like
Yeah.
every micro was just worse and worse and worse and worse. Like,
That's
close
32
spawner.
seconds.
They-
Yeah, that should-
He went for like some early crafts.
You just
and
save
then
time
was
on
able
the
to use,
terrain
like,
now.
so they had no hesitation getting that blaze bed off. Just
Let's see what the second seed's going to be. Is picking the village. Too much village wrap.
Sky.
Better pick, but
Low-key is
maybe he
me.
plays less shipwrecks than I think. Off of the wall, off the resetting, they are just much slower than BTs. So who knows? But we see the lava pool Skycrab quick spot behind those trees. I think it just showed up on Silver's screen as well there. But this is an interesting overworld. Where are we getting the gravel? What lava pool did we go to? Where
true.
even is the blacksmith?
There's the
Looks
gravel
like
right
Skycrab's
there.
found it. Oh, and it's on the blacksmith. Okay, so what could have been just a flat plains overworld, we have the gravel. So presumably no wood light here. We have 5 iron. Yep. So gold axe, iron pick shears. Maybe we make a stone sword. Maybe we just use the gold axe. Skycrab a little fumbly on the crafting there.
There's the shears coming out for Silver.
Fumbly as well. And he's not making a gold axe. He's going to make a stone axe and save the 2 gold and make a gold shovel.
You make stone axe because you had shears.
Probably not going to matter too much. 9 gravel for Flint for Skycrab.
Yeah, that was my thought process, but it's just
I
worse.
guess the argument is like, okay, you have shears for blocks. You don't need to mine that many logs with a gold axe. But I like the leaf note for Silver.
Sorry.
That is fantastic.
Somebody take a screenshot.
Screenshot.
Let's put that on Twitter.
Yeah, that should
I
be
mean, like,
there.
In playoffs.
Gold shovel's better if the
I don't
rates
know.
are
I like
shit,
the
but
gold
like that
axe.
just
Like,
doesn't
I guess you're
happen
using
a lot,
of the
does it?
durability. It's about a break for Skycrab, but even if you just have a couple durability, it breaks the crafting table faster. It breaks those logs.
Like you're always getting the same amount of wood
You
every
can
time.
break a chest or 2
You're not
in
getting
the
the same amount of
bastion
gravel every
faster.
time.
Stables routing, housing routing.
Yeah.
You're breaking
He
chests
just saves
on
a lot
those
of time
routes
here. I
sometimes.
should have just.
I like the gold axe better. And I don't think the 2 gold for distraction is maybe worth it, but in some seeds it could be, right? Like you're at the top
Really
of
just a
stables,
stone
you
axe
need
that
to get a
made you
pig
this
one out of the
far
way
behind?
fast.
He
Instead
has
of
one
maybe
less
throwing
bet.
your
Oh
axe,
no, he
obviously
doesn't
you
have one
can
less
throw the
bet.
gold
Yeah,
axe, but
pretty
throwing
much.
the
I mean,
gold
I
is
don't
a
know.
lot
I have bad
mentally
mechanics.
easier to
maybe.
do, right? Like even if it is just the same action, the same
I like
thing
some of the
you're grabbing,
crafting.
throwing an axe
The leaf
feels
boat.
weird. Throwing the gold ingot, like that's the point of the gold
shovel.
ingot is to trade. The point of the axe is that you're not trading the axe. So it's just trade-offs. I would make the gold axe here. Silver obviously made the stone axe, but it's worked out for Skycrab. He's got a pretty
I was gonna
commanding
say,
lead into
we were
nether.
hating on Skycrab's village routing. Maybe he's just a demon at the village seeds. I mean, look at this. A significant lead over Silver, playing that seed much more quickly. But Silver taking slightly different terrain here, I believe.
A little more left.
The same. Yeah, I was gonna say a little bit more left, but in
Scarily
either case,
close to lava
pretty similar.
housing.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah, that would've
sucked.
been a bit of
I
a-
was sad that my
bit of a
manhunt didn't
mess.
hit.
And Skycrab has axe here. Is it going to break, though? He's got to try to figure out how to get around these guys. And it does break on the second. Can't break all 3 chests. But that was fast still as well. Silver going for manhunt with leaves. It's a
always
VP
scary.
that I think he needs to make, knowing he's this far behind. I like that he's sending it, but it's scary, right? It's wet manhunt. He's only got leaves.
I got no pigs.
But notably nerdy,
Something must have burned or
Skycrab got
whatever.
no obsidian from the top chests. So the benefit to top down, sure, you might be more consistently getting piglins if it's wet mana, but you're getting those 3 chests early on your route. Apparently you got 4.
I think you just got unlucky here.
It's not the 5 obby chest
Like-
though. Hey, sorry.
It's
I
like
need
you,
the inventory
you
viewer
did it
up at the
knowing it was
bottom.
risky
Or
play.
I don't think that would have even saved
So
me,
it's
to be
like,
honest.
I don't
There we
know.
go, W production.
I think you did the correct decision because you're behind.
I swear I got
But I
nuts.
mean, it's like also just better, I think, most of the time, just
But the
because
obby
the
still
route start
could
is so much
be,
faster.
still
Yeah.
could be a difference, right? Like if Silver got.
I think the problem
I
here
don't
is
know
I
if he
should
got
have just been
saved
more
from breaking
committal
that mana
too.
chest.
Like I knew I didn't have obby, and then
It's just unclear.
I was like,
It's different
okay,
chests,
I should
different
just
routing,
go
we'll
up Pearl
see.
Hang.
Did these
But I
runners
should have just
spot
gone
the
all the way up,
forts?
grabbed the top
Looks
chest
like
Pearl
they
Hang,
did.
gone
Looks like
back
it
down
is
for my
right
trades.
there.
It just would have been
So
faster
we're
than
looking
this.
for a
I just wanted to get a
Pearl
really
Hang
nice
opportunity, I
Pearl
think.
Hang,
There
and then
it
I
is.
went for it, but then
Oh, maybe
I
looked
knew
a
I didn't
little
have
low, but I think
obby.
it should be fine.
And I
Yeah,
knew I didn't have
so we
obby.
have to go like all the way back up.
Yeah, I
It's an
get,
iron chest
I
plate, look
get,
at that.
yeah, 25, and I have to
That's a
trade
little
this
fun.
out too.
I
It's
think
so
it's from
annoying.
no, it's just from the.
Skeleton on.
Like this
Stone
is like
Wall Art, if the
this is
skeleton shoots
so
again, he's
cooked
dead.
that I got 19
Oh,
obby
man, Skycrab
twice
is
in
scaring
the
us here.
series,
got the
or I
food,
have
he's just
18
missed his
here, I
time loss,
guess.
though.
But
Yep.
Does he pearl here?
I'm just like
Yes.
waiting
last
for
time.
the
Art.
fucking
It was
obby to
scary.
hit, and it just never
Strays?
does.
No strays. But Silver waiting so much on trays, and
Skycrab
he's got
never
18
has
obby, so
health.
this top chest obby
Ooh,
apparently is
true.
going to matter.
That could
He's
be a
got to
lot
run
of time
all the way
saves
up here
for Skycrab here. Yeah.
to get this mysterious 4 obsidian that chat's been raving so hard about. Where is it? It's got to be in the single. That's probably why I missed it. And an extra gold block as well. There's the obby. So Manhunt not working out for Silver here. Skycrab in a great position for Seed 2.
Well, like I don't know, because like again, like you're behind.
But
Like
no, he was
there's
in
a
this spot
world where you
before.
just
He was ahead of the
get
floor
obby
before,
for
and
the
we
trades
saw
and
him
be
kind of
faster,
fall apart
right?
in the
To
rest
make
of
up
the
the
seed, right?
time.
Bad, slower forward play, slower measurement, slower terrain to chords, and choking the zeros. So the seed by no means is over.
Yeah, and
Especially
so
with
far
the
You could
short
argue what you
Strays
did
is an
was wrong,
interesting
but like there is a
play here.
world
We'll
where
see if
like
this
it
works out.
still
Lots
works
of
out in
wither
your
skeletons
faster
in the
now.
way.
Because
Will
it's kind
Silver
of a
have
double
similar
spawner.
situation. Yeah, yeah.
It's obviously awkward. Obviously, the best double spawner possible is when they're right next to each other. Here, they're both open. You can't really get a good blaze bet off on both of them.
These rates are not it.
Yeah, only 2 rods for Skycrab. So maybe Silver being at this double spawner for so long is going to benefit him here. Being able to just overlap as many blazes as long as possible. But maybe the strays are just enough.
Skycrab, though. It's a very commanding lead.
It's so unclear when strays are good or bad for a runner. It just
Let's
all
see if
depends
this
on the
measurement
rates.
split will be faster. Hopefully, we can just get it off in 1. It's 60. It's 55 again. Oh no, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
I was worried there for a second that Skycrab would have to throw several eyes.
Even if he had to
again,
throw a second one, it wasn't like a Ninja Brain bot like user error, right? Like sure, sometimes you can get 2 offsets, you have to throw another one, but last time he had to throw 3 eyes. So something like horribly went wrong, and there's the last 2 rods on Blaze Bedded Spawner, gets them, and he is very far ahead from these strays. Silver only on 1 rod.
Just maintaining the lead from the start.
Yeah, I mean, this terrain nav looking like it's going a lot better. Heading to chords right now. A little bit of backtracking, but not too bad. Digging right now on chords. Has health. Gonna eat the bread for safety as well, like that play.
Potentially will be falling here, but that's
here,
okay.
And there's an Endermites. Can't really misplace. Oh, Endermite issue. Endermite issue, 2 hearts.
Oh, man.
Endermite. But Skycrab is not going to be the second runner to die to Endermite in playoffs. That's going to be low-key only. Is he died to the Creeper? No. Oh, my God. And he likes the spike down here. Is it just farther down these stairs? He hears it. Wow. Crazy. As Silver heads to chords. And look at this, though.
His beds.
Again, no pre-craft from Skycrab. Fully no pre-craft in the spawner. That's something that Silver's been ahead on both seeds, fully pre-crafted. Just a complete difference in play styles, but Silver so far behind that it's not going to matter. 053, no pearl clip here. And 4 bed, 2 anchor with a crossbow, small boy. Maybe it's weird if it flies on 90. Is he going to try to send 95?
Let's see here. Just going for 90.
And we're pre-placing the anchors. So if the dragon flies, this could get ugly. And it doesn't fly. But the first bed damage was not the best. Great. Oh, he's got 5 beds, not 4. I stand corrected. Should be enough for the anchor.
There he has it. Very clean. With an anchor to spare. Skycrab takes seed number 2. Remember, we're not getting a 3-0. This is going to be an exciting match. I'm excited.
Yeah, and there's not that much, end game stuttering here from Skycrab like there was last seed. Silver does manage to get in the end, so not as big of a blowout as it was the other way around, but the village routing from Skycrab was just elite. I think the gold axe, 20 seconds. And then it was the manhunt variance play that Silver went for that didn't work out, I think is sort of the story of the rest of the seed. You look at the fortress to the stronghold split, and Skycrab only saved 4 seconds with all those strays. And keep in mind, he saved those 4 seconds, but he had no
So crazy, man. It's just like
was he even like behind?
one tiny
If you
decision
look at
can
that
just lose you so
split
much
as a
time.
whole, does it take him 4 seconds to craft?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate my play of going for manhunt. I just I know it's single triple. I think it's triple. If it's double triple, then like it's more correct to go up. But maybe I have to think about that more. And also just because just like the route start was so much faster with manhunt. There,
Yeah.
you're at the bottom, and like
I legit think he just had like a leaf burn or something.
I must have.
fumbled
I
a
just
little bit on the
I'm
first seed, but
maybe I
it's
should
it's
have.
kind of
I
like
just
we were
should
saying.
have
Like
as
maybe
soon
just
as
a
I
warm up
like.
on
I
that
just need to
first
be
seed, and now
like
we're
more
locked
tapped
in.
into like what my obby has, and just go
Definitely
up to the top
Silver, I think,
immediately and
stumbled a
pearl
little bit
hang
in that
out, and then
overworld, so
go
maybe
back
that
down to my
Yeah,
trades
was
and
playing
then
a tiredness
leave.
thing.
And especially because I know
But
like
in
it's a
either case,
low
a great start to this series.
low pigs, so it's gonna take a while. So I
Just
have the extra
just
time.
earlier for Silver
And
as
I knew
well.
I had
It
the
is
extra
10 a.m.
time,
for
and
Silver. I think
that's
he
what
had
I
been
was
waking
trying
up a
to
little
do,
earlier,
but then
playing a
I
lot
just
of
like
Pride
messed
Runners with
up.
Dugal for the last week. But it is still just an early time slot, 10 a.m.
Yeah, I get what you were trying to
Both
do
runners
though.
find
It
the
was
shipwreck.
like
I don't know
it's like
exactly
two
what
high
time it
roll
is for
plays that just
Skycrab.
didn't work
Maybe
out.
6 or 7 p.m. I don't know what where the time zone lines are.
Feinberg.
I
You
never
can't
would
help
have held it
yourself, can
together
you?
if you didn't. You giggled a little bit. I'm
I
gonna blame
smirked.
you.
I couldn't help myself. It was okay, whatever. But see, guys, we're bad for each other. We're bad. We enable each other. That's the problem. Okay. Anyways, but a good start here. 8 bread and shears.
And notably,
Oh,
5
no.
gunpowder.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, I'm mistaken here. Sorry. Going for the TNT instead. Much better play. Able to get blocks in that way. Now
I'm gonna
able
search card for
to
TNT.
craft up that
Yeah.
bread and get going
That's awesome.
on the
Where did he put
TNT
his
instead.
TNT?
Much better start here. Able to get blocks in that
Raised
way.
on the crafting
Now
table.
able to craft up that bread.
Yeah, I don't
and
like
get
raising it on the
going
crafting table because you got
the
no
TNT.
blocks.
So good start here. A little bit, I'd say a little bit ahead here for Skycrab once again on this overworld.
Yeah, I mean, his TNT was a little bit closer than Silver's, and look at the wood count as well. He placed it closer to this like edge of the island, and he's got way more wood.
But maybe
Silver
it's
might
just
even want to
better, I
chop
don't know.
1 or 2 logs from this tree here. Yes, he will. So he can't even directly get off the island. Skycrab,
What do? You just put on the
10 to
floor
15
and get
seconds
less
out of here.
wood.
Yeah.
Once again, the overworlds look very clean here for Skycrab. Let's see what will happen next. Gonna be building this 1 by 2. And
1 by
Wonder if
2?
there's like
shortly.
some
Let's see what
block
we've
you
got
can
in
use
store
perfect
for
for
us
us.
in this
Skycrab
nether.
is so
not
ahead. Already on just the
destructive
overworld.
like obstructive as a crafting table.
I mean, maybe I just
Build another
grab an
one
extra piece of
for
sand is probably what
the
I'd start doing.
Bastion.
Because it kind of makes sense. One piece of
Where is
punching
the
one piece of
Bastion? Where
sand
is this raid?
versus
There it
Sees
is,
it.
yeah.
mining 2
Yeah.
logs
Up
with an
here
iron
for
axe.
the
Like
Soul
punching
Sand.
1
Do we
piece of
push
sand is
left?
just
Silver
faster.
looks like he's already going right, and this right terrain. I think it's going to open up to the same spot that.
Well, yeah,
Skycrab's
like I
at, but
ended
think
up losing
he's
him
gonna
time
be
on the
saving a little bit
seeder.
of time, just not going left and up that hill.
Mm.
Yeah, but he just has like no fucking
have-
blocks to do
There aren't too
anything.
many blocks here actually for
Yeah.
Skycrab. So Silver with those extra blocks.
Yeah, wow,
potentially
maybe
able
that
to-
was the TNT difference, right? Maybe
Yeah,
Skycrab
yeah.
placed it more on the sand. Silver was trying to work for the dirt, and that's a high roll maybe that Skycrab wants to take, right? Because if it's the sub 7 seed, if it's the world record, you're not gonna have to build a.
Do you know
sand
like
block.
exactly how many
Ranked,
blocks you use
gotta
per
play
like,
anything.
in each
So,
bridge route?
Is this the difference now? Silver
not
at the
really, I
chalice,
just know
commanding
it's, like,
lead.
I'm
Fully
pretty sure
flipped
it's
from the overworld.
33 for Safe
Surely
Sug
those blocks.
and
So definitely interesting to see the difference
like
in routing.
20 for
Maybe that overworld
DK,
difference we were
something like
talking
that.
about just was wrong. Maybe Silver's was in a better position all along.
But again,
It's just
not
like once
that
I hit
much
that 33
time.
for Safe Sug, because I know
Still
it
so much
uses
to
so
get to
many
play.
blocks,
But Skycrab's only got
then
8
I can be full confident and like
into
just
this route. He's
pushing
gotta keep some
for
of
the
his
route,
wood.
like and just kind of trying to do it as fast
See
as I
if
possibly
this might
can.
mess him up a little bit.
Wait, why didn't I do the head hitters? Am
Gold
I
block
dumb?
and
Bro,
starting
on my
to
mouse
roll.
fucking
Silver
triple click
gets
those.
started
Sorry.
a few seconds ahead here. He's gonna run out of blocks. They're gonna have to switch to that wood. Hopefully none of that will be burning. Always can be a little scary on this route.
And now he's got low wood too. 21 planks. We got to make
Really,
2 blaze
33
beds, maybe
blocks?
some
That feels
sticks,
so
and we're
little.
Using 3 more for the bridge, so we're down to 18.
Yeah,
Are we gonna
I
mine
don't
this?
know, we can see how
Silver
many I placed
to
here. I
this
started
route.
with
He's gonna
48
get
and then I
low
ended on
wood too.
14.
21
Oh, Jesus.
planks. We're
Okay,
down to
yeah,
18 blaze
never
beds,
mind.
maybe some
Yeah.
sticks, and we're using 3 more for the bridge, so we're down to 18.
Yep.
Are we gonna mine this wood back?
That is a lot of arrows too.
Low beds. It's situations
Holy
that
shit.
Skycrab's finding himself in that Silver isn't. Is it that ranked experience? Is it that difference in play style? Or is it just a random brain mistake that we're trying to read too much into? I don't know. Unclear.
Hard to say. We are looking.
Dude, it's so weird. I feel like so many
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to use
decisions
the
like
pressure for the fortress. It's very
aren't
open,
so
but just
like
no
aren't
fortress in
clear
sight
at all
regardless, so-
until
8
like
chunks away.
I saw it on the
Silver
chalice.
is looking for a good pearl hang
Um,
in that direction. dealing
so
with
so many
Solid here.
decisions and stuff like I've never thought about and are so unclear, and then all of a sudden playoffs just makes like them the most like just glorified, like just absolute, just like in like just never like thought about it, and then it comes to like so like just such an obvious thing afterwards, because like it's like every micro decision you make is just so scrutinized, and like
trades and he's just leaving. Yeah.
I feel like he did get a lot of pigs, so that could explain that.
But better terrain for Silver. He's purling on the fort first.
Yeah, and we're going back and forth here. This is awesome.
Stray Blaze for
Fuck,
Skycrab
where's
and the
this mob
Crimson.
RNG?
I know.
Stray Wither
This
Skelly,
is stupid.
big Magma Cube for Silver, so not a great spot for him, but he spotted a spawner buried in this fort. Couple zombie piglins here, but he's handled that pretty well. Has to push this guy out of the way to get the bed down. Skycrab should find himself at this spawner shortly.
He is struggling a little bit, though.
Like,
I mean, this is just.
I feel like I just like have so many moments where I'm just playing so well, and then so many moments
Maybe
where
now
it's
there's a
like shit.
spawner, but this is a different spawner.
Just like,
maybe
why can't I
different
play well all the time?
strongholds, maybe different terrain to the stronghold.
True.
But this should pull the lead back for Silver.
Gets that rod there.
Oh, and a
I think
ton of
this game so
lava
far
for
has been
Skycrab on
fine.
his blaze bed.
I just didn't see that
It's
at
great
all.
plumbing, but he
Wait, what?
has to, and so if he gets a spawn,
think this game
here,
has been
maybe he
good.
only gets a one spawn.
Yeah, it's just the
It
overworld of
looks
it.
like he's handled that very well, and it's basically fully cleared out before the next spawn.
And some loss in
No
my
armor
bastion
foul for
row.
Skycrab. I guess he doesn't have.
But I just
had
had less pigs as well,
We
so.
have 34 gold ingots still. We could craft some gold picks. Obviously, clearing our inventory. But depending on the rates, he might have time to do that anyways. We do only have 2 rods, and Silver only has 3.
So we're getting that blind off on 1 extra rod compared to Skycrab so far. So a little bit of a lead here for Silver, but it's definitely still close. Could go either way as Silver gets that measurement off. Was that 1100 or was that 1800? So definitely pretty far, considering that well, we can look at Skycrab here as well. Yeah, so like 1500 for Skycrab, 1600. But
It's different strongholds. Nerdy, it's different strongholds.
it's different strongholds?
Neck for Skycrab. Pause for Silver. It's different
Oh, wow,
strongholds.
okay. That could change things a lot here. Of course, if the stronghold for one of them is much better than the others, it's also possible we get 2 instant navs.
Not even the stronghold, just the terrain to stronghold as well, right? Like
true, as well, yeah.
most strongholds you get a spike and you're fine. Most strongholds are good. Obviously, like horrendous stronghold, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. But it's this terrain nav, and look how open it is for Silver. Crazy
I
Pearl.
totally
Does he
thought
hit the
that pearl
basalt?
was gonna
No.
hit.
I feel like,
I looked like it
Skycrab's
would.
been
Yeah,
kind
the
of-
only thing I was gonna hit. I don't know how it didn't.
and I wonder if this terrain's going to open up for him. Like, look at this. It's not necessarily obviously good or bad. I don't like this, though, for Skycrab. Silver's significantly ahead at this point, I'd say.
It's just going to come down to the stronghold, right? Silver's on chord. Skycrab triggering the pearling. Is it going to be open in this forest? I mean, if he doesn't have to build out on this lava, like he could save a lot of time on this terrain nav, but there's only so much time left to save, right? Like if Silver's in the end first, it doesn't matter if your stronghold's better. The ends are going to be the same. Skycrab heading to chords. Silver gets a good
He's gonna
spike.
have to
Is
use
it a
these gold
great
picks here.
spike or not? Where is this? The
Ooh.
portal room. It's what is this? What,
Fuck
what
is
is this?
this?
Look at the
Oh my
It's
goodness.
so goofy, but
So
he
bizarre.
finds it. Never
we
seen that
go.
before.
The one eye here for Silver.
Dude, the windows
the
are like
stronghold, we're entering the
made out of
end.
lava and everything.
Yeah.
That's the 0. What do we have in store
And we have
for us?
7 explosives. And it's back 85, maybe back 88, but this should be very hittable. Should get to 95
Holy
here.
pearl.
Don't think he'll push 99, maybe. Nope, just to 95. Very unlikely for it to fly.
Goes for the safer 0. Hopefully, it will go smoothly here for Silver.
And
Potentially.
he knows he has the time, not risking that first double bed. Clean 3+2 from Silver. He's put himself
Good
one
stuff.
seat away from
I started to like
knocking out who
replace my
could be the
pickaxe
fan
slot with
favorite,
Crying Obsidian
Skycrab,
after
from
I mine
his
out.
first ever playoffs.
I don't think
I mean, this was
It's
so
not
back and
overreact,
forth.
it's
I
not
don't
overreact.
remember,
Else.
like, I feel like a different
Yeah, I
person
mean, I
was
thought
ahead
about
on
it
every
before,
split.
but I don't know. I like
You know,
having
it's
the
interesting,
pickaxe just for
yeah,
mining
that scene was
blocks
so
and
back
stuff
and
during
forth. I
zero
feel
if
like
you
it
need
was
to
so
like
hard to track
on
who
your
would actually
setup.
win it. Yeah, because
I mined
That's a good
down
question.
after I
of course,
killed the dragon
later, but had
to
those extra blocks, was able to save so much time.
just,
able to
like,
save
get out
13
of the way.
seconds, getting to the bastion. So it's definitely
I
interesting
think
to
I just use like block push
see
for that.
these different runner play styles.
Just different than he would be
Been a lot.
fake 2 first 7 spikes, 3 spikes, 4 spikes, whatever.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't know. I
A lot
feel
of
like
what Skycrab is
some people
potentially
do it,
really good
but
at. gets shown off a
I
little
don't
less.
know,
But
I feel
again,
like I
he
do
is
use the
first on the
pickaxe
gravel here
sometimes,
by
and that
just
makes
a
it not
second.
worth.
It's actually
But
Gabe's
maybe
idea.
it
Yeah.
is.
He jumped in the water first, but I think Silver jumped from farther out. I'm analyzing nothing. It's all good.
I mean, the important takeaway is that they're very close. I think neither of them struggled on that BT.
Like
and
what's
now
the
we'll have to
block
see
that
how
you
they
don't have in your
deal with
hotbar? Is it
The takeaway here
glowstone?
too is that
Yeah.
both these
Behind.
runners are punching
Okay.
one
I guess it's
log
I switched
instead
glowstone with
of
crying
making a
after
gold pressure
I
plate. Saving it for the gold shovel. Saving the gold as well for distraction. Probably the smarter play. I would have made the gold pressure plate because I don't want to punch one log. It's just frustrating. Look how fast Skycrab is. He placed the boat on the sugarcane, by the way. I don't know if that's tech or he just did that. Never seen that
cool.
before. But he is so far ahead into this ravine. I feel like that's just slower though. Am I wrong? Like you want
It's
the boat
some
to be
style
on the
points.
I feel like
You
you want the
need some
boat to be
style
on the
points.
water though.
Yeah, probably, but it's cool. And
I don't
hey,
think it
look at
really-
this. He's winning the overworld anyway, so I think the style points are worth it. I guess.
I mean, yeah, but I think that's just off the. I don't think that's off the sugarcane. I think that's off the TNT placement and the crafting speed. As we head into this
for sure.
treasure bastion, Skycrab saying he
You do the
liked
fucking
treasure
TNT on
bastion
crime table again?
situations, looking for the fort.
No, I
As
just
we get
think
W
it
boat clutch
didn't
from
pick
both
up
runners,
the
but Skycrab just ahead. Another W boat clutch onto that gold block. Is Silver gonna hit the same one? No.
Can't believe he
Gonna be
crafted
safer.
his
Going
fucking
down.
gold block there. That's crazy.
And Skycrab keep his lead into the fort.
This is where we've seen Skycrab lose some time over Silver, but or at least getting to the next split as well.
I wouldn't even say getting to the fort necessarily. I would say getting to the spawner.
Yeah,
Skycrab's getting to the fort, but he's getting to the bad part. He's forcing strays. It's just a difference in mindset, I think, between ranked and RSG. How you're playing these forts. Skycrab just opening himself up to more variance off of forcing strays more, not playing the spawners as much. We'll see if that happens this seed. But he's playing this bastion lights out. Some block suffocating tech. As I say that, he misses a gold throw. Sorry.
We have to have at least a little bit of a commentator's curse. Like that. I feel like that's a good level. It's not like they died, right? It's just
This
like
is so
a quick
close.
little small thing.
Little micro, yeah. That's a big of a deal. But both these runners, I mean, Silver in a very similar spot now, both on these single chests here. So maybe not as far behind as he was entering the bastion. Not like he was that far behind. But Skycrab's already launched a Pearling. Maybe he saw the fort. I didn't, personally.
Just waiting on some more pearls here. They have enough obby already,
Skycrab's
so
out
that's good to
so
see.
fast. Silver's going to have to check
there
his
we go.
trades. He doesn't even have a Pearling set. Did Skycrab see the fort? He did.
Is he guessing? Okay, nice.
So we're heading the exact same way, but Skycrab's just so fast. Look at this pace,
time
Nerdy.
right on the
BT
spawner as well.
seed, 330 spawner.
Jeez, yeah.
There's the bed. Again, no pre-crafting in the bastion, playing for, the high roll of not needing it. There's the blaze bed with the TNT. Very fast setup. He's got a couple strays. Oh, two hearts, though.
2 hearts.
And he's
Little
trying
bit
to
scary.
save this blaze.
This never has health.
Nice.
Beautifully
clean
done
stuff
from
there.
Skycrab. I mean, he doesn't have the back of the spawner built out, but it doesn't look like it's going to punish him. And is that stray going
Maybe
to
like
matter?
technically ahead here, right? Because like
the
really
rod
guys are
cycles for
first,
the
like you
rod
have to
drops?
craft the stuff.
I don't know. Silver didn't deal
Yeah.
with that stray. He spent more time clearing out the spawner.
God.
Also taking a little bit of damage from these blazes. And the rates have fallen off a cliff, so this seed looks a lot less like a sub 7 than it did 1 minute ago.
And we've got 8 explosives here for Skycrab, so definitely lots of opportunities for any kinds of zeros that you'd really like.
8 for Silver, 6 for Skycrab. Maybe 7 for Silver now. Because he made a bow.
I thought did I not see 5 bed 3 anchor? I thought I saw 5 bed 3
I don't know if
anchor.
he has I don't know if he has the
Oh, does he not have the glowstone or something?
I'm just looking at the overview thing on the bottom. So maybe I'm
Okay.
wrong.
I was looking at the inventory. I could be mistaken. Maybe I miscounted or something. But we'll have to see.
Maybe wrong. Skycrab getting 2 more rods. But Silver on the same situation with the rods. Gets his 4th there. Gets his 5th there. Gets his 6th there. Silver's gone. Skycrab gone as well. Tied.
Oh, yeah.
But Silver hits terrain with his first pearl. Skycrab doesn't. So he gets a better launch second pearl. But look at the chords. Maybe Skycrab's first pearl was just good enough. They're within 4 blocks of each other, building the portal at basically the exact same time.
Silver saving a little bit, like a couple seconds there, though.
Literally just 5 blocks, but that's big time. It's going to come down to Nav. And Skycrab, notably, on this seed, Nerdy, is pre-crafted. Wormhole for Silver. There's the portal room. Skycrab, Wormhole as well. But Silver's in. He's got the eyes crafted. A little bit of a stutter, though. This is close enough to where rotation's going to matter here.
Yep.
And it's back, small boy. Wow. We push 95 here because we have to.
Let's see.
Silver's got the block. Skycrab doesn't have Soul Sand to alternate. So can he? This is the tower where it matters the most. This is half a second. Does he push 95 with no alternating? He does.
Silver gets it off.
Great beds. Skycrab, no double bed though.
Oh, Silver messes it up.
Oh.
Can he clutch up here? No, he can't. He's not. He's dead. Skycrab now to finish this off and take us to a game 5.
Oh, that's so tough.
It's looking great. I don't know. I think the dragon was too low and he tried to place the bed, but Skycrab there, taking out the dragon and taking us to a game 5, Feinberg.
Wow, another game 5. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're gonna need a mid-match analysis on that one. I guess it was just too low. Maybe he just did the first double bed too slow. Yeah, wow. This is fast. That's better than my rank, PB.
There's the sub 7.
Yeah.
I think
how the 2
Okay, that's so sad though.
It is another game 5 in. We're gonna I want to read different. Only having 4 gold by the time we are friends. The bottom Pearl Trade Bastion very and Silver entering the time given the.
You're trying to go for the 2+2, right? Because it was that close.
And as we can see, he looks like we're about to get it. But with that first bed there, with that double bed, after this arrow, unfortunately, the second bed does break. The bed that he places here breaks and does not detonate, meaning that Silver almost hit the 2+2.
It's like that's just like one tick difference.
As well as he can.
Yep. Between it being okay.
Down, but drops down a little bit too low, not able to get that bed detonation off. And if he drops down just maybe a few blocks less here, he's likely able to detonate this bed that he's placed here, finishing off the dragon. And
it would have been a fine backup. I don't know why. I just couldn't block those.
I don't want to ice these runners even any longer. I almost said I was glazing the runners. Hey, maybe I am. But we're going to send you back to the Seed 5 right now, see who takes home all of the victory to go through to the quarterfinals.
Right.
We know we're all temple. Then you it's here. Never good. Man, like I can't look away from the chat and I heard you giggle too.
It's funny. It's funny. You guys are funny. Let's
see
though.
Good. It's all good. Spawned on the lava pool for what it's worth. Not sure where the gravel is yet. So we're entering the right. Skycrab entering the left. Let's analyze this for 10 minutes. See what the difference is here. Which is basically nothing. Skycrab saving a little bit of health on the fall down with that sand. I just don't know where the gravel is. No gravel at the bottom of the temple. Both runners doing low TNT.
Looking around, trying to see.
River.
Could be right here in this river. Yeah.
Silver. Skycrab as well. Trees. But the river has dried up where these runners are at. So do we go more to the left?
I have better trees than him.
Looks like pretty similar routing. Silver's found as well.
That's just funny.
Just fucking generated differently. Oh damn.
He has fucking pumpkins. I have trees.
Looks like
RNG.
Pretty similar routing. Silver's found a
I actually
nice
still
patch
can't
of
believe
trees
that's
that
just
are
a
together,
thing we
but
can't
Skycrab's
fix.
also found a different very nice patch of trees that are together. 11 TNT from
I remember
11
I
wood
had a
from Silver's
fucking bastion where my opponent had a different tree than I
So
did.
both these runners are gonna be
I think I had like a tree that like blocked off
cleared out a lot
lava
more
or
of his
something,
inventory as well,
and
something I'd like to
his
point out.
he didn't have a tree that
Silver's
blocked off
trees were
lava, so he got
closer
lava housing and I
to the
didn't.
gravel, so he started
So
or the river, so he
stupid.
started this gravel
I've
collection
had that
process earlier, got the flint from the TNT. Skycrab working on it now, and Silver is heading to the lava pool first. Nerdy, it's not an Ocean Seed, and Silver very ahead here on this
How
overworld.
would that even
Great
fucking
usage
happen
of
in the
TNT
code?
there in the portal.
This is somewhat expected, as Silver just has a lot more
Wow,
reps
beautiful
on
water
the
drain.
DCs.
That was Tass.
Yeah, that was clean. That was clean.
Wow, he's been practicing that. Is Skycrab going to do the same thing? Nope. And his water spills. Can't double click the bucket. Big lead for Silver off of
absolutely.
the mechanics on that seed, the decision making, tree routing, and the portal build. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, the bed
Nerdy,
just
that's a
broke.
speed bridge.
I just let the
Leading
dragon
with a
get a
stack of
little
blocks,
too
and we have it
low.
from the temple, but the nerves. Skycrab opting to go up here on the string.
Yeah, Diagonal Spear is always a little bit scary, but Silver doing a very good job here, just
But
making
no,
his way over here.
Skycrab not going to decide to go up. Going to fall down. Looked up for a second.
Yeah, because
That's
the
a
up
lot of
just
time
doesn't
loss.
work. And I knew that the up doesn't work, and I
Silver
intentionally
approaching.
went. Oh,
I don't even know.
this
what
is
that
so
was.
annoying. Stables.
It's just like,
so
yeah, I
obviously
don't know.
stable.
I think. Surely.
It's just so sad that it was like literally like a fucking like tick difference and it'd be fine.
Definitely not as
stable.
good as some of the previous ones we've gotten, but
Still
here
not
Silver taking a
entirely.
lot of damage here, Silver. Oh my
He
god.
Like,
dropped his
nice
gap.
save.
He had to
I just hate
drop
this
his
so
gap
much.
to
I
stay
literally lose
alive.
like so much time
Left
just because
triple
I
nine.
just like it's like I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't know if it's like some thing with like how Piglin's update, but like I didn't realize. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Like I just didn't realize that because I had that distraction. As I'm completely fine here if I just don't place this block. Like I place this block and then the Piglin forgets about the gold armor instantly, and then hits me once and then blocks me when I'm trying to build the block.
Yeah.
And
No, and then the second pig there is just like fucking like icing on the cake. Like
Yeah,
that guy
exactly.
just
Definitely not as good as
he's
some of the
barely
previous ones we've
visible.
gotten,
Like
but
he's
I ghost blocked. Look, I literally
Doing a lot
ghost
of
blocked twice. Look.
yeah.
It's just like insane. Like this is just like
No,
the
that's
fact
so
because I feel like
fucking
this
annoying.
loses me like 40
Definitely not as
seconds,
good as
and like I lose this
Yeah.
seed probably anyway.
Oh my
He
god.
dropped his gap. He had
Or
to
you stack- you
just
have to
drop
stack
his
the ball
gap
up
to
and that's
stay
so
alive.
fucked.
2 more gold in the inventory, but 2 sword pigs. It is really bad.
Oh,
Look at the
but you
terrain
got
that
2 gold
Skycrab is
ingots
taking. Look at
though.
this. Way higher.
Yeah, but like I feel like
Sees the
one
double
gold
triple,
horse
has this
armor is
info
just
early.
enough on
Does he
like
play double triple? Does
every
he play triple?
seed
Yeah, this
ever,
could
and it was
be
just like this one scenario.
Yeah.
playoffs. This could be
Like
decided
the
maybe
difference
by-
with like
This is
I guess
scary.
the
Like,
gold
there's a pig on
ingots
it.
is
You just don't
can
want
right
to
click
Clocks it off.
it.
He's got the gap as well.
Yeah, but you just don't want to use
Silver
them because you're gonna
looting
lose
this
a
triple
trade
chest.
randomly.
Finally,
But like,
Skycrab has
oh,
not put a
okay.
chest
Well,
up, but
if you're going
Skycrab
into
is
like
playing
a
double
triple, like
wow.
a double triple,
Look at this.
or not,
And
any
Silver
triple
doesn't even
stables.
know that there's another triple.
And it's
He
like you're
is
gonna get
fully
the
committing
trade
right now
anyway,
to triple the
right?
gap.
Yeah, and it's like an understandable
Um,
decision in that moment, but
Wow. This is
Yeah.
the whole seed right here. This is it.
yeah,
Skycrab is going to
100%.
be a minute
It's
ahead
like
because
so
he
hard to
knows,
think
he
of
knows
though.
there's
Like
good
like you're
terrain
right.
out
Like the
of
ghost
triple
armor
as
is
well.
probably just
Silver
fine,
hasn't even
but
seen the top of this bastion. Silver has no idea how to leave this. He's going to try to leave it the way he came in. Skycrab has such good terrain.
Triple
here.
gap is better here if
This is,
I
dare I say,
don't
like a
get
minute of
fucked by
time
the
difference
Piglin
if this double triple
and
hits for
I
Skycrab.
hit
But he
the
could get
triple
12 goals.
gap.
He
Like
could get 1 bed. He
Like
could
maybe
get
I
no
should have just
fires, he
looted the
could get no
bottom
obsidian.
chest when I
We
see that I
don't know.
have. What am I starting this route with? How much
It's
obby
just
do I have right
obsidian,
now?
so
Like
the
I'm
Obsidian
pretty sure I
count
have a
5,
shit
it's not
ton.
amazing so far. We'll have to see what else
I have
we get here.
6. I guess
There
like
we go.
6 is
That's
just
11.
not that much,
That's
but
a
like
lot.
I feel
He's
like
gonna have the
6
obby,
is
but
like
the
you
explosives
expect
and
to
the
hit
pearls
off
and the
of
fire is still important.
like
with triple
No
the
gold
gap for
blocks in these
sure.
chests. There's
Yeah.
1.
12
So
gold
he's
blocks or
working with
whatever.
9
Like
gold
you
blocks on this
just
double triple here as Silver
maybe you
in the
don't.
It's
middle
like
of the triple gap
how much
around.
obsidian is guaranteed after like 8 gold blocks?
Wow, 20 pearls. 39 string. 3 bed,
okay.
3 anchor.
Yeah,
3 bed,
no,
2
I
anchor.
think you're good. He's just gonna wait a little bit longer, trade a
3 bed,
couple more
3
of these
anchor,
gold.
and TNT for Blaze Bed. So Skycrab
Oh,
is
this
out.
bastion's just like so
be out
fucking
very
Gonna
soon
wait on
here.
these trades, I guess. Does he have fire res though? That's the only thing I didn't see.
Like I'm just getting
3
fucking
fire res.
rage
Wow,
baited. I
beautiful
get
double
3
triple
trade
trades, and he's
cycles
gonna be out.
without
This
hitting
could be the
20.
seed.
It's just so dumb.
Yeah.
Is
Skycrab's
Silver
chance
leaving
to-
though? Is this a pearl hang or is he leaving?
That's okay, Oliver.
He's going back up. I think he's leaving. Very committal from Silver
Look how slow
potentially.
this is. Like he's losing so much time just not
No,
knowing
and
what
Skycrab's already at the
knows.
spawner.
Yeah.
He's trying to figure out how to leave.
It's not. I'm
finally
not
makes his
trying
way
to
up.
figure out how to
Oh,
leave,
sees
bro.
that it's
I
another triple
don't
gold.
have
Obsidian,
fucking
bro.
obsidian.
There we go.
And we're out.
Heading out this way. He should know at this point probably what happened to Skycrab there. But now Skycrab with a significant lead. Will Silver be able to claw back at this time?
I mean, I
I'm
don't know.
such a
It's an
double
open
triple
spawner. He got
hater.
to the spawner right away. Skycrab's not playing strays. We've seen him lose time to that on seeds before, but not now. I wonder how many explosives, excuse me, sorry, Skycrab has. Oh my god, he's got 15 wolf, 5 bed, 3 anchors. So
Yeah.
basically every 0 is going to be hittable. Maybe even 5 bed, 4 anchor.
And let's see, hopefully the measurement split
Why
won't
am I
be slow
just
like in
stalling
that
here?
first
It's
seed
just
that
like
we saw.
I didn't want to
He's
get
We're
hit
at the
by
same
blazes,
spawner. There's no way we get different
but it's just fast.
strongholds. It's
Were you
1,300
installing like
blocks,
social placement?
but Skycrab's got better food and
No, I
health
just like
situation.
should be doing
He
stuff, and
still
I
has
was
the
just
gap.
sitting
Does he
still.
still have the gap? I know
Oh.
Silver lost the gap because he had to
For, like,
drop
a
it
few
to not die.
seconds.
I think
Yeah.
Skycrab
practice
might still
some
have the
stuff,
gapple in
but-
his inventory. He does.
He does, yeah, good call. Very clean stuff, and that's going to be very nice for purling to chords or, you know,
I mean, it's just going to come down to Nab and 0, right? I don't know how Silver can make up any time here on the fort. Does he send a 2-eye? Like, do you have to? I don't know. Playoffs on the line. Do you rely on Skycrab choking 0? I mean, you might think that he's doing double triple, so maybe Silver can think, oh, maybe he doesn't have that many explosives, right?
That's what I was
Maybe.
thinking. Yeah.
But that's not the case. Skycrab has 9 explosives.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
does Silver send? No, he's got another really cycle here. So he's not going to send it here. He also would have had to send a 4-eye there. There's the 2-eye.
Here's the
potential
really
for
stupid
Silver.
idea. What if
This
you're
blaze
like
drop. Now he's leaving.
your
so he's
second
got it
portal
all, but
cords are in a
Skycrab on
wall,
cords, he's
and instead of
messing up
like
a
digging
little bit
out
on the
like
cords, but he's so
you know
far
like the
ahead.
portal shape, you just blow up
Has
a
to come
fucking
down
bed
to
and then
the
build
low.
it.
Yeah, that's the thing. People have done that.
Has to come down to
Really? Oh
Nab.
shit.
Yeah, it's kind of
The
nice.
spike.
I don't really.
Silver
I haven't really
needs a
ever
bad
done it
stronghold.
though.
Needs a 0 choke from Skycrab. He's made up time getting a quartz here, but not enough. No spike
Let's see,
yet.
though.
No spike yet.
Immediate. Ooh.
Oh, there it
we
is.
go, there's one.
Down
Down
mid.
mid.
Scary maybe with mobs. He still hasn't eaten his gap. It's a mine shaft. Was that the wrong spike? Did he hear it?
Taking down. That might be it right there, Feinberg.
That is it.
Actually
But
impressive
Silver,
how Skycrab is
Silver instant
always
runs into
low.
this. It could be faster if he pearls down. He's in the same spot. No, he's not gonna. Maybe he hears it under him now. But Skycrab ahead by too much for Silver to do anything.
Skycrab entering the end here.
We have
And it's
so much
open.
time here.
How do we choke the 0?
Yeah.
Like I actually
Chance to
think if
eliminate Silver.
Is it
Pivot
back
and fuck you up, you
97?
just be like
He's 2 pearling this.
20 seconds
Maybe it
ahead.
flies on the side setup. He only has 2 pearls. Maybe it flies on the side setup. I doubt
Wait,
it's back 9 by
how
2
many
much. Silver
pearls did he
instant
enter
runs
with?
into this. It could be faster if he pearls down.
um,
He's in the same spot. No, he's not gonna. Maybe he hears it under him
14,
now.
0-eye.
But
Wow,
Skycrab ahead
wow.
by
He
too
enters
much
with
for
2
Silver to do
pearls, and
anything.
it's like the only fucking
Skycrab entering
0.
the end here.
And it's open. How do we choke the 0?
Like I could have just gotten
Chance
lucky,
to eliminate Silver.
but like
Oh,
if
it's
I'm just
bad.
good,
97. He's 2
if I'm
pearling
just
this.
good,
Maybe it flies on the side
then
setup.
I
He
wouldn't
only
need
has
luck.
2 pearls. Maybe it flies on the side setup.
no, I don't even I don't think
doubt
the
it flies
penguin
on
was like
94, but that'd be the
I don't think
only
the penguin was,
situation.
like entirely your fault.
I mean, I know how to deal with it for the future.
Brewing.
Just don't place a block
First 2
on
beds look
the
good.
horse
Didn't
armor.
fly.
Doesn't fly.
Apparently, he looked at an Enderman. Maybe.
That would be no. Please, please no. Please no.
I don't know. This is the last
I
anchor,
think
though.
it's just like so unnatural for the piglet to get
He does
deaggroed
get
Get
that
down
fast,
with a
though,
boat.
right?
It's just RNG.
But
I
if he gets in
think.
the fountain, I don't know if Chat was just saying that
Yeah,
or
like
not.
you literally got like the exact fucking
If he gets
tick.
in the fountain,
Yeah.
that's playoffs for Skycrab. I don't know why I keep saying that's
Skycrab.
playoffs.
Moving on. That's
Yeah, no
ridiculous.
Enderman. So I was getting baited by Chat. No Enderman. And Silver hits the 0, but it's just too late. It was the double, triple versus triple the gap. That's it. Silver's out. Round 1 again. 2 playoffs in a row. Last season against Aquacord. This season against Skycrab. New player moving on again. Nerdy Blazemine moving on, and Skycrab moving on.
Very true. And I'm not trying to flex, okay? I'm not trying to flex,
What's
but I
the
would
flex?
like to say that so far, my pick'ems are on point. I guessed both.
Skycrab here.
Pretty good.
Fuck you, nerdy.
Sky
Sorry.
Crab, congrats on the win. How are you feeling after that seed moving on to the next round?
Pretty good.
Sweet. So you went through a few different matches there, obviously a few different seeds. How are you feeling? How are you able to bounce back in under this pressure? It's obviously a very different format than, you know, RSG. So how does it feel to be under a lot of pressure but still able to get the win?
It feels good. I don't know.
Sweet. No, I mean, hey, that's fair.
At a loss for words, it seems, but I mean, played every overworld type. Saw you had a crazy leads on the ocean seeds. I guess on this desert
What
temple
happened in
seed.
the interview?
How did you do anything different to sort of like kind of keep your composure? Because obviously you entered second, and then in the start of that nether there made a bit of a terrain mishap, trying to force upper terrain. Not necessarily like your fault, but just trying to force the upper terrain didn't work out. So you know that not only you're behind on the enter, but maybe behind on getting to the bastion as well. Like, did you play double triple maybe to try to save some time, or just, you know, send it? Because Silver played triple the gap, and that seemed to be the main difference there in that seed. Was there any, you know, deeper thought into that play, or was it just, you know, hoping the trade sit faster route? I don't know.
I just did double triple because I was so behind already, like maybe like 30 seconds. So I just went all in, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. You played great. I don't know. I mean, crazy. Not a lot of people before last weekend would have even thought you'd be in playoffs, and now you made it to next weekend, playing the winner of Aquacord versus NHB, which is our next match of the day. And a notable funny stat is, I guess you don't really have anyone in the bracket that you'd like to play, at least from a stats perspective, considering you haven't queued into anybody in the entire bracket on rank ever. So you don't have any prior experience, but I guess, is there any player in the bracket that sort of has aura that scares you, or anyone you're not looking to play just in general? Maybe, I mean, specifically for the Aquacord NHB match, but for the bracket as a whole, or are you just kind of taking the games as they come?
Gnosis is scary, and also I think Aquacord is pretty scary too. So,
yeah.
Yeah, you've seen Aquacord get to the final day in playoffs before, so you will see who you get to play after this next match. But Skycrab, we are excited to see you next weekend. Assumedly, you are excited to keep playing next weekend. I know a lot of the chat is very excited. So congrats, your first playoffs experience so far going great. Some awesome Minecraft from you, and we will see you back next weekend.
Major congrats, man.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh! Oh!
What the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Like, I could, like, just go offline and be sad all day, or...
Or what?
I could learn a search crafting language.
Oh, shit.
What
language?
I don't know, I have to look into it. Well, I wasn't fucking good enough, so now I have to fucking learn more shit. I'm so shit at this game. Okay.
Dude. Alright.
If I'm better at search crafting, I'm faster on that seed, and then I'm more ahead, and then I don't have to go for the 2+2, and then I don't mess it up. Alright, let me get in Searchcraft Cord real quick.
7 hours of zero practice, and like every time... Actually, no. How about like a 2+2-a-thon? Every time you don't hit a 2+2, you have to add 10 minutes to the timer.
Yeah. Okay, where's the Yiddish doc? Where's the Norwegian doc? I have to figure it out.
Learn every language.
I'm leaning towards Yiddish. Pick front cage. Okay.
Rannick just immediately pulled up. He summoned him.
Search crafting resource collection. Oh, fuck yes. Wait, who made this? Oh my god. Hop on lolcat. What happened to your Aruba? It's dog shit. Okay. Oh, docs. Yo, Yiddish. Okay. I have to determine whether or not I want to use Yiddish or Norwegian. Norsk. Bokbal Norsk. Where is it?
This is out of my comfort zone. Why is it like a
Literally
search
everybody
crafting
pulls
community?
up. No.
I swear I just saw like 10 people pull up just because he said like I'm gonna learn search crafting.
Well, I mean, I said I was gonna learn it after playoffs. Okay.
Like everyone's like so invested.
Okay.
Oh my god, I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for you to learn fucking Yiddish crafting. What's looting 3 in Yiddish? Does anyone know?
This.
Oh. I have an add-on issue right now. I saw Radix message. Meant to recognize it. Read? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I'll just learn. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. I need to mentally understand everything just for myself.
We can't call languages that don't use like fucking the letters that like people
Latin.
use in English. Everyone just calls it like enchantable language.
Okay. Pros and cons.
Why is quick charge on the list?
It's just all of them, I think. Actually, is it all of them?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So, okay, let me compare. Flint and Steel.
TNT button.
I have to hover because I can't tell how many. How am I remembering anything? Dude, it's okay, be honest. It can't be that hard. It just can't be that hard. Okay. So 2-2 boat. I don't gaff about a boat, I think. When would I search craft boat? Like
No, you just don't.
maybe Temple Seed? Boat break. Could you do boat into stone sword? Because I do that a lot in Temple Overworlds. In either of these languages. Wait, what? _4. That could be kind of nice for Temple Seeds, but because like what I do with Temple right now is like oh right, my stream died earlier. The fuck is the what is okay, look at my Temple. I do like this, shift click that down, and then here. Do I even have boat unlocked?
Oh, yeah, you have to touch water for it.
I know. I just do I shift click the iron down and then I craft boat. Like that feels kind of bad. I don't know.
But I also feel like if you just like don't touch water, then like that just breaks the muscle memory completely.
I know, but you could just like choose depending on what you want to do. And then I search craft sword. I think I want to just keep search crafting sword because then I can have my hotbar all set, and it's really nice to have your hotbar set because you want like any time save that you can get on Temple Overworlds so that you have more time to eat, run flesh, and clear inventory and whatever else. You can overlap _4 backspace _ that and then tab space into the craft. Yeah. Oh, wait, that's kind of cool actually.
You see.
Because boat's just like an awkward item sometimes. Honestly, I could see the vision for just search crafting boat sometimes. Like I mean, you have to track if you've touched water, but the trapdoor
No,
is kind of cool.
this like makes a trap door, and then you
I know.
like that's so clever.
Like that would be really good for this, for my style of island, or like for this, right? I would just do bang bang that bucket, and then I would just search craft. Wait, could I search craft right now? Yeah, I can. Yeah. I would search craft boat, and then search craft backspace into sword, or search craft trapdoor, and then backspace into, and then shift click it. No, yeah, search craft trapdoor, click the trapdoor, backspace, stone sword. Wait, no. Wait, what? Trapdoor, backspace, stone sword, shift click the middle, craft it, flicky, crafty.
You can watch the clip to see, yeah.
I think I would do. Wait, why do you tab space it?
You have to move up your mouse a tiny bit though, which is like maybe a little annoying, but. Oh no, you just like fucking.
I feel like I wouldn't tab space it. I see. I understand why you do, but wait, what is the search craft here? I'm so confused. What is this search craft? space 4. It's the same as +4, but space. Okay, I get it, and it's left to right. And then, or right to left. If you try it out, you'll see how nice it is to tab space it. Wait, so who's on Yiddish and who's on Norwegian? No one on. Wait, so what do you switch from, Pat? Wait, why don't you think I should use it? If any of the reasoning is it's hard to read or it takes a lot of practice, then I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that at all. If it's worse for some reason that I'm not thinking of, then that's fine. They're equal. Well,
People are gonna ask if you speak Hebrew.
how many characters does Yiddish have and how many characters does Norwegian have? Mm. Danny? How am I supposed to win playoffs if I'm still on the same language that I just lost playoffs on? Literally. I pre-crafted in Bastion and Skycrab didn't, and I lost time. If I was faster at the pre-crafts, maybe it's a different story.
I think you weren't supposed to search craft.
You choose in Yiddish, it's good too because you know the meta will shift before season 11 playoffs too. Skycrab's fucking search crafting looked bad, I'm not gonna lie. He did like B for bow or something and it just had like an entire page.
But like the thing is like he never pre-craft, so like he always does it in the fortress, so it's just fine because he overlaps with place spotter.
No, it's not fine, though. This is such a funny message. What the fuck? It's been revived. Let's fucking go. New meta, no pre-cross? I mean, that's what Impume does. Sticks into fishing rod? Dude, low key, I was thinking about crafting fishing rod more often.
You see like the fishing rod to pick up the Eye of Ender?
Yeah, that I invented that like 10 years ago and it's dog shit.
Oh. Sorry.
Me and Duke were trying it one time.
The when you hit it, it's so fucking cool though.
Bed wood planks overlap Yiddish tas. Do I just use Yiddish because of aura? Fishing rod, silverfish off the stairs and room. Wait, keep the fishing rod the fishing rod some tech. Fishing rod a
the dragon,
creeper
like...
to blow up wood for you. Yeah, like yeah, I could just try it. There's no point of fucking waiting. Can somebody just send me their layout and I'll just like use it for a little bit and try it out? Because I used to hate everybody's layouts like so much. Like everybody kept making layouts and I used to hate them, but now I want to like just use somebody's layout, understand it, and then maybe adjust if I want something differently. Can you tap in call with me? Sure, I think.
Remember the fucking like TNT cannon that someone did on like the bridge chalice? And then like they'd fishing rod the gold blocks in their inventory.
Yes, that was
It was that or
circuit.
treasure.
And treasure, that
Yeah,
circuit.
yeah. Oh, circuit the goat.
Wait, no illegal space? What does that mean? I'm comfortable with using my thumb. I use my thumb all the time. I'm a thumb guy. My thumb... It's got game. Anyway. Wait, so I don't understand. Oh, so is it just entirely done through MSKLC? Danny's thumb has game. I could just do the AHK stuff in my keyboard script because I hate AHK. Left arrow, backspace, home. I might not be able to use it. Where do I have home? Right now? For Yoruba, I have it on V. No, I fucking hate AHK. AHK causes me so many issues. Wait, who? No, I have V. No, I don't care. I don't really like. I've only practiced like home for like a week. I'm like, I don't really care. I'll move it. Let me just try Steve's thingy. Like, Loki, can you just send me the MSKLC download thing? Like the file? Wait, where do you... Yeah, you're good. I won't... wait. Steve, I don't understand... Yeah, sure, Rennick, we can tap into call. How do I, like...
You're
Let's
just
do a
join
private
this
call.
I don't have to be here.
Well, if you want to be here, I can just add you. It's fine. It's up to you.
I don't know if I'm gonna contribute anything to the conversation.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, Rennick, I'm just gonna call you.
Alright.
Okay, bye, Pyro.
Yeah.
Oh. GG, hold on. My shit is tweaking. Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
What's good? What's good? Wait, do you have C's layout already? I can send it. Let me
I
let me find it.
think he just sent it. I'm not gonna leak this on stream, ideally. Add Fyro. Wait, but what? I don't really understand why I would have to move my home key or like not use the same home key that Steez does. Is it bad for some reason?
I don't know what C's uses, but B is like far. You want to use like something close, kinda.
No, I have it on V.
Oh, you have okay. You have it on V.
I'm on side
Yeah.
buttons.
Yeah, side button home is really, really good. I don't use it, but you want to put as much search crafting stuff like backspace, home, chat.
I have
and, like,
backspace
mouse
on
keys if you can.
those,
Yeah.
but I just
What do you have on your other mouse key?
just like some random fucking search graph. Like I think it's just 1-to-1. Like it's my wool and something else.
We'll keep with home on that. It's gonna be TAS.
Okay. Wait, file load existing keyboard. Right? That's how I do it. No.
Wait, can you see screen share, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not showing stream because I don't want to leak anything. Load source file, maybe.
I
There?
can send you mine as well if you want.
Sure. I mean, I'm down to try stuff out. See what feels good. Okay, so this has all the.
This is mine. There's probably also a shift layout as well.
Yeah. So this has this, and then shift is there.
Yeah.
So it's literally just when I'm pressing the shift key, then it does this layout, and when I'm not pressing the shift key, then it does this layout. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Get rid of H and O. H and 0. Yeah, probably should get rid of this actually because I have some stuff that I might have to fix with mine. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot. I do so much jank stuff with my layouts. I have like 1 and 2 switched and wait, do you have is this QWERT? Wait, I have T as 0 usually. Is that gonna bug this?
Yeah. You need to like change it. Also, R use R for F3, right? Or did you change it? Or
Yeah, I use R for F3.
So these two keys are like gone, right? That's pretty chopped, but we'll get the hang of it, I guess.
What do you use for F3 Steez?
Yeah, I use
Default
F3 as well.
F3? Ew! Okay, wait. What do you use for 0? H.
He uses H. I press 0. I'm guilty of that.
If you have T and 0 swapped, then you can just put the character on 0.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay, that's cool.
Okay, I'm just gonna delete that. Shift state, delete that for now.
Yep.
And then, okay, so what do I have to adjust if I want to keep my F3 on R and my 0 on T? Because like, how annoying is it gonna be to put this on F and this on? Why is there nothing on A?
I think it just works. I think it works just like that. Maybe.
Oh,
can
A
put
is
A in there.
backspace.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I think I know what you mean, Leah. I think I can do that. 8 on G. Yeah? Wait, so okay, let me see what the crafts are right now. So 8 on its own is woodpick all picks, okay.
And also axes as well.
Wait. So wait. So it's literally just, yeah, I could just put this on G, that's fine. Sammy,
Yeah.
thanks for the raid.
What Pefkin? I don't get it.
Would pick an overworld.
I mostly have it for when I die. Like I just make that. Bro, why do you need a wood shovel?
On the RP or on the RP where you have to dig down.
I guess.
That's like not that good though, because you can just do the craft normally.
Yeah. What? 8 is so good for ult picks. I don't get it, Pefkin. Easy
Wait.
happening. Okay.
Wait, I kind of want to look at the is there like a BezDev thingy site that I can look at?
It's low-key, BezDev is kind of trouble right now, like the points and stuff, because it doesn't distinguish between 2 backspaces and 1 backspace, which is kind of weird. But you can just look at it as, like it's a little weird.
Oh wait, where is
Wait.
it?
Wait, let me. I don't have it on the doc. Wait,
Oh,
let
okay.
me find it. Wait a sec. I think I found it. This one. Oh yeah, I think it's this one.
So bucket is that?
Wait, what are you looking?
Bucket is C3. Okay, that's probably fine.
No, it's 3C. It's the opposite.
Oh, 3C.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent you the link, by the way.
Okay. What the fuck? It's so long that it's like a. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh,
Working?
wait. What? It worked for me. I opened it
It's
right
just
now.
as a TXT. Wait, hold on. I just have to drag all the way to the end, maybe.
Wait, maybe. Oh, it should work.
There we go. Okay, I just double clicked and it didn't work.
You should turn off. Wait, no, this is not mine.
It just didn't work.
What?
Is this mine?
Yeah. Wait, let me look. Let me.
Wait, you should hold
try to make it
shift
work.
and press SC. Wait, Steez, what's your like search like craft like what's your chat button? Oh. Wait, so what do you have on caps lock?
Will this work? It's kind of the same thing, no? No, wait, I don't get it.
On caps lock. Search my Oh. I mean, if I have caps lock freed up. No, but I have caps lock as pick block and chat.
Try the link I sent now.
Okay. I feel like if your chat is on your mouse, like the layout is gonna be entirely different, no?
Yeah. This is Loki kind
What
of
do you have
you
chat
can
on?
turn off. Me? I have on chat keys, on mouse button as well. I have like backspace and home on keyboard though.
Hmm. Cause like right now for my shift home, I just have it's just what do I do actually? Caps lock shift V, I think. Just go to this.
Caps lock shape V. That sounds really uncomfortable. To be honest.
Yeah, I can't really remember actually what I do. Where's the fucking like whatever I had, like it felt nice. I just don't remember. Oh yeah, it is. It is caps lock shift V because I press caps lock with my ring finger. Hmm. Wait, can I not have chat and offhand overlap? I definitely can't. Because if I go like that, then it's just not gonna work. Wait, so what do people who have offhand on their mouse do for? Because offhand mouse is just such a good bind. Like I'm not gonna
I
change
know
that.
Danny does it, right?
No, offhand on mouse is like the best mouse button to have, in my opinion. Like offhand and perspective on mouse is just like the best. It's just the best. Tyrannics layout, but like, is it just like how does it? Why is my FPS so bad on my OBS? Is it bad on stream?
It's bad on the screen share. I don't know about stream.
Oh yeah, screen share it's not gonna work when I'm in game.
It's okay. You can put home. We have a fan and shadow perspective. I think so. Wait. Home are you? Yeah. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, I mean I don't mind doing.
Yeah, that should work.
You can't use chat on perspective. GG.
Well, you can. I haven't used it ever. So I don't really know, but I thought it would work.
Oh.
Okay. If they say it's not possible, then I guess it's not possible.
Wait, so like I could put home and backspace on mouse still. That's fine, right?
Yeah, sure. Just put any two of the three. You can just put one as well. One is chill as well.
I don't know. I think
Yeah,
perspective
just
on
put
mouse
home.
button just makes so much sense as like a bind though. Like I can't I'm not gonna like change that.
Sure.
Cause like perspective on mouse is just like, oh, it just makes so much sense. It just is, yeah. I mean, I could
I
explain
think
it,
it
but-
works, right? It works with some of them, like with the backspace at home, right? So it should be fine.
Yeah. No, perspective on mouse is just good because perspective is info gathering and you're readjusting your grip, and it's fine to have bad aim when you're info gathering. And also like, so like the mouse like regrip just doesn't matter. It's not a negative. And then also like, it's way easier to do perspective while alternating Soul Sand because it's on your right
Yeah,
hand
that's
instead
true.
of.
Yeah.
Perspective on caps lock. Yeah, I think I just have to put. I think I'm just gonna put home and backspace on my mouse. And then what? Do I just leave my chat key where it is, and I just have to come up with a new layout because nobody that uses Yiddish has chat on caps lock. I feel like chat on
Yeah.
caps lock is fine though. Like, I mean, I could put. Wait, I can't put. Oh, yeah. I have to have chat on caps lock. Like, I can't put it on my mouse. I can't put it on. I mean, where else would I even put caps lock or chat? Like, I feel like caps lock is just like one of the better keys for it, if not the best. Yeah, I use
don't like
Pinky for
here,
caps
though, like-
lock. I just like for most of my search
I
graphs,
used
like for most of my search graphs, it's like for this, for RO, it's like caps lock AS. So it's just like literally I just place my hand down. It's like
It's
the
a roll,
easiest
yeah.
search graph.
It's a roll.
Yeah. And that's why I originally wanted to have caps lock as my chat key, because it feels like like most stuff that like I do or whatever, it's like I can kind of just like roll my finger, you know what I mean? Like having it start on pinky and then go like left to right is like so nice.
Yeah, I kind of tried to base all my crafts on this, like all the overlap crafts, like pickaxe and sword, or whatever. Pretty much try to work.
Yeah,
like,
that
with
makes
rolls.
sense.
I don't want to like stretch my fingers anywhere. That's like annoying.
Yeah. And I think that's like what the only problem for me is, I guess, like it's the shift and the caps lock, right? It's like both of those at the same time. I have to use my pinky and my ring. So like whenever I'm shift homing, I have to like, that's like the bad, I guess, part of it is like
Yeah. I know some people use the right shift as like a separate hotkey. I don't know if you want to use that though. It's like a weird one. I know some people do that. I don't do it though.
Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. It's because then I could just press right shift instead of having to, and then I could still keep my pinky on caps lock. Huh.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I don't know where I'd put it. Like maybe on thumb somewhere. Can I do what's on space for wait, can I put right shift on space or no?
I don't think so actually. No, then you won't be able to like tap space. Oh, you need to like.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I can't open the book.
No, I forgot like what the problem with rebounding space was for a second.
I don't know. I don't think I would recommend that actually. Just like, I would recommend moving the chat key up, to be honest, like somewhere else.
Like but like where do I even move chat? Like there's just nowhere to move it. I feel like
I don't know, like
for my scenario.
A or Q or something.
Really? You think that's better? Because
yeah. Or like C or something. C shift like WE. That's like really easy for me. Even though I don't use like chef or on keyboard.
Yeah. I mean, it just like depends on what I like. Depends on what I want, right? Like if I'm not like
yeah.
Oh fuck, like actually this is fucking annoying. Like
oh, that's true, Leah. That's funny.
Caps lock on chat makes more sense when I have no rebinds. But if I have to press shift a lot, then or like no double layer, I mean. If I have to press shift a lot, it's gonna be kind of annoying.
I guess, yeah.
I just can't put it on mouse button. What we've determined is I can't put chat on mouse button. I mean, yeah. Okay. Wait, so why is an A bound again?
It's backspace for Steez.
Okay, so I would be able to do A as I could use this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm gonna just I think I'm just going to
Okay, I don't think it's so weird because like when I look at it, some crafts just won't work, right? When I look at it, if you do chat on A, you can do can you look at the layout for a second? So if you do A shift 1 2 3, can you do that? It's like hard, I think, for you.
A shift 1 2 3. Yeah, that is just wait, wait. Oh, because you do mouse shift 1 2 3. Bro, what? That's like so insane. Wait, I want to just try these. Let me just see.
Sure.
It's like
Yeah, same Steez. I always recommend people use like their own layout, like make their own layout, then like try to improve it.
No, I know.
Like trying to work around others people's layouts is like so annoying.
I just low-key like completely forgot like that other people have chat on anything besides caps lock.
Yeah. Pefkin is right. Like work around. I think you should start from fresh. and then like put like the essential crafts and then like work on that. I know.
Okay.
That's like what I
mean,
think as
that's
well.
usually what I do, but like, okay, sure. Like, I could just try. Okay, so okay, I want to get like a vibe of, like, so for so Gold Pick is a 3 character, and if
Yeah.
I were to put this in MSKLC, it would be like, okay, so for me, I could put it here, and then here, and then here, right? And so then if I'm doing Gold Pick, I do caps lock ASD, right? That's just
Yep.
okay.
That's right.
So well, the bigger problem is I wouldn't mind moving my chat, but I have perspective and offhand on mouse, so I can't have chat on perspective or offhand. That's the biggest issue, and so I'm forced to use my chat on something else, and I don't know where to put my chat, and I always had it on caps lock, so it's kind of nice to just keep it there. And if I use shift and then caps lock, then I only have 3 fingers free because I have my pinky and my ring on shift and caps lock. I mean, like, maybe I could get comfortable pressing the button. No, it's just so bad. Well, I mean, I don't know. I prefer, like, having my keybinds optimized before search crafting keybinds, like, undoing my fucking... Because, like, I don't know, I
No,
feel
that's
like...
right.
I don't know, I like my keybinds, you know what I mean? I feel like they are just optimized, and that's, like... I mean, I don't know. Pinky and thumb on shift and home. Yeah, I mean,
Wait,
I'm
so you
only
have
using
wait,
ring.
wait,
I'm
what do you
only
say?
losing ring finger, so it's like not even
Wait,
bad.
what
What's up?
what do you have on your mouse? Do you have big block and perspective?
No, offhand and perspective.
Oh, offhand. Okay.
I have caps as pick block and chat, which is also a search crafting bind. It's like the most overlapped bind ever. Put a character on C and do caps lock ASC with your thumb. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, I do a 3 character right now in Yoruba, but honestly, I mess it up a lot. So I really want to try and if there's an important 3 character, I need to make it as like little fuck ups as possible. So I need to put on like the
There are
easiest keys as possible.
There are like 3.5 kinda. There are like
Okay.
the Paralyze, which I put a 1 to 3. I think Steve also uses it.
I mean, I could do 1, 2, 3.
Gold pick, which is whatever you can put whatever you want. There is also Iron pick and Iron sword. The half is the Iron pick because I rarely do that anyway.
Yeah. Iron sword has space in it.
Yeah.
So I can't even really roll that very much or like have that super nice.
Yeah.
Where do you have oh 5 is there, okay.
Well, you mostly most of the time you do ingots, backspace, space 5. It's like the ingot in the sword craft.
Right. That makes sense.
Sometimes you do the 3 character one if you like start with it when you have ingots like from the chests. It's like the scenario where you need to do like the 3 character for Iron Sword.
So wait, I feel like I can't have anything that's like, well, maybe I could. Wait, so okay. The line is usually it's you do a craft, right? For shift home. You do a craft. Or like what's like a common shift home craft? Like I wanna like just do that.
Basically all of the fort craft and all of the fashion craft.
Okay.
Like it's pretty much all.
So huh? Okay. Bow, bed, anchor, gold pick. So wait, so wait. Bow, bed, anchor, gold pick. I guess like this is probably like one of the most things that I should optimize the most.
Yeah, it's that and the bastion craft. Like,
and so like,
and then like the rest of the things don't really matter.
So
Well, instead of Oklahoma, I guess.
Okay, you start with bow, right? So then it would be, so bow would not be on a shift layer, right?
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
half of it. The thing is, because bread is also uses one of the letters for bow, and then you need it to be on the shift layer as well. But it's like, yeah.
Oh.
Wait. This letter?
I see.
You
This
don't
one?
need to craft bread. Propaganda. This letter, it's used both for bow and bread, and you do shift click bread. So, you need it like on the shift layer as well.
But I'm not gonna do that because I can just manually drag craft bread. So I don't need that.
No, it's like for shipwreck though. This is bread ingots. It's so nice. Early bread ingots.
Wait, so I don't understand. You have this on both layouts?
Yeah. Oh, I do. I don't know about Steez. Probably does. Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, it's in the top right. His bread craft is 5-4.
5-4.
This is a bread craft.
5-4 shift home.
I do like ingots into bread, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Wait, what? I don't know. Like, what the fuck? It's wait. So shift. So it's wait. He does. Oh, shift chat on mouse 5-4. Chat home. X.
ZX, yeah.
ZX.
Yeah, you don't need to click check every time. You can like do it like before you go off the chat. I don't know how to say it properly, but yeah.
Like click in the book before you
Oh.
confirm the
Like,
craft or
sometimes-
whatever, right?
Yeah, before you like
Yeah.
confirm the craft, you just you change the craft.
Okay, sure. Right. So for 2, so when do you have to repress chat? It's
There, I guess.
It's just this
After you're like,
one?
yeah, after this one.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna do. Oh my god, there's so much to account for. But
I know,
honestly,
I know.
when I
That's the fun part.
Yeah, whenever I am doing this, like it's easiest to just get a layout down and then just like adjust from there. I wish there was an easier way to like test like the layout or whatever. Like,
Yeah. MSKLC is annoying because you need to like relog every time.
usually what I do is yeah. You use an AHK script to test layouts? Oh, wait, that's smart.
That could work, yeah.
Can I do that? How do I do that? I forgot how to use AHK. I would prefer not to have to end my stream every single time.
Yeah. Don't mention unflipped.
um How do I Wait, how do I use Nah, Linux is probably so easy, right? Because I don't have MSKLC, but like it probably has like some like insane MSKLC.
Draconics using like Waywall. It's looking so cool. So easy. You don't
Mm.
restart your shit every time. Fucking test.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna set up Linux. Switching to Linux stream. Dude, no, that's gonna be the most boring stream ever. I'm gonna just be like, so how do you do this? And then Dugal's gonna be like, you do it like this, and then I'm gonna be like, okay, well, it's not working. And then he's gonna be like, okay, let me like fucking search up for like 15 minutes every error possible. Okay, let me just use, dude, like, do I have an old AHK script that I could just use to read my note?
Hard to like make it, I guess.
True. This is my old alt script, wait. Wait, how the fuck do I... I think I used to edit in Notepad, right? Yeah, okay.
Bro, just delete all of this.
Yeah, this is my old script, Bro,
Yeah,
what
bro,
the
we are
fuck?
using Lux in 2026.
Okay. Yeah, I should just delete all of this. Wait, so... What did I do again? I don't remember. Wait, I should make sure it's like the correct, like... Okay, deleting this and this. Okay. So I would, if I were to test this, I would do take this, copy. No, wait, it would be the other way, right? It'd be like when I press A, it sends this
Yeah,
bad
exactly.
boy.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you can save it as UTF with bomb. Okay. Dude, Lux is hype. Okay, Loki, I don't know what I'm doing. So, what's the most important crafts that okay, so how would I start this layout? I would think about the things that aren't on the shift layer, right? And think about the high density, but usually what I like doing is I like getting like, okay, usually what I like doing is I like finding the characters that are overlapped a lot, and I like putting those more to the left and then putting the ones that aren't as used a lot more to the right. So
Sure.
then, and then also like, or like, oh, fuck, I remember I did this with you, but it was like, okay, so it's, so like this one. This one is used like 4 times, right? And it's first.
Yeah, ever. First times ever.
4 times. No, more than that. Wait.
W craft. Oh, I thought you meant the crafts.
No. Like the character. This character seems
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah,
pretty
this
important,
is
right?
Aleph, yeah. Yeah, this is Aleph, yeah. It sprees kind of a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything. It's mainly just Bastion stuff for, with this letter and TNT. And like ingots as well.
Okay. So maybe I'll start with bro, I'm so confused. Okay, wait. So wait, how is this?
Yep.
How do I read this? Like it just
It's
this
from left to right. Yeah, this craft and then backspace this. Bro, Loki. Wait, let me put you on like the fucking the sheet. The sheet is like way more clear. It's so hard to do it in a dock, I'll be honest.
Okay.
This is like way more like normal.
It's like left to right, but then the actual crafts are right to left. Is that what the confusing thing is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think this craft is in here, by the way, but it's okay.
So this is just the inputs, right? Or like
Yeah.
So this is just all left to right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Also, I'll tell you, like, because it shows one backcraft, but you can use like a ton. There's like a ton of them. One is like better than the others, kind of, but we'll just see how it works later. It's okay.
Yeah.
Hefkin, the one with the planks is literally TAS. Literally TAS.
Okay, so what am I looking at right now? Bed
This one.
plus all iron stuff plus Garrett.
That's like the Bastion craft, yeah.
Okay.
Same one as like this one.
Wait, what? Okay. What does all iron stuff mean?
Don't use that. It's there for other languages.
What?
It's like, don't use it. It's okay. Just ignore it. It's okay.
Okay, well, where should I start? Like, what should I start with fort or bastion crafts?
I think the bastion, the fort crafts are like more important. To be honest. Yeah, gold pick, and then like go with that.
The gold
Sorry, I'm
pick
being
is
confusing.
3-letter, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, backspace. So the gold pick is
Yeah.
that?
No, this is anchor, and then backspace into gold pick.
Yeah. So like this guy into the and then this and then this.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm gonna have to, for this craft, I'm gonna have to press. Wait, I just backspace into it. I don't even shift home. I don't even shift into it.
From the gold pick, no.
Oh. Okay. Well. You wouldn't have it on shift layer then, would you?
I would. Why? Because I shift click like the pickaxes themselves because I want to make as many as I can, right?
So, right. Okay. That's fine then.
Yeah.
Wait, how the fuck do I do alt layer in HK?
Bro, I don't think you can.
Okay, I just won't. I'll just
I think this just works though. It's like both shift layer and non-shift layer. Ask ChatGPT.
Bruh.
Advice.
This
That
is so
advice.
confusing. Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm being confusing. It's okay.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna put bow on Q.
Yep.
And W. And then, so that's fine. And then I'm going to have to shift home, but no chat, right? So first I would do caps lock QW, and then I would do shift mouse button, no chat, into this for bed.
Yeah. Sure. This one. Oh, you should just do this one though. This bedcraft, I sent it to you. This one is legit better because it has planks, which is fucking cool.
Oh really? Okay. So I guess I'll just do fuck, I don't know what to do. Wait, hold on. I guess I'll just do beds as AS, maybe. But I feel like I want to put that other character as the A, but then it doesn't. Wait, and then is this going to be on the shift layer? Oh my god. Wait.
Sorry.
Are beds on shift layer or not?
Yes. Anything you shift click, like you you just want to make as many as you can of, you put it on the shift layer. That's like the rule.
Okay. So bow is not on shift layer. Beds are on shift layer.
Yes, and anchors are shift layer, and
Anchors
gold picks are shift layer.
are on shift. Wait, they are on shift layer?
Yes, because you shift home into them.
Okay, because you shift home into them.
Yeah, that's like a different reason.
Yeah.
There's
Okay. And then, okay. So, how about I just not think about my not think about my main layout, right? Or I think about, okay, sure, I could just do so basically I can do these QW are still free for me, like still cleared up technically. If I'm doing like the music, if I'm doing like
if you're not doing bread right now, if you're not cutting on bread, then I guess. I feel so bad because I feel like I'm so confusing.
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
No, the Steez layout doesn't work for me. Okay, something means all layers, something means normal layer only. Plus something means shift layer only. Oh, wait, so how do I do it? Wait, so how does it look? It's not this though, is it?
Wait, what?
If I want this on my shift layer?
I low-key don't know. I don't know how to do it in HK. Probably.
Is it like, do I have to surround it in that?
Does anyone know in chat?
I think that, well, they sent it, but I'm just trying to like understand what. I'm going to use MSKLC. I'm just testing right now. So just, okay, is it just like this? Shift layer in HK. Okay, so then so W is just W, and then plus W is shift W. Okay, makes sense. So I'm putting, so bow, okay. I feel like my layout is like so ass right now because I just can't like think about what I'm supposed to be, like whatever, it's fine, it's fine.
I think you should just like put it on MSKLC, and then when you think like it's kind of like testable, you should like translate it into HK first. Like, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should do that. Yeah, it's kind of nice
Don't do
having.
it on HK first. Opinion.
Okay, that's actually true, honestly.
On a spreadsheet. Bro,
Yeah, I mean, that's
you're the
basically
only
the
one doing
same.
that.
Yeah, let me just delete everything. Let me just have a blank layout. I just need to.
Yeah, do that.
Mental clarity. Okay. Shift and all this shit. Bro, why is your, like, the shift layer is like, has more stuff than the non-shift layer. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, because you shift click most things.
Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay, so what am I doing right now? Okay, Q is this, which is this right now, which is bow, which is the first input for bow, and then this is the second, and so I just have bow as QW. Sure, it's fine. And then I have on my shift layer, this is for bed, and this is for bed. And then I have to shift home into anchors, which are also going to be on my... Like, is it fine if I put anchors on QW as well? Because that kind of like worked nicely for my shift. If I I have to
not
repress
in that
chat. Wait, do I have to repress chat?
where anchors, yes.
Yeah, right.
So the problem with that is the letter of the bow, the second one, which you have on W, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, on W. It's used in both shift layer and non-shift layer.
So it's nice to
Only
have
this.
it. Oh, are you only allowed to have it on the same one, or?
No, not that you're allowed, but you need to do bread with it, and then you need it.
Okay, so
then you need it to be on both.
Okay, but why does that change anything?
Why? Because you wanted to do, to change the shift layer of bow completely, and then if you do that, then you can do bread, like with holding shift, which you do.
Oh, so then I don't overlap the letter. I'd have to use the letter twice.
I guess. I don't know how to explain it correctly, I guess. I'm a bad explainer.
No, it's fine. Okay, no, I get it. Like it's just okay, so you want me to put this character not on my shift or on my shift state, then yes. Right?
On both, yeah. Yeah.
On both.
Yes, on both.
Okay. And where would I put it though?
On the same place.
Same place?
Yeah. I mean, you can put it on a different location. I guess, yeah, you can do that. Sure. I mean, yeah, that works. Whatever.
Does it need to be on the same place, or it's fine? I could put it wherever.
I don't think so. I think it's fine. Yeah, you can put it on a different spot.
Okay, then I feel like I can think about that later. Then no.
Sure, whatever.
Okay. So. Okay, the inputs are so far. Caps lock Q W, and then Shift, mouse button, AD, and then craft the beds, and then shift
home.
Is it chat and then home? And I still have my finger on shift?
Chat shift home, yeah.
Chat shift. Yeah, okay. So then so I could do like I'd have to probably do these two as because otherwise it's gonna be kind of awkward for my finger placement. I mean, maybe not, but I'll just try this for now.
Okay. And then you should. What are you gonna do for gold pick now? Like you can do backspace SD. That's chill. And then your gold pick like alone would be QSD. That's chill, I think.
Wait. I'm confused. What's my gold pick? My gold pick would be would have to Wait, how would it be SD? This is not the character, right? It would
the
have
character of the gold pick. It's the middle character of the gold pick.
Oh, that's this?
Yeah.
Oh, So I would just put this there, right? And then
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I guess rocks. There's no cap, so.
is this
No, but it's a
this?
different layout. No? Yeah, what? Which one?
This
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Bro,
I
this
think you're
shit is so
confused a little
fucking
bit. It's
confusing.
okay. Oh yeah, you have a double bound. Oh, buddy. Let's not cheat here.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay. What the fuck even is this craft? I don't remember. This is
Inker.
Oh, right. Oh fuck no. Oh fuck no. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Okay. Inputs currently. Chat Bing Bing.
Wait,
Shift.
bro. You still have duplicates.
I
on
know,
A
I
and
know.
W. Wait, what?
I'm trying to fix it. I'm just trying to think about it.
Okay.
I just don't know how to fix it because it doesn't fucking. Okay. Okay. It's just. I don't even know what my inputs are. It's so confusing. Okay, it's that, and then I shift home into that, and then. Okay, so that's the bed. So the bed is. Wait. What the fuck? No. This is anchor. No.
No, this is bed. The second one is bed, the third one is anchor.
Yeah. So the second input for anchor is the same as the first input for bed. So I have to make it so that anchor. Oh my god, fuck. I was confused because I normally craft. No, wait, what? What am I confused about? I thought it was. Oh, I thought it was overlapping with the gold pick, but it doesn't overlap with the gold pick because the gold pick. Wait, no, wait, what?
Bro, you're so chopped. Bro. Okay, yeah.
I get
Caesar's
it,
right.
I
You
get
should
it.
use the other. You should use the other Minecraft. Like you just should.
Wait, I don't get it. Wait, what? Because surely you should just use the other bedcraft so he doesn't have the same character as gold pick.
That,
But like,
and also it's better.
Yo, section craft.
Dude, I'm not fucking doing this.
Oh my days.
Wait, why is it better?
Because it doesn't overlap with other keys really. You need to both these keys anyway, but it doesn't overlap with like the other Forgecraft items. And also it has planks.
Oh, right. That's what you said, right? Earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so I put
Remove the one on A, I think. Just remove it. And then put the bed somewhere else. Like maybe on, I don't know, ER or something, or XC, I don't know, somewhere. Now your bedcraft is RE.
Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, so what is what is going on? I feel like I'm just fucking throwing stuff down. I don't even know what's happening. Okay. So bing bang. Bing. What the fuck is this shit ass layout that I just created?
I don't know. You made it.
Dude, this is ass. Okay, wait. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just gonna move this down here. And then
Sure.
I'm gonna
No.
Yeah, this is way better. And then I can't do R.
Oh, true.
Okay. This is bad. I'm gonna just put it here and here, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm not moving fucking perspective to tab. I'm not moving perspective to some dog shit. Oh my god. Okay.
Rush out.
Mouse button is the optimal key for perspective, so I'm gonna put it there. Okay. So I do bing bang bop. Bing bang. Bro, this layout is so ass. Okay. And then I need to move this down here, and then this up there, and then this, and then this. And then okay, so now I would do
Listen, I think this Warcraft is pretty solid. Okay? It's pretty solid.
okay. Toggle sprint is good.
because I do it. All right.
Ruin real.
Shift home. So who invented this shit ass layout that I'm laying my eyes in front of me right now? Okay. Shift home. Okay, my bedcraft is stupid as fuck. Like, how do I fix this?
Wait, what?
No. Hold on. Move this. No, wait, what did I just do? Yeah. Bro, it's so bad. It's because it's so hard to make it so because the bed and the wait. Fuck. No, I forgot. No, because I forgot. I started using this again, but I forgot I'm using a different bed. Oh my god.
Let me change it in the dock for you.
Thank you. Okay.
Enjoy.
Okay. Wait, I need to go back. How do I go back to my fuck? Okay. Okay. And this is why we use a spreadsheet. I think it's my brain. I think my brain is the issue right here. Okay.
That's okay.
I'm deleting everything. I'm starting again.
Bro, you don't know how many times I've done that. You legit don't know. I've done this like way too many times. I have 23 layouts on Yiddish. All good. How do I switch between layouts? Like Windows layouts? No, I use Alt Shift. Bro, no Norwegian. No Norwegian in the chat. What? No, Rox. I remove the layouts, my old layouts. Wait, what's your current layout? Is it like QW bow? and then
QW bow, and
yeah,
then
QW bow.
shift
shift home
home
QW,
QW, and
and
then
then shift home
shift
AS,
home AS.
and then you don't have the character for pick yet.
Next, but yeah, I'm trying to like.
No, Paul, that doesn't matter.
Oh, this is so bad. Maybe I put it like.
You should also think like how you would do like the gold pick by itself as well.
Yeah.
Could you just do that sometimes, on like Nether terrain or something?
So that's what I need to. Okay, so I need to have like. I think the problem that I'm having right now is. I mean, I could do that. Wait, cause shift this is gonna be a repressed chat as well.
Yep.
Like it kind of works, but it just feels so inoptimal, and I don't remember, or I don't know, like how to make it feel more optimal. Okay, I'll just leave it as a. I'll just do this for now.
Sure. Let's try this.
So it's just caps lock QW into shift home on mouse QW into shift chat AE or home and mouse chat or chat home and mouse AE, and then backspace SD. And then, okay, sure. Okay, bed plus all iron stuff plus Garrett.
It's just yeah. It's like Garrett plus bed plus ingots plus sword plus axe.
Okay. Wait, which one is Garrett?
The first one.
Oh, this?
This one? Yeah. Also, the first character is like barely used. It's like only for Garrett. Should put it like far away, kind of.
And then what is this? Bed?
This is bed. Yeah.
And then
This is ingot.
Ingot. Sword?
Yeah, that's sword. And
Axe.
then axe. Yeah.
And so what's going on shift and what's going on not shift?
Pretty much everything is going on shift other than 5 and 8.
Okay. And what do I have bound right now? I have
The bed and the
second
the
letter
second
of the
character
Garrett.
of Gold Garrett, yeah.
And the bed is found. I could just put this. I mean, you said it doesn't get used very often, but
It's just only for Garrett and maybe something else. I'm not even sure if it's used for anything else. Oh, bucket as well. Garrett and bucket.
whatever. I'll just try to put it here and see what happens. It doesn't feel super comfortable, but doesn't feel super uncomfortable either. And then
There are 22 letters in Hebrew, plus 5 consonants.
is this the same Y? No. Y looking thing?
Wait, what?
I have to put iron ingot
on shift layer, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I just do 3, 4? No. Wait, probably not actually. Wait, maybe. Wait, it would be what's my inputs right now? It's caps lock FD, which is kind of awkward, but whatever. And then shift home QW, and then shift home, no, chat shift home. I'm trying to think of like not. It's not like too awkward, but just like everything is awkward. I don't know, maybe CV.
That's not CV. That's XC.
Is this not Z? ZXC.
No, that's like some British layout crap. I don't know.
Oh.
Or American. I don't know which one, but some like weird layout uses that.
Wait. So it'd be like that.
Yeah, CV.
And then 5 and 8 are on main layout.
Yeah. Yo, Ashi.
I don't know where to put them.
Like legit, whatever, wherever, like.
Maybe just put it like 4. 4 is 5.
Sure. 5, sure.
And
Then like it would be like mouse space 5, 4, mouse space 4. That's chill, I guess.
yeah. And then for this one it'd be chat. Mouse. And then 8 would I guess be like. I mean I could just do 3, I guess, maybe.
Sure. You should put call on DE on 1, 2, 3, I think. That's like place. Well, maybe if it's not comfortable for you, you should put it somewhere else, I guess.
This is the powder eyes is on non-shift layer? Yeah.
It's on shift layer. It's on shift layer.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, because you shift click the powder and the eyes. So
Oh
you
yeah,
should
obviously.
do it on shift layer. Yeah.
I might just put it on 1, 2, 3 and just have to like be slow. I don't know. I'll just try it for now. Okay, so I have
Wait, you use tilde? Wait.
Oh no, wait. I was supposed to do it in 1, 2, 3.
You can use tilde if you want.
I have tilde on Zoom.
Sure. You don't use like Jingle for that? Because Jingle works like that, so it just doesn't work in inventory. It's really nice.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wait, what? I've never thought about it before. Yeah, I guess okay, it just does work for me like that. I haven't thought about that. Huh, okay.
You can put like keys on macro keys.
Rolling my thumb. I was probably just gonna do pointer. I'm not sure. Maybe. I've done that in the past. Okay, well now I have my fort crafts and my port line and my bastion line and my eyes. And where should I go from there? Like most important stuff. I have gold pick obviously, and then I have bed anchor, bow, okay. Powder eyes. Like 2x2s aren't that important, right? So like maybe it would be like wait, space. Um flint and steel. That would go on main layout because you don't use it, right? Or you don't shift click your flint and steel, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it here because might as well. And then TNT. It's pretty unused, honestly. How? Wait, what do I? Okay, what do I need to bind still? Hey, what does it look like? I just never. Uh-huh.
It's funny. I don't know. It's Loki. Loki just doesn't really matter. I don't know, because the level doesn't really matter. Mostly, if you think about it. And also, it's not hard to remember.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot if it's loading. If it's loading, he is loading. It doesn't really matter.
It's like unbreaking, I guess, yeah. Like you want to know how much unbreaking your pick has so you can know how many blocks you get. Oh yeah, true. Okay. It's just so confusing because like the font is different and it's just fucking with my brain. Like, is this the same as this?
No, that's a different letter.
So I don't have this on my layout or this, right?
No, you have the first one for gold pick. It's the same it's the same as gold pick, but the last character is different.
Oh. So I just have to throw this down somewhere on my shift layer if I don't want to do a bunch of...
Sure.
Okay.
And also it's the same character for Gapple.
Do you do... Wait, do you do ingot into iron pick?
No, I almost never do that. Almost like...
Wait,
Why?
why?
No, because it just half the time it just doesn't work. So I just don't bother.
Oh. Yeah.
You have to relog anyway, like almost every time. Unless you get 3 in the chest.
Or you crafted the iron to unlock the craft earlier. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Monkey does that, like, just crafts the iron after he crafts like his bow or something. And then unlocks it.
No, but the thing is, like, mostly it's just wrong. No, it's just like the wrong thing to do. Because, how do I explain it? Like you just like wasting time on crafting it, and maybe you won't have to.
Yeah. Wait, so wait, do you if you right. It's once you get iron, that unlocks the iron pickaxe craft. So it's only if you have like 22 nuggets and then get like 5 nuggets from a chest, and then that's when you have to do iron pick or iron ingot. And so what would you do though? You don't like you just do your iron ingot craft, right? And then leave the crafting grid and then go back in and then do the iron pick search craft, or
Yeah, I guess I would.
okay. What is all iron stuff?
It's all the iron stuff.
So
It's there for just like for protocol. I don't use that. I don't think anyone uses that.
okay. Hogar, thanks for the raid. Slippy. Um
Chinese would have been optimal if it wasn't bad.
low key. Low key. What the fuck am I doing right now?
I don't know.
Like, what do I even need on this layout still?
You need the one like the character for iron picking apple. You need look. You need the helmet as well.
Ooh.
And you need
Okay, this one I care about.
If you want, we can do the bread.
Where's the? How do I even do the? I don't even understand. Don't I already have it?
No.
I need to bind this one.
Yeah.
On the shift layer, but not the main layer.
Yeah, because you shift click it. Just
Yeah.
put it somewhere. I don't know. It's your keys. Okay, I think I would reserve these spots, like the X and Z, to helmet probably.
I mean, yeah, it's just like I'm trying to think about. Yeah, maybe maybe I'll think about this first. I'll think about gold pick helmet first. Wait, so what do I have down right now though? I have gold
have the gold
pick
pick?
into shift, and this is 2 new characters, right?
Yeah, that's a annoying part because it's like 2 unique characters for helmet. It's okay annoying.
Yeah, ZX is probably just the best for that. And then
You also didn't bind 4, I think, on non-shift layer. You bounded 5 and 8. You need to bind 4 as
oh,
well.
maybe I should put 4 on, leave 4 on 4 because that's just what I use right now. Oh, wait, that's that.
You only use it for Stone Sword.
Five is just Iron Sword though, right?
5 is Iron Sword, yeah.
And you space. Wait, what is this one again? Oh right, I do that for ingot into Iron Sword, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'll just put it here, I guess, too.
Sure. So I think what you have left is
Bread.
bread. Also, you should put your Iron Sword on the non-shift layer. So you can just like type it. Just only Iron Sword.
Oh, so I need to add this guy on the
Yeah,
non-shift
this guy.
layer.
Yeah.
There.
So it's like F space 4. No, D space 4.
Oh wait, that's kind of bad actually. Wait. Honestly, I could just put it here, and that's like chat E space pointer finger mouse to move up, but like whatever.
And let's see. One last thing. Did you have the Iron Pick and Gappo
No.
character?
Iron Pick is on shift layer? No. On shift layer.
You can put it whatever, like it doesn't really matter.
I guess it has. I already have 2 of the
Whatever you
keys
like.
on the shift layer, right? So
Wherever you like, I guess.
damn, this shit is full. Bruh. Wait, so how many keys? I don't have any overlapping keys right now.
Overlapping?
Or like on both layouts. Uh,
You have?
oh yeah, I have this guy and then.
Yeah.
Okay, well. So I need to. Oh my god, I need to throw the iron pick thing down and then the.
And also you can add the stick one. Stick only. And it's also the fishing rod one if you want it as well.
Okay. Is it? Do you have any where you do shift at first and then unshift for the last key or something?
No, I don't have that. That's just a
kind of
knife.
ugly.
What, bro? What do you want?
Maybe I just put all of these on this layer until I run into an issue. Oh, this is double bound. Oh my god, okay, wait.
I don't get it. Can someone explain, like, bro, they're making it so dramatic. And for what? Bro, I'm not gonna read all this.
Here, what are they gonna do?
What?
Fielder, I think that since Yiddish to be good, you have to double bind on shift layer, and since shift layer doesn't actually exist normally for Yiddish layouts, Yiddish will get a lot worse with pending rule changes. Wait, what? So since it doesn't actually, wait, there's no shift in Yiddish?
Well, there is. It changes it to something else, like English to like Latin.
Okay, I get it. Wait, that sucks. GG. So essentially, like anything that is like on this layer and on this layer, like so like this, I wouldn't be able to have this on this layer and this layer, right? Is that like the point? I wouldn't be able to have that there and that there. GG. So is it Norwegian now? I was low-key kind of tired. I kind of wanted to end stream anyway, but okay, I'm gonna end stream. But who should I raid? Raul?
Sure.
Well, that kind of sucks. I mean,
I'll check it out. I'll look.
yeah. Okay, bye chat. Thanks for listening out. I'll probably look into search crafting stuff offline more, obviously, and see about changing it. And yeah. Okay. Bye bye.